The State Board will come to order, and first action is salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our first item then is the report of the superintendent.
Good morning, Mr. President, board members, public who've joined us. So it is a good morning. The big news, of course, this is a report from our last meeting. To hear a lot has happened in these weeks. The big news starts with the SBAC assessment. We're prepared to launch the field test, the largest in the nation, this month. We know there'll be some rough waters to sail through and bumps in the road once we dock the ship safely, which we expect. And we're ready to learn from this enormous field test that we're undertaking. I'm proud to say our CDE team and the board's team has worked together in monumental historic ways to see this shift occur as smoothly as possible, and again to be ready to learn from it and see how we can move forward into 2015 ready to go with the benchmark assessment year. You'll hear in greater detail later in the agenda that the Obama administration has granted our request for a waiver from double testing. So to everybody together, it was incredible teamwork and great advocacy from Mike Kirst in particular. Appreciate your sincere and effective involvement in this entire process. The initiative that we've had and we've talked about before, one-to-one computing in all of our classrooms and schools, the No Child Left Offline idea, gets another welcome boost as we prepare for the field test. We were able, the CDE recently, were able to announce the third distribution of the CPRE fund resulting from the 2003 antitrust settlement. This is an agreement between Microsoft and California consumers and businesses. So more than 8,000 of our schools and districts are eligible to share the $188 million from this fund. The money's used to assist K-12 districts with implementing the supporting technology and bolsters effective teaching and student support achievement. I've encouraged schools to use these funds to assist their move toward the smarter balanced assessments and, of course, the day-to-day learning from this technology as well. Through the end of this month, my department is taking applications for the new Career Pathways Trust Program. So the department has successfully put the grant guidelines together. The grant proposal packages are out. We've had an incredible level of interest for the $250 million, over 275 letters of intent, lots of LEAs and community colleges and businesses partnering up to provide those career pathway dreams for our young people. The demand is real out there. So far, with $250 million, we've drawn interest totaling $1.5 billion from, again, schools and businesses up and down the state partnering. So we're looking forward to how that comes out, and we're hoping to have grants to distribute to award sometime in May. My office announced yesterday we have cut significantly the number of LEAs in California in financial jeopardy. Remember, 3 years ago we had about 190. A year ago we had 124. Now we're down to 92 that are still in somewhat shaky fiscal condition. They're not back to where they were in 2007, but progress is being made on that front. Two other areas of positive movement: the rates of suspensions and expulsions in California, and the rates of students taking and passing AP courses. With CalPADS, now that we have the year-to-year measurement, now that there was a focus, it was a team effort again around the state from districts and schools and community groups. We've seen a 12% drop in expulsions and a 14% drop in suspensions in the first year we've measured this. So it's a trend in the right direction, but a lot more to go to help close the achievement gap and have our students attending school and getting the help they need. Finally, on the AP results released last month, it showed that the number of California public high school students taking and passing AP courses continues to climb. The number of students with low-income backgrounds tripled. The report also showed growing participation among diverse student groups. Overall, almost 41% of our students took an AP exam compared to 25% a decade ago. Not only are more and more students feeling equipped to tackle these college-level courses, but more and more of them are succeeding. So it's trends in the right direction. Just wanted to give that update, Mr. President. Thanks to you and your team for all the great teamwork we've accomplished a lot together.
Thank you for that. I wanted to add to your statement on AP that California ranks 6th in the nation in the percentage of students passing AP with 3 or better, and we're 3rd in the nation for Hispanics. So rarely are these things celebrated. It's about California, but we certainly have, we have very high participation rates compared. So it's not because of low participation. So it's something that is often overlooked in the discussions of how we're doing. Okay, well, let me first have a couple of introductions. I want to introduce our new staff member, Julie White. Julie, maybe you could stand up. Yes. Julie will be joining the State Board of Education as the Communications Director, effective April 1, 2014. She has been the Communications Director at the Association of California School Administrators, and before that she was a senior consultant for the California State Assembly and also the Public Information Officer for the large San Juan Unified School District. So please extend a warm welcome to Julie. Thanks for having and coming to us. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce Shelley Masur, who became CEO of the Californians Dedicated to Education Foundation in February 2014. We met for over an hour. Shelley's a former school board member in Redwood City and a candidate for county supervisor in San Mateo County and has a very active background in education. Maybe you could come up and say a few words about the foundation and what some of your plans are, and we look forward to working with you.
And to serve as the CEO of the CDE Foundation, lots of letters. So thanks for the little bit about my background. Just a couple other things about me. I am a parent of 3 kids in public schools. I have a high school junior, so just took an AP test last year. And I have twin boys in 8th grade. So we're in the thick of all of the testing and all of my children have been my constant experiment as we've moved forward with education policy. I also have a background in adolescent health. I have a master's in public health and running nonprofits. So I'm really excited to be able to bring all those pieces together at the CDE Foundation. Just a quick note about some of the work that we're doing at the CDE Foundation. We have been a really great partner with the department and with the State Board of Ed, and we appreciate all of the partnership that's happened. We've been able to help leverage additional funds to do some planning and some implementation of work that was needed and identified through the transition advisory team. I'm sorry I won't be able to be here tomorrow because I know you'll be talking about Common Core implementation. And one of our major projects that we're going to be embarking on is a communications campaign around Common Core implementation, specifically focused on the education community. So we will keep you updated as we move forward on that. We're right just about at the end of the planning phase and moving into implementation. It looks like April 1st. We are working on securing all the funding we need. We're very close. We just have a small gap at this point, so we feel confident that we're going to be able to move into it strongly. And we also are working, we have a STEM initiative. We held a big STEM symposium, which many of you may know about from last year, and we're working on planning for this coming year, September 21st to the 23rd, right, Lupita? And then we also have a focus on health and school wellness, and so we'll be elevating some of those initiatives as well. But I will look forward to keeping you all posted and working closely with you as we move forward particularly on the communications campaign. And thanks for giving me a chance to just say hello and looking forward to good partnership.
Good. I also want to say that private foundation grants have been given for communication, not only the CDE Foundation, but also Children Now. which will be dealing more with broad community groups, whereas CDE Foundation will be going through the education groups. So we have two interrelated communication efforts on Common Core just kicking off in the next few weeks.
Talked to all of the members of the Education Coalition, have gotten an initial agreement to work with all of them on the communications campaign, and I've already spoken with Children Now about how do we best leverage our efforts and make sure our messages are well aligned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I may add, Mr. President, Californians Together is also planning a series of community forums and parent outreach efforts to achieve some of the same goals. So I think your point's well taken, and there's other groups, and how do we best coordinate them and synergistically get the message out. Thanks.
Okay, I have some announcements before we take up the first item. There are 5 public hearing items on our agenda regarding charter schools. Items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10 are all charter school hearings. Those will take place later. Changes to the agenda. Items 1, 2, and 30 will be heard consecutively this morning. Item 30 is allied with 1 and 2 as a local control funding formula action that we need to take in terms of the rulemaking process. So those will go together. We have Spanish translators and headsets for those available and those that need it as we go along. The following items have addenda that were added to our agenda after it was posted. Item 2 on the LCFF emergency regs. Item 12, high school equivalency test request. Item 14 on implementation of ESEA. Also, item 21, approval of charter school numbers, and item 30, LCFF permanent regs. Our proposed consent calendar and waiver consent items, the waiver consent calendar includes W1 through W17 and W20 through W23. So only 18 and 19 at this point are not on consent in terms of the waivers. The proposed consent calendar includes items 18 and 19 and 21 through 29. So members that wish to remove any items from the waiver consent calendar should advise our Executive Director, Karen Staff Walders, by 10 a.m. today. Final announcements on communications, housekeeping. Letters on the public on matters before the board were sent to you in your electronic red folder. The full electronic agenda is on our website. All speakers should sign in at the table just outside the room, out in the lobby, and sign up under the item you want to speak on. There's a separate binder for each item. If anyone has information for the board members, please give it to Beth Rice or Nancy Brownell, who is there in the first table. If you are addressing the board, please identify yourself, who you represent, or your background prior to speaking. We appreciate brevity, and I want to remind the members if they need to recuse themselves, they must do so before any discussion on any item begins. So now we're ready for the trio of items 1, 2, and 30. And so I'm asking Chris Swenson from the California Department of Education to present this item.
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I am Chris Swenson, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Item 1 this morning is an update that addresses specific items identified by the board at the January meeting. No specific action is recommended. The item also includes presentations by 2 LEAs intended as examples of progress in developing the initial Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, in preparation for the July 1, 2014 plan submission by each LEA. Finally, there will be 2 presentations featuring curricula or student support services potentially aligned to one or more of the state priorities. And time here for a disclaimer. Each of the presenters was selected to convey an experience or to feature a prospective resource material. Neither the CDE nor the SBE intends the inclusion of these presentations as an endorsement of specific processes or organizations. It is the intent of staff to provide similar presentations on a regular basis over the next several meetings. Attachment 1 is the heart of the response by staff to the questions and concerns raised by the board. I will touch on each one of the subheadings in Attachment 1 briefly in the order they are listed there, if you'd like to follow along. Beginning with the first item, which is the coordination of local plans. The LCAP, the LEA plan, the Single Plan for Student Achievement, and the Title III plan contain overlapping information, but they differ in terms of the purpose or the audience for the plan, the scope of each plan, the frequency of submission, and the review requirements. Because these elements may be inconsistent and may even be contradictory, the CDE has begun a process of crosswalking the required elements for each plan to determine the extent to which plans can be consolidated. To be responsive for this year, however, the instructions in the current LCAP template, and I quote, allow LEAs to reference and describe actions and expenditures in other plans funded by a variety of other fund sources when detailing goals, actions, and expenditures that are incorporated and referenced as relevant to the LCAP. The second item, existing program and fiscal management requirements. And I know we've said this before, but we restate, there have been no changes to federal program requirements, including the federal requirements of maintenance of effort, comparability, and supplement versus supplant. Just as in the past, and this is key, the LEA must locally weigh the appropriate use of federal Title I or Title III funds in relation to its use of state general purpose funding. I checked that information both with Title I staff and with audit staff to be sure. So the key is not, there's always been flexibility in the use of Title I funds if districts chose to access it by virtue of the school-wide option. The test of supplement versus supplant is how are you using your federal funding in relation to how you're using your local funding. So there isn't a single right way. It depends on the local context. That continues to be the case. The third item, the creation of an electronic template. CDE and SBE staff have worked together to discuss possible options, and I think perhaps to clarify understandings of what we mean by an electronic template. Even as recently as yesterday, I think there may still be some misunderstanding about what we mean by that. However, the most immediate intervention for this, and maybe the best one, will be to work with an existing electronic format that was created for another purpose in conjunction with CDE that one LEA is modifying to replicate the adopted LCAP template. As of today, there are still some programming language issues and some formatting issues that we believe, once resolved, may allow, at least in the short term, a more convenient electronic template that will replace the current Microsoft Word document that's posted on the website. Charter school requirements. The regulations adopted by the board in January clarified that a charter must submit an initial LCAP to its authorizer by July 1 of this year. Additionally, the CDE, working with SBE staff, has posted FAQs, those went up last month, to respond to a number of questions from charter schools, authorizers, and county offices of education. We continue to receive comments and questions, and as recently as yesterday, modified one of the charter school FAQs, and we will continue that process as we get questions from the field. The role of county offices of education. As LEAs, county offices must submit an LCAP and an annual update addressing 10 state priorities pursuant to Ed Code 52066. Each county office of education will also collect and review the LCAP from each district within its jurisdiction and will approve it according to these 3 criteria from statute. 1, the plan must adhere to the template adopted by this board in January. 2, the budget must include expenditures deemed sufficient to implement the activities described in the plan based on projected costs. And 3, the plan must adhere to the expenditure requirements in terms of proportionality as described in Ed Code 42238.07 and further clarified in Section 15496C of the regulations adopted by the board in January. Promising practices. In just a few minutes, we will have reports from 2 LEAs regarding their experiences to date in developing the LCAP. We will also have presentations from 2 different groups who have prepared resources that are potentially useful to LEAs as they develop local goals to address each of the state priorities they are required to address. The final item listed in Attachment 1 is posting and sharing of LCFF and LCAP resources. SBE, CDE, and WestEd staff have begun to gather resources in the form either of information documents or examples of emerging practices, and those are being posted. We made an initial posting this week on the WestEd website. That is where they will be posted, at least in the short term. And Janelle Kubinik is here to respond if the board members have any questions about that particular aspect. And that brings me to the end of my summary. Are there questions from the board to date?
Board Member Williams.
I think I heard you say that there is a special section on the CDE website that has Q&As related to charter schools and LCAP. And I think I heard you say that just recently, maybe yesterday, there was a revision made to the answers to one of the questions. Mm-hmm. I understand,
I'm sorry, clarification.
Okay, I understand this is an iterative, evolving process, but when there is a revision made, whether it's on the charter Q&A or some other Q&A, counties, whatever, are those then redated in terms of an update? And how is that, the fact that a revision has been made, sent out to the interested parties?
I think each one does have a date. I know I happened to look at the grade span adjustment ones, which were posted on Monday, and every single one of them is dated. Is that true of every FAQ? Yes. And then we send out information. If you've signed up for the listserv, you will get a notification that there's been an addition to the FAQs.
Okay, and are most of the education organizations, and in the case of charters, those organizations?
I think we have over 3,000 people on our listserv. It's you have to sign up, and it's been announced by WestEd, by CDE, by SBE staff at every opportunity, at conferences, workshops, everywhere we've been, we've tried to encourage people. And it is, the local control funding formula link is on the front page of the CDE website. So we've done what we can to try to make it easy to find.
Well, I'm assuming that all the major education organizations are signing up and informing their members when there are changes. That would be smart to do.
Probably fairly safe to assume.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes. Board Member Burr.
Just to follow up specifically on Member Williams' question, we, Chris and Ann Hearn from WestEd and I did present at CCSA, the Charter Schools Conference last week, and the Q&A, the FAQs were posted a couple days before that, so We provided them. We provided a link. Colin was there, so hopefully they're aware of them and they're tracking them as we go forward. So my question, Chris, really relates to, it's underneath the role of county offices, but I think it's a much bigger conversation. It's the last paragraph about the preview that the May item is going to feature a presentation on LCAP support review and oversight process. And so the one issue that's not addressed in this item, and I know from conversations with staff that it will be talked about in May, is the issue of the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, when that gets formed, how it gets formed, what the board's role is in selecting the fiscal agent to actually operate it or give out the money, and then the evaluation rubric that's really tied to it. And there seems to be, so I'd like you to talk a little bit about that. What's the anticipation of that? We have correspondence to the board with some level of anxiety about it not being available and the evaluation rubric not being available. So it would be helpful, I think, to kind of talk through the chronology and why we have a level of comfort about it not being available for 14-15, when it might be available, and what the uses of that evaluation rubric will be.
Sure. And I will make some comments. I may be joined by other staff if I leave any gaps. I think one of the things, and actually I think Board Member Burr, you may have been one of the ones who's expressed it earlier, is there's a certain elegance this year in doing LCAPs absent any consequential kinds of information being available, be it test score results because of the intersection of this with the 484 legislation, but also because there are not evaluation rubrics, and that in fact we've talked about whether evaluation rubrics should inform the process of developing the LCAP, or if the initial round or two of developing the LCAP should inform the evaluation rubrics. We've talked about what might make for a better outcome. I don't know, you can have an opinion one way or the other, but we have had that conversation, I think, in board meetings. I think another issue, and this is me talking, is I see this as an opportunity to get to what I consider a next generation of accountability that is far more finely tuned to local context, far less punitive, focused more on capacity building than on punishment, which is the perception I think we have not only of the federal NCLB legislation, but also some of the state programs that have been implemented over the last decade or so. So that said, I think the staff has come to view the development of the collaborative, or if that's the right word, I'm not quite sure, the initial implementation of the work of the collaborative to be a process of layering, where an iterative, using that word again that Board Member Williams just used, where we look at, we start out with knowing where we think we want to go that's different than where we've been, and begin to use the initial implementation process to inform the other parts that come in, i.e. the evaluation rubrics that will be developed within the next 18 months, actually a little less than that, and the development of the collaborative, and more importantly, the definition of its work. So as we look at it now, there have been also some, statute is a little murky in some places. So where we are right now, and this has been pretty intense work, though it has not been visible, is conversations between SBE and CDE to talk about the roles that statute does provide for, and perhaps other elements of the collaborative that would need to be added to augment those roles to make the collaborative effective. And so even the details of deciding the role of the fiscal agent, the role of the collaborative board, both of which are mentioned in the statute, and having a common understanding so that as we work forward, we're working together and with a more or less unified vision. So in the next few months, and part of what we want to talk about with this board openly in May, is having at least the initial vision for what a fiscal agent's role would be, what the board's role would be, and what we see as the process moving through the next 6 or 7 months at least, as the collaborative is beginning to take physical shape. I think there may have been some, from the things I've picked up in meetings I've been in, I think there may just globally be a misunderstanding of how the collaborative fits into the overall LCFF process. At this point, as I look at the statute, I see the collaborative as separate from, but the work as being linked to the work of either the department or the County Office of Education in determining which LEAs need additional assistance in order to become more effective. But back to that layering, for this year, there's not a collaborative. However, there is a process already in place described by statute that provides for the effective receipt, approval, and perhaps further iteration needed to get to approval between the LEA and the County Office of Education. As I said in the description, the approval of LCAPs this year is fairly objective as opposed to any kind of a subjective evaluation of the quality of the interventions. They followed the template. The budget seems to fit the actions and strategies described in the plan, and they've addressed in a satisfactory way the issue of proportionality. It doesn't get into whether they've succeeded or failed in this year. That's a few years off. It doesn't necessarily it does not get into any kind of qualitative judgment on the part of the approver. And I think what we're trying to convey is that all is held at bay for at least 1 and possibly 2 or more years in the terms of the review. So while I can speak for the department and say we do feel urgency to get going and bring the collaborative to life, we don't see it as having an evaluative role in this current year and probably not even in the 15-16 plan cycle.
What I would like to add to that, Mr. President, thank you, Member Burr, is that we are also looking at doing some pilots so that we can work with districts that are interested in getting some additional assistance and guidance and help. And so it's also part of it just getting things ready so that when it implements, it's a smooth implementation, it's understood, it's seen as a helping hand, not a negative intervention, but something welcome. And you might speak to the pilot project or the time frame for those?
Well, and that isn't fully formed, but the collaborative is set up so that the LEA can request it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be triggered by negative performance, by the reviewer's perception that it's not well done. An LEA often knows what its issues are. And an LEA could go out and seek assistance from the collaborative before it misses the 3 indicators in 4 years, or before, a county office, for example, in the case of a district, or us in the case of the county office, gets criticism from, in that review role. The collaborative is a little less structured in terms of its role is not primarily to review and judge so much in the way that an approver must, but its role is to, again, assist, become a critical friend, build capacity. And in fact, I think ideally we want to keep those 2 strands in this process if we can, and not blend reviewer collaborative as a single function going forward. That's the early conversations have taken that form.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think districts are, it is on. The button's on. I don't know if it's working. Statute's particularly complicated. It's not particularly linear. And so folks out in the field who are trying to implement and understand, what do we do first? What do we do second? What happens if we don't do this? It's like mind-boggling. So I think for May, what would be really helpful, I think, not only for the board, but certainly for the LEAs, is a graphical depiction of all the different steps. I love pictures. And then I think a narrative that also talks about what happens when, and in this intervening time, I completely agree with you, Chris, the way you described what we're trying to do in moving into the next generation accountability of really trusting that districts know what's to do. They're going to do the right thing on behalf of kids. If they struggle, they're going to ask for help, and we're going to be there to help them. And we're either going to be there in the short term with technical assistance, either through the department or through county offices of education, in the long term through the collaborative. But that's so different than what we've been doing for many years that I think LEAs are out there going, you better show us that evaluation rubric or else you're going to use it as a gotcha.
Yeah.
And we've got to be clear that's not what it is. And it's not going to be available for another year. Or as you said, it will be available by October of 15 because we have to do that. But the whole process and what that looks like is going to take time to become fully formed. But I don't know that we've been clear about that. I don't know that it's clear in all of our own minds about how that works. So that would be helpful for May. I also do just want to say about the fiscal agent, because I know the board is supposed to approve the fiscal agent. And in the past, when we've done things like this, it's always been a very transparent process. It's competitive, anybody who wants to be in it. And we just haven't heard what that process is going to be. So I hope that's we hear that as well in May.
Yeah. Okay, I had a board member.
Chris, just clarify for me, this is a much more fundamental question, the movement from 8 state priorities to 10.
8 is for the LEAs, charters and LEAs. 10 is for the county offices because they have the role of serving expelled youth, and they have an additional role to serve foster youth. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Bruce Holliday.
Thanks, Chris, so much. This is a breath of fresh air in a number of ways. The language that you're using about capacity building versus punitive actions, these are things that I think down the road are going to be very well accepted by LEAs, charter schools, and districts. And I too understand, as Member Burr said, how LEAs may be at this moment thinking, wait, if I don't know exactly what to put here, it'll be a gotcha. Not only do we have to communicate to them that there is no gotcha at this point, we also have to be very careful about charter authorizers, county offices of ed, and other entities that are going to be doing the oversight and the approval and the evaluation, that they don't get to do a gotcha. And that is a piece that concerns me a little bit. Are you taking steps to help those entities that do find themselves in this approval process, or, for example, authorizers of charter schools, are you taking steps to help them understand that this is not an opportunity for punishment, but instead an opportunity for, as you said, being a critical friend? And the key word there is friend.
Yes. I believe so. I can't say we're having 100% success, but I believe so. First of all, the FAQs that were posted maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago do address a number of those issues. This is an area, charter school obligation is an area where there was probably more murkiness in statute than some of the other areas, but we have been working with the charter advocacy organizations to try to work out those differences. Your regs in January helped clarify the issue about do they do an LCAP this year. But another observation I want to make is the tenor of the questions that we're getting from the field, from not only from charter schools themselves, but from those who either authorize the charter or the county office of ed who's asking, do I get the charter LCAP? If so, what do I do with it? My sense of the questions that I've seen is that they're respectful. The idea is they don't really want to take on charters and make evaluative judgments about the programs that are described in the LCAP. They just want to know what their responsibility is. And so I would say those two things in concert. The two charter organizations that I've worked most closely with are also getting the word out about expectations. So I would say there's probably enough information that's accurate, that's available. I think the charters are getting that. We got feedback. Sue mentioned the presentation we did last week. We got feedback from Colin Miller that what they heard from us tended to lower their anxiety, I think. I forget how he worded it. So we are doing as much as we can to try to reach out to people so they get the message.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, can you clarify what happens in 214, 215 if a county office or the superintendent of public instruction does not approve an LCAP in 214, 215?
In 1415?
Yeah.
Well, the only criteria they are supposed to use are the three that I read.
Well, what if they don't approve it? So okay,
What I've been
use the
telling
criteria.
counties in the vernacular, because we're going to get the county plans, is, because here's another message that's been going out. We don't expect and don't recommend or suggest that you do or don't, one way or the other, develop a goal for each priority for each subgroup. You'll end up with kind of the same old planning document that most people don't feel is very useful. So what we are recommending is that where goals can serve more than one priority and possibly address needs of more than one group, that those goals be written as single goals with attention in the narrative to who it is they're intended for. So I offer that as an example because I can foresee that I would read a plan from the county and think that either a priority or a subgroup has been overlooked. So my response would be to call the county up and say, hey, I don't see this. Can you show me where it is? And assuming I figure two things happen at that point. Either they draw my attention to something I missed, we're done, move on, or they realize they've left something out, they add it, we're done, move on. I don't see it as being a protracted process, at least not initially, based on the criteria.
Push a little bit more. Let's just say out of all these plans, some are not approvable by you and the county and everybody, and this is only for 214, 215, because I understand our prior discussion around the collaborative it talks about what's going to happen in the future. So we're in a one-year scenario. So, somewhere out there's a plan among the 1,000 or more that. What happens? Did they get technical assistance?
Yes.
Some kind of. So describe what happens next.
That's. I wish I could with more detail. Because we haven't seen them yet. Another thing that has happened and that will continue to happen is Peter Fajato, who is responsible for the budget reviews of county plans. We sat down, a large group of us on the plan side sat down with Peter on the budget side and had an initial conversation about 3 months ago before we got really, really busy with regs and planning. We are just about to do that once again and talk about how a system that they have in place for budget, because that's one of the places where a plan might not be approvable, is on the expenditures. So we need to learn from Peter about a system that has worked well for a number of years, and how now do we jointly fold in the review of the planning. And so to give you more detail than that right now, I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly what the triggers would be. I know the counties are having the same conversation locally as their business people who are used to budget reviews are figuring out how their work will change as they have to include their ed services people to do a plan review. I didn't mean to step over you, I'm sorry.
Okay. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand what I just heard you say. We are trying to implement a different norm for school planning and for oversight and monitoring that is not as pedantic as what we used to do. And so there are some questions we're supposed to be living with, like what is the evaluation supposed to look like, and all the other what ifs. And so the concern, so I am comfortable doing that because I'm not the one who has to write the plan. But I'm uncomfortable, what I think the discomfort is, or the disequilibrium is not that we have suddenly this flexibility and the accountability is going to look different, but there's a great possibility I'm going to do this wrong. So in the old days when I taught school and I would give my students a writing assignment, they would ask me things like, do I have to write it in ink? And third graders would ask, do I have to put it in cursive? And all those types of things. I think that while we are trying to resist the temptation to create mandates or to create underground regulations, what people want to know is within the boundaries or within the continuum of the expectations that have been enumerated in some very complicated statutes, what does it mean to exercise that flexibility? So I think some of the work that you're doing to try to give some exemplars are important. Some of the work that you're trying to do to give advice is important. But I think that people do need to understand how you or how the fiscal agent or how the county is going to want to interpret. Because across the spectrum of the counties out there, there are going to be some differences. And the fact is, there are going to be some LEAs whose plans won't be approved. But the fact is, among the reviewers, there are going to be reviewers who are going to make some mistakes. So I think that there needs to be some clarification about what are the common conversations going to be, what are some of the ideals about how this is supposed to work, some of the common agreements among each of these levels of monitoring and how that's going to look. I think if there's some explanation about how these processes, and I like the idea that Board Member Burr suggested about having some type of graphic organizer, some way of explaining what our common agreements are, what our common expectations are, or even what some consensus are on our expectations that mistakes will be made and how we're going to remediate those mistakes. So rather than living with the idea that everybody's going to do well, maybe identify that we have some consensus that there are going to be some problems. Here's how we're choosing to tackle the problems we're anticipating. I think that might be a way of addressing the questions that have been raised, because I agree with you. You can't answer how we're going to do the evaluation until we actually start sitting down to do the evaluation. But that said, you do know what it is you're asking them to try to do, and you do know what it is you're asking, what it is you want to try to accomplish in doing the evaluation. So if you can figure out a way to work backwards from what you believe your behavior will be, and try to explain what those common agreements on those expectations would be, I think that would be helpful.
And before Elisa comments, I want to say I'm not using the word evaluation. I see a difference between evaluation and approval. And approval is fairly objective, at least in this year. Did you use the template? Do you have a budget, and does your budget appear to align with the activities and services you've described that you want to offer? Have you addressed each of the 8 state priorities for every one of your subgroups? And have you addressed locally your issue of proportionality? The evaluation, I think that's a little bit, maybe not quite the word I would use. The difference of opinion would be, you think you've done it, I don't see where you've done it, could you show me where you've done it? And if we can agree now that you've done it, your plan is approvable.
Okay, then that's the explanation. So the question is, and I use the word evaluation on purpose because I did hear you not using that. And so the question for folks is, there's a difference in how you're going to behave in looking at their plans. For you, it's the same what my parents used to do when I was a kid. Did you leave the lights on or did you turn them off when you left the room? Well, it's the same thing here. Is it a yes or a no question? Did you do this? And it's a yes or a no. You're right. That's not evaluation. That really is more monitoring and checking in. So that's the explanation that they're not hearing.
That is true.
Okay.
Because we've said it and said it and said it, and they are not, they just.
But it's because we're using, it is about the Register of English we're using. They're using an entirely different set of nomenclature to talk about this, and they haven't adopted the nomenclature you're using. So what I'm asking you to do is to mediate the nomenclature you're using and get closer to where they are.
Okay.
Or move them closer to where you are.
Alyssa, do you want to comment on this?
Sure. Elisa Wynn, State Board staff. I just wanted to weigh in. I concur with everything that Chris has mentioned. And I thought we've heard some good comments. I just wanted to add, during this first year where, obviously as we're talking about this, you can see that we're moving through a process on these. We're working very closely with CSESA, with our counties, who are going to be doing this oversight for all of the districts. They're in initial stages of working out, their training and spreading out to their counties a uniform message about how you do this oversight, working with us and CDE on it, so it will be uniform. We do anticipate having a lot more information on this when we come to May, but I think the comments that we've heard are very correct that this technical assistance, although in statute it's clear that the collaborative won't be available in 14-15, but county offices, if they disapprove a template, will be providing some technical assistance. There is some back and forth. Remember, this is linked to the budget approval process, so these things will have to work themselves out over a few months. The same iterative process about asking questions and going back and forth that we've heard. And then in the future, although this technical assistance from county offices or the SPI will still be available, at some point we'll have the collaborative to layer in there as well. But we'll more address when we're moving beyond simple technical oversight into, once we have outcomes and other things to look at.
Board Member Strauss, I skipped over you.
I just wanted to ask Chris a question. I know you said there were some technical problems with the electronic template, that programming language that we're trying to work on. I know that we had requested that we try to make an electronic template available to people as they try to fill in and do the process. I am aware that LA County, which I know you've been talking to, has 60 districts that are already using one and they're rolling it out. I think they're going to be doing some corrections and modifications. And I believe AXA has reached out to do some electronic coordination among all the plans that districts have to complete as part of their requirements. So would you talk about what the plans are? Because I think that is a tool that would be helpful, because then once we complete it, people could post it on their website and those kind of things.
Well, assuming we can work with, and we have been in conversation with LA County Office of Ed on, that was a document that was created, I think, to serve another purpose for a technology plan or something related to that. And they modified it. The issue was the modification produces a document that does not look like the template that was adopted. And our reading is pretty clear. It has to be the template adopted by the board. So that's one of the issues we were talking about working out. I'm not aware of the work that, and if we could work it out, it's fine. It just has to, that is the first criterion. You're using the template adopted by the board. I was not aware until you brought it up that AXA's working on a coordination of plans. I don't know the degree to, I really don't know what that effort looks like. Of course, when the department does it, we have to pay attention to the statutory authority for each of the plans and make sure that anything that we make available to LEAs meets the requirements. So that's new information to me. I can't really comment on it to any degree.
But we are continuing to move down the field as far as
Yes.
trying to give electronic coordination and resources to
and
the
that was
field.
part of what I was trying to address. The more we talk about it, the more I realize there are many different perceptions of what it means to have an electronic template. And so I think sometimes we're talking past one another, and we need to get that worked out.
Okay, other questions over here? Board Member Molina.
Chris, just to reiterate some of the things I heard just recently and in the room today, it really is about communicating that message. And in defense of what we're feeling out in the field, it's because we have been so programmed to focus on compliance and And that's a big shift for us, and it's been a punitive process. So you're asking us to behave differently, but we don't know what that's going to feel like, and we don't have clear understanding. You talked about the crosswalk and the importance of bringing that language together in terms of how we deal with what the federal government is asking us to do, and how we either merge or talk about these plans. I think it's going to be really important that the folks in CDE that focus on those compliance pieces and have a clear direction of what they're supposed to be doing, when they communicate to the LEAs about the plan, there is some confusion in the field that they're hearing that everything that's in these federal regulations must also be in the LCAP plan. In the document, you reference that it can be, if I remember correctly, it could be referenced, or it could describe actions and expenditures of the plans. But that's not what the field is hearing. So it's important that the communications that from CD, there's this one voice, this one message. I'm going to go back to Sue's idea of bring a document that's a picture paints 1,000 words, simplifying the language. And I'm just going to go back to saying it needs to be simple. And we really do need to have the same message. And I can tell you that when you LEA send folks to those meetings, they're not hearing the same message. They're coming back with, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. And that's not what I hear today.
Okay.
So just caution us on that.
I think everything that's been raised by the board is really important. I've been making a lot of presentations recently, and myself have heard the same kind of confusion. I've heard people with county offices say, we're all getting together to try to figure out how we're supposed to evaluate these plans, and use the word evaluate. I've heard confusion within the charter community about who it goes to, whether it's the county or the authorizer, and if it goes to the authorizer, is it evaluated, or is it just a checkoff list approval that it contains everything it needs, like you've described? I understand why everybody in the field is anxious, and I understand why you guys are still working on getting everything done. It's just what it is. You know, in fact, and I am often making the comment in my presentations to expect a period of ambiguity and anxiety, the AA for this over the next year or so. But the messages that you're talking about, I think I would say, and this is supporting what I've heard, is that because the law is so complex and written kind of in a complex way, in addition to the concepts being novel and very different from what we've lived with before, that the shorter the sentences and the more clear they are, so that people aren't referred to statutes to go look up and read what it says and then have to for themselves interpret what that means and how it relates to the other statutes. The more clear that you can be and succinct in saying this is what it is, this is what it's not for this year, and more will come. I think that would be really helpful. One other point that I want to make, if anybody's in the audience with the charter schools groups, either Eric's group or CCSA, is I know that the National Association for Charter School Authorizers has been in the state talking with authorizers about accountability for charter schools. And I just hope that the California charter organizations are making sure that the NACSA folks aren't confusing authorizers about how they're supposed to be handling LCAP. I'd like them to make sure that's not happening.
I think the conversation is really interesting this morning, and I appreciate the board members bringing this up. The fact of the matter is we have plowed into sort of uncharted territory, and which I think is actually a really good thing. I mean, we advocated very strongly to be moving in this direction where districts have more authority over over the decisions they make for their students. And I know that we have a credibility gap on that. 80% of our budget is around compliance-driven things. This is an area where compliance is, to the extent it shows up ever, somewhere down the line, is going to look very different than it does now. And There is going to be some uncertainty about this. You are going to have to make a lot of decisions about where the edges are going to be on things as we move forward. We can't know where all those edges are now. We just can't make all those choices at one time. And so all I can say is from the department's point of view, we need to be we intend to be as tolerant as we reasonably can be about this process moving forward, to the extent that we know we'll make mistakes, we know people in the field will make mistakes, and that's part of, as we really want to do with this whole process, that's part of the learning process, and that we're going to be understanding about that, and the answer is going to be, oops, let's not do that again, let's go off in another direction. There's no harm, no foul in not having quite done it the way, at the end of the day, we decide it needs to be done. And so all I can say is that from the department standpoint, that's sort of our defining credo moving forward. I understand that the field's desire for certainty. They don't want to do it wrong. That's not a bad instinct, but the answer that we really have to start working with them on is the issue of what's right is yours to define in a way that it never has been before. Right? And we're going to help support you in that effort. And this collaborative down the line, it's designed to do that. It's designed to help you have capacity in the district at the school level to do the improvement work we know everybody wants to do. It's a system that's fundamentally built on the notion of trust, which is we fundamentally believe that people really want to do the right thing by the kids. Given an opportunity, we're going to be moving in that direction sort of inexorably. And so we want to, to the extent there's any remediation involved at some point down the line with the collaborative, that remediation is going to be around this theme of how do we help you have the capacity to improve on your own? Because we think that lasts. Right? We think that's the improvement that lasts. If you know what to do to recognize your own shortcomings, to fix them up and make them better, if we can put a process like that in place at the individual school level and at the district level, that lasts. And then we can slide on out of the way and allow people to go forward. So that people are suspicious of the department because we haven't behaved much like that, and we've had other tasks. I don't blame them. We're just going to have to show that going forward. There's probably no other way to really demonstrate that to people. And it's going to make a lot of people uneasy because people like knowing just tell me what I have to do. I don't want you to tell me what to do, but you have to tell me what I have to do. So we're going to get a lot of that moving forward, and we're just going to have to kind of, over the next few years, and that's what it's going to take, we're going to have to work our way through it. So we're pledged to doing that work. We wish we could answer all the questions correctly. We don't know what all this means. Are there, if each county has its own set of kind of guidelines, are there 58 different kinds of approaches, and are we okay with that? Are you okay with that? Because ultimately you're going to have to decide if you are, and how okay are you going to be with the variations? Those are all really interesting questions we haven't answered.
Board Member Strauss.
So let me just say, just to support what all the board members are saying, the people that I talk to, both districts, counties, everybody's working really hard on this. They're taking it very seriously. They talk a lot about engagement. I'm pleased that we're going to have several models today, and I know in May we're going to have more presentations. And I think it is a collaboration. Everyone's trying to share good models and good practices, and it is it's a sea change in the way we do things and the way we think about things. And as a senior staff member in a district having to put the records together, I get the balance between local control and legal accountability. I would like you, Mr. Zeiger, just to talk a bit about the fiscal agent process and where we are in that, because it's all these things slowly rolling out, and I think it just helps inform the field if you'll share that.
We use fiscal agents all over the state for a variety of reasons, and primarily, from our point of view, the fiscal agent concept is a way of dealing with our Prop 98 issues. That because these are Prop 98 money, they have to be expended by an LEA. They can't be expended by the department. And so in many instances around the state, we have worked with counties, local districts, even some community colleges, in fact, in some cases, to be our fiscal agent. They Depending on the program, they may have a greater or lesser degree of involvement in the program itself. Some are quite a few are sort of purely fiscal agents. They write checks. And frankly, in a saner world, we would just have administrators here at the department cutting checks. It's an administrative function. In some cases, they are actually running programs. So we are sending out a letter soon? Okay. We're sending out a letter soon, I hope, just asking if anybody's interested in being fiscal agent. The statute allows the superintendent to choose a fiscal agent, subject to your approval. In the past, and I've often questioned these, I'll have to tell you, in the past we've just made those choices. Sometimes there seems no rhyme or reason. In this case, I have some sort of criteria in mind, or it's not an RFP process, it's a just tell me if you're interested process. The criteria, among other things, include we don't want to lose too much money to whoever the LEA is. They often take a little slice to run the programs. We don't want to spend too much on that. So I'll give you that's an example of a sort of a criteria that I think we should be using when we do the evaluation. We don't want to lose too much of the program to the administration. Personally, I believe that the program should be run by the new commission and by an executive director that they hire, who's really is a expert in the field. I am concerned that someone who runs an LEA is going to be distracted in the work by the fact that they are busy running an LEA and will not have the energy and the focus to also run the collaborative when it's set up. So I want to try to distinguish those concepts. I think that's a wiser decision. The other problem is that when we choose a fiscal agent, the task seems to stay with the agency regardless of who the person is. And so if let's say we picked a county superintendents rotate. They don't stay. And once we've got an agency that we've selected, we may or may not be happy with the next superintendent, and yet the program, if we programmatically leave it there, the program resides there. So I think it's better that the new commission choose really a distinguished, and of course our advocacy would be for a local person to head the agency up and help with the policy decisions. It is similar in ways to the models of FCMAT, where there's a county that's the fiscal agent, but in fact the board of FCMAT is the policy-making board, and they've hired Joel Montero, and the fact that people respect Joel is a big asset to FCMAT. And I look to that as kind of a model. So we want to push forward and try to get a fiscal agent to you as quickly as we can for your approval because it enables us to get things started. Somebody's got to cut the checks, and somebody's got to do the work. And then I would like to get the commission to meet, and frankly, my personal preference would be that they do some sort of a search, a kind of a formal search for who an executive would be. That we can have a whole process that involves a lot of input over who that person is, because I consider that person is probably going to be the crucial person in driving the program as it moves forward.
So as I understand it, then there'll be a letter going out for interest in serving as a fiscal agent?
Just in essence, send me a note. Tell me why you want to do it. Tell me what you think you've got to bring to the table, and we're going to go through those and see how many we get, and maybe we'll learn something interesting from that process. Not a formal process, informal process.
And then we'll understand how many interests we had and what the process was for selecting one.
Absolutely, and why we came back, why the superintendent comes back to you with the choice he makes.
And then my understanding, what you said is that then as the collaborative is appointed, they would be involved in facilitating the search to who would be the executive director.
I see that as their task, that group's task. They're the policy-making body around this, and that they will, and then presumably, we will help with a timeline for how they ought to proceed initially. But once they get their executive director on, that person is the one that should start working on, okay, what are we really going to do here, and how are we going to do it, and who are we going to hire, and where are we going to be, and all those kinds of really, we'd really like to defer that to the group. As much as possible. The superintendent has an unusual role in this, right there. And if you wanted to, you could read the statute in a way that gave the superintendent a lot of control over who gets in and what happens with this process. you just should know that Superintendent Torlakson and our office is committed to the philosophy we've elucidated on this. We believe this has to be locally driven. We believe that's the underpinnings of LCFF, and we are committed to making that happen on our end. And I know this is like, everybody thinks we always try to grab all the power we can get, and it's tempting. I have to admit, it's tempting. But we fought hard to move in this direction, and we are committed to doing that. And we're just going to have to show that as we move forward, that we are okay with not being in charge of it. It has to be where it has to be in order to work. So.
Okay, Tricia Williams.
I just want to take this opportunity to say that I think that who the fiscal agent is, and I like that you brought up FICMAT and Joel Montero, because I think everybody has tremendous respect for them and how they conduct themselves and their authority and their credibility. I think the ED for this needs to have that, be able to command that same kind of respect for what they know, how they comport themselves, how fair they are to all the LEAs. And I think that's really, really important, that it be that kind of person. I also want to use this opportunity to say something I've said privately to various people. If the collaborative is there to support LEAs, and there's about 1,000 districts and over 1,000 charter schools, just remember that who's on it and who's leading it and who are the people that are selected to be the experts have to be willing to offer support to both kinds of those LEAs.
Absolutely. And that's why we need to leave this with the commission itself to be doing this work. The legislature set up how that's going to be formed, and that task needs to reside with them.
All right. I think we're ready now for the presentations. We have 4 of them.
Okay. There is a great deal more background information for the first 2 presentations. If you are interested, that is referenced in attachment 2. The first presentation this morning is by Assistant Superintendent Kathy Pon of the Merced County Office of Education, and she is here to talk briefly about the process of stakeholder engagement that she has used to inform the development of her LCAP. Kathy?
Good morning. I'm honored to be asked to share Merced's LCAP development process with you this morning, and I salute your leadership in this historic change for our California schools. Merced County has embraced the opportunity to utilize the funds generated by the local control funding formula since its passage. As early as last October, our COE resolved to become informed about local control funding formula and to be proactive in planning the next steps that you have adopted after you adopted the emergency regulations in January. We watched the proceedings of the state board meetings with interest because it was your actions that helped us to understand the importance of modeling an inclusive and transparent process with our own local stakeholders and in gathering the input to develop our local control accountability plan. Because our county office operates 3 community schools and 1 court school, housed at Juvenile Hall, we realized that our outreach to our stakeholders needed to be broad-based and well-intentioned, a well-intentioned enterprise. Our intention has been to have the educational and fiscal services team together to engage and elicit input from our employees, students, parents, community partners, and agencies. In this manner, we also hope to model to our 20 districts an all-encompassing process that informs the development of LCAP that achieves positive outcomes for our students. So we're still in the early stages of developing an LCAP in our county that supports our county's mission to transform education and inspire personal, social, and academic achievement for students. We've held 2 of our 5 planned meetings, and the first was with county staff, and the second was with employees of our own community and court schools, and both were well attended. Our later meetings will be held at our sites of our community and court schools that are separated geographically by 3 cities and approximately 50 miles. And these regional meetings are slated throughout March, and they will include parents who will be called and transported if necessary, our foster youth lead, the Merced Human Service Agency representatives, CASA, county probation, representatives of our English learner parents and advocates, mental health, and representatives from districts for whom our students attend schools, and even students themselves, which in the case of juvenile hall will require releasing a student from his or her cell to attend the meeting. Our format is to elicit input by sharing key data about our students in schools and to use focus group questions and dialogue to facilitate a prioritization process to surface key ideas about how to achieve powerful learning outcomes and social outcomes for students. We're also using electronic and paper surveys in Spanish and English for those who cannot attend the meetings, and we have identified a steering committee that is going to synthesize this information and actually write the first draft of the plan in April. Like many neighboring districts, the first part of our meetings have been informational in nature in terms of how LCFF is different from revenue limit funding, and how the LCAP will delineate the local goals and services our stakeholders identify that will result in improved outcomes for students. Unlike districts, LCFF funds constitute about 20% of our budgets, our total budget, with the other funding coming from other federal, state, and local revenue. And so far, we've had widespread interest from our staffs in understanding the state's priorities and how the needs of our students can be supported. And there has been genuine appreciation expressed in our processes to share information and collect input. In our meetings, the unique needs of our community school students have been illuminated through the sharing of data. We showed stakeholders 78% of our students are on probation or parole. About a fourth of our students have been expelled by local school districts. We showed that on the average, classes have one or more students in foster care, and that our students have about a 23% truancy rate. Additionally, we shared that many of our students are not fluent in English, which necessitates intensive and innovative approaches to build literacy and 21st century skills required by Common Core. For our 91 students enrolled in court schools, we know that most of them are students of color, a third of them are English learners, and for this group of students, first-time KC passage rates are as low, about 50% for math and 35% for English language arts. These sobering statistics indicate the immense challenges our students face. However, they are a starting point for the rich dialogue and identification of solutions and the kinds of services and activities that will ensure more positive educational outcomes for our students. It's been paramount to Merced County Office of Education to utilize performance-based planning processes and create a performance-based versus a traditional compliance-based plan, which you were talking about earlier. Simply put, we understand that our students' needs should drive spending decisions rather than the funding allocation itself. And for that reason, we're deeply appreciative of your guidance on addressing the 10 priorities and even the proportionality calculation. At the same time, we value that you've allowed for local control in determining the services and activities based on our county's schools and our students' unique needs. As we're planning each step of this process, from stakeholder input to goal development to the identification of metrics for our outcomes to the delineation of services and funding tied to our services, we keep asking ourselves, what does performance-based planning look like? The outreach process I've described, which will dictate the shape of our LCAP, is one transition to performance-based planning, because for the first time, staff is meeting with more than just the requisite parent advisory group, in search of a signature and looking for compliance with the law. Rather, we're actively seeking input from our stakeholders, looking at data to identify what is or what isn't working, and identifying our local needs with state priorities and how that might align. We intend to use the ideas generated to as much as possible, as feasibly possible in our planning. We know that in Section 2 of the plan that the development of goals at the county level will need to be broad in order to have flexibility to enact more specific student services needed by our 4 sites. For example, a goal to develop college and career readiness might result in literacy services at one site for support for students who transition back to their school districts of residence at another site, and even vocational services at another site. And these may utilize a variety of metrics to measure progress and growth instead of a single CST score. Finally, as we address Section 3 of the plan, performance-based planning will mean assigning funds to support the enactment of services and actions, and that those amounts may look different in year 1 from year 3, as well as we roll out activities. Our instructional and business service leaders have made it a priority to work together to engage stakeholders, to write the LCAP and support the implementation of key activities. Our team attend stakeholder meetings together to explain the costs of running our schools, including salaries and operations, in order to establish a clear sense of transparency in the LCAP development process. And as we meet with our districts, our business services have been especially helpful in assisting administrators to understand how to use the proportionality percentage and to begin describing improved or increased services for our most needy students. So this collaboration is unprecedented in Merced County. And I can proudly say that we have been meeting with our districts, and that process is being replicated across our 20 districts. We've met with about a third of them, and we continue to meet with business and educational folks in the same room in this process. So overall, our experience thus far reflects a positive start to the LCAP development with strong local commitment in our county office and from our communities to successfully implement LCFF. At this time, may I answer any questions?
We may have some later. Thank you.
All righty. Next, we have Superintendent Deborah Hendricks, Assistant Superintendent Yvonne Perez, and Director of Categorical Programs Marty Reed from the Sylvan Union School District.
Good morning. It's our pleasure to be here today. I'm very excited to tell you that we are from Sylvan District. It's in Modesto, California. We have approximately 8,200 students with 13 schools, 3 being middle school and 10 being K-5 schools, actually pre-formal to 5th grade. We pride ourselves on being a collaborative district, and so being here and hearing the conversation about collaboration is really exciting. We started in October as well. We have had over 30 meetings since then, and we took our draft LCAP to our board last night. And so I wanted to share with you a little bit about our process and how we encountered this. First of all, we looked for the engagement piece, and we personally telephoned each and every parent that's ever attended one of our parent institutes in our district and invited them to come to town hall meetings. We also looked at the key leaders in our community, in our Arabic community and our Hispanic community, and asked them to personally call people and friends, and we also had them there as interpreters at our town hall meetings. We went directly to the district advisory committees and also our district English language advisory committee. We reached out to foster children agencies. We had multiple representatives at our meeting or at our development meetings. We also asked our staff. We went to our student councils in the middle schools and asked for input from our students. We went to parents that are associated through our Boys and Girls Club, went to their parent meetings and had direct conversations and gathered input from them as well. And so as you can see, we did that, and we've done that in many ways. We've done that in town hall. We've gone to small group committees. We have posted, we have several postings and interactive bloggings on our website. We have questions that are posted and we answer them on our website as well. We send out mass email distribution. We've sent out phone invitations. So we've worked hard to get as many people engaged as possible as our stakeholder group. We know we always have room to grow in that, and so we even have more ideas coming out of it. Through all of those meetings, what we did is we looked at the common threads that we received from our stakeholders, and we also looked at our data to support what our stakeholders were telling us as well. We realized that many of our targeted pupils, being our English learners and low socioeconomic students, struggled to develop language acquisition. So we also know from hearing from our parents that they too would like us to offer more classes in English so they can come to our schools and acquire the language as well. We received information and looked at data again with our low socioeconomic students and foster children, offering basic parenting skills. This is something that came out from our parents and also foster care representatives. They want us to have more meetings to help assist them on assisting their children at home. So that was one thing that came as a thread. We also realize that our special education parents are looking for the same opportunity. They want more engagement and opportunity to have sessions to come and learn how to work with their children at home and also have a more open communication with school. And we also looked at our gifted and talented students. And we realize that oftentimes when we're working on our targeted students, we don't want to fail to meet their needs as well. So we're looking at bringing more enrichment into our district to be able to give them opportunities along with our targeted students on that enrichment piece. The other important thing that I'd like to share with you is after we compiled all the information from stakeholders, then we had a different committee, still comprised of parents, foster care representatives, staff members, and we looked at all the information and built our plan. And we built it around the 3 goals, and we've also have ideas that have come to us that we are changing the way in which we look at our EL program. So there's many aspects with all the information we received from stakeholders. We realized that we're building it, and we did the entire premise on what's best for our students. And you're right, there wasn't this magic plan out there that you open and it's from page 1 to 57. But we took pride in getting the information from our stakeholders, building the plan aligned to our students. And we know as everything will happen, we'll have to adjust along the way. We're open to do that. All good plans need adjustment. But we really do honor and thank you for the opportunity to build our plan specifically aligned our students in our district. Thank you.
Question there, yeah.
Question?
Hi. First of all, thank you for your presentation and for the information you gave. I do have a question for you concerning your LCAP planning and the work that you said you're doing to build it. So you've learned a lot of information from a lot of stakeholders, and you've identified some of the things or some of the issues that they have raised that they would like to see reflected in the plan. So my question to you is, as you now are building the plan, what is your plan, or where in this process of development are you going to go back to the stakeholders to have them take a look at what you've developed, to see if they see their voice reflected in the work you created?
Well, the actual plan that was presented to our board last night that's in draft form will be posted on our web page as well. The one piece about this is the parent and stakeholder engagement must be an ongoing process. So it's not just an initial process to build the plan. The beauty of this is there will be continued meetings with the stakeholders, analyzing our progress as we go.
Okay. And then the second question I had is, knowing that this is different from your single plan for student achievement, and this is probably going to contain some things that identify some practices you haven't done before, can you identify for me or give me a couple of examples of things that you have created in this plan as a priority that is a different practice from what you have done before, and how do you believe that that's going to change your outcome?
Okay. The first one that comes to mind is when I reference the parenting skills. We, working with our foster care representatives, which we've never had that relationship before in the depth that we do now. They have many resources that can come our way and have opportunities during the school day and in the evening for parents to come and receive just basic instruction on parenting skills. So that's something that will be new in our district. Another thing that will be new in our district, we currently offer opportunities for parents of that English is a second language to them. We offer opportunities for them to come and learn. We realize now, because they've requested, and I failed to talk about this, the increase in technology. We have parents asking now, please not only help us with English and acquiring the language, but also with technology, because we know our children need that assistance. So that will be something new to our district as well.
I was hoping you would talk about the foster youth, because one of the changes the statute made was to identify foster youth as a numerically significant subgroup. And so that number is 30, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. So for your school sites, I'm sure as a district-wide number, that is automatically a numerically significant number of students. Right. But for each of your school sites, do you know off the top of your head if that is a numerically significant subgroup for a significant number of your school sites as well?
Well, we only have the number that we're given that are children that are identified. We realize there's children that are not identified in our school district as being foster. Currently, our district-wide number is just a little bit over 40. So I can tell you there's probably not one specific school site that has over the identified amount. Yet we still take that population of students very seriously.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Strauss.
Thank you for being here and for presenting your outreach. I have a question. You said that you, as a result of the input from parents and community, you're going to change your EL delivery.
Yes.
What are you going to be doing differently, and what was the input?
Well, and number one, the change in the EL delivery is basically due to our data. Our EL students have flatlined. So have all of our other, not only subgroups, but the general population. So in Sylvan District, we are taking this opportunity of not only Common Core, but also with our LCAP to really put into place a whole new way of the way we are looking at things. So for EL, in the past, we have had multiple part-time positions. We call them supplemental teaching positions. And we have at one site anywhere from 2 to 6 part-time teachers that have been employed on our campus. And they will pull children in small groups, and they'll pull and deliver instruction aligned to their needs. And we feel that that's been effective, but not as effective as what we need it to be. So what we've decided to do is take our money, and that would be through EIA, and then we'll add some additional funding to that, and hire an ELD/literacy specialist for each site. We believe by having the continuity of one person, we can also embed that community liaison for our parents, and that teacher can follow students, learn the students from kindergarten and all the way through the process. And we feel by having that consistency, highly trained person, someone very highly trained in ELD instruction and literacy, that we feel is going to benefit our students more. Okay.
I think we're next presentation.
Thank you.
We shift our focus now in the next two presentations, which are described in Attachment 3, to the identification of possible resources to assist LEAs to identify appropriate and effective programs and strategies to serve the local student population. The first of the presentations is by Ms. Melissa Ferruzzi-Shriver, former chair of the California Arts Council and currently serving on the policy board of the California Alliance for Arts Education, and UCLA Professor Emeritus James Catterall, director of the Centers for Research on Creativity.
Good morning, a little later in the morning.
Shall we sing?
Yeah. Thank you to the State Superintendent of Schools and to this very distinguished panel and to your first-class staff that has treated us so well in this process. I'm proud to have attended California's public schools, K through 12, and UCLA, as have both of my parents. I'm here today with my colleague, Dr. James Catterall, in our strong belief that the new local control funding formula and local control accountability plans be in the service of a greater goal that every student, regardless of background and circumstance, receive a well-rounded education that prepares them for success in college, careers, and throughout their lives. Dawn Harris, who works for Governor Brown and runs the Oakland Academy for the Arts and has been appointed to the California Arts Council, is also here today to answer any questions you might have. As we move beyond the narrowed curriculum of NCLB, we arts ed researchers, scholars, and advocates want to empower districts to consider core curriculum, particularly subjects that have been proven to have profound and dramatic impact on the academic achievement of the very students targeted by LCFF. Schools in under-resourced communities are the least likely to be offered a rich and integrated, engaging curriculum in the creative disciplines, including design, music, and the performing arts. Students living in poverty, foster care, and English language learners have been documented to benefit the most from these standards-based subjects and too often receive the least, or are double-blocked in math and English, sometimes limiting their curricular experience even further. We believe that much of the achievement gap is an opportunity gap and that quality arts education is a potent strategy to consider. The visual and performing arts, as well as arts integrated into the delivery of other core subjects, have research-supported effects on several of the 8 state priorities that LEAs must address in their LCAP goals. Accordingly, arts-based strategies warrant consideration in the development of plans to achieve certain priorities. Dr. Catterall will elaborate on 1, arts and student engagement, 2, arts and school climate, 3, arts and parental involvement, 4, arts and persistence in school, 5, arts and school graduation rates.
Thanks, Melissa. First off, we were given 5 minutes, so I know that's a trick. And the trick is any self-respecting professor knows that that's code for 20 minutes. If you gave me half an hour, I'd take an hour.
No professor can talk for less than 20 minutes.
No professor can talk for it does take that. Well, actually, I had a thought about Mike. I see him from time to time. Mike was my first advisor at Stanford in 1977. And do you go back that far?
Yeah. Longer than that.
Actually, I came to Stanford in something of a family crisis, and Mike was totally instrumental in making sure that I didn't just leave completely, and brought me back in next year, and the rest is history. So I've got a great debt to Mike. Patricia Ann Rucker, I love your questions. You were just asking, I mean, all of you, but you asked the one absolutely critical question, which gets at, what are you really doing in your plans? What kind of models are you thinking about? What are you doing? 15 weeks from now, those plans are due. And it's really heartening to see this group, and to read what's going on the net and talking to friends, that people are taking this so seriously. And it has the potential for being very exciting as a process. It also has the potential for being stultifying. You got 2,000 plans, and you might get 1,000 charter school plans that look the same and 1,000 LEA plans that look largely the same. I don't know. I hope not. I brought presents for you. This is a book that reports on a study of really 12,000 kids over age, or 8th grade through age 26. And it's not only academic stuff tied to the arts, but it's also, there's a chapter on sports engagement and achievement. There's a chapter on ELLs in arts-rich schools. There's a chapter on arts-rich schools. There's a big stream of thought or big stream of work and research that looks at the advantages of schools that are sort of filled with the arts. They have a different climate. They affect kids differently. They affect kids who are not involved in the arts, even who are in the arts-rich schools. A second piece was commissioned by the National Endowment for the Arts. Having done this, a few years later, the endowment came to me and said, well, you know, there are 3 other national databases that are used and have been used for research for quite some time, the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth, for instance, and they asked us to go through all 4 of those surveys and see what goes on in academic and social development for kids, particularly poor kids and kids who are engaged in a lot of art, visual and performing arts. And so this is essentially a summary of our findings from that study. And then also I give you our first handbook for our creativity test or survey that was commissioned by the Walt Disney Company. And we piloted this with 1,200 kids the first year in Disney creative focus programs. We're now in more than 25. We're now testing more than 2,500 kids in 7 states in about 12 programs and 35 schools or after-school programs. And I bring this here because perhaps referencing the Common Core more than anything else, the arts community has been excited about the fact that the Common Core references behaviors and ways of thinking that have been tied to the ways kids think and behave in the arts. And so building some sort of assessment of creative problem solving would be wise. The template or the 8 goals don't mention that specifically, but there are pieces of it that tie to a lot of what's going on in the arts. And I refer to student engagement, school climate, parental involvement, persistence in school, and graduation rates, all of which have been shown to associate with involvement in the arts for kids. But let me raise a footnote on student engagement. The way it's defined or listed in your 8 objectives, it's way underspecified. Student engagement is not just finishing. Student engagement is being engaged while you're in school. And being engaged while you're in school is probably a very first step to succeeding in school. And so I would encourage LEAs, I would encourage you to encourage those putting together these plans to think about student engagement more broadly. What does it take for kids to like what they're doing in school? A lot of things. Good instruction, 3 recesses per day, more art probably. So I just bring that up as a point. And so, in a way, you will see proposals that include art in their ways of doing things that will probably reference some of this work. So you can go right to your bookshelf and look it up and see if they're doing it right. Okay, a couple of things that I'm curious about and have been since I dug into this 3 months ago. One is, what will your or SDE's criteria be for looking at these plans? And what the first round of these plans are actually going to look like. I know how high the stack's going to be, but what will they actually look like? Will they be different? Will they be diverse? Will they reflect local thought about local goals? That's an exciting prospect, but I don't know if it'd be exciting to the person who has to read them all. So there's that. And so we're here as a resource. If you have any questions about this set of potential relationships with the arts and what schools are going to try to do and be accountable for in the new regime.
Yes, Board Member Holliday.
Not so much a question as a comment. I'm delighted that we're finally getting down to the heart and soul of LCFF. We just heard from the last presentation about how parents' voices are being heard, and parents have ideas about what they need and what they want, and I know that student voices are being heard more and more as well, and we'll see specific programs associated with their interests. But I'm also delighted to be at the point where schools will have a choice to include the arts in their curriculum in a more significant way, a more powerful way perhaps than they've been able to in the past, or other programs outside the arts, but other programs which were always seen as extracurricular as opposed to curricular. I do believe that children grow and learn best when their minds are being stimulated in all sorts of ways, through physical motion, through creativity, through rigor and study. You can put a child in a classroom, in a math classroom, for 5 more hours a day and make a little more progress with math. But when you put that child into a world of stimuli that will help him grow and achieve in all sorts of ways, the math scores will also go up. So thanks for the facts, thanks for the studies, thanks for the support for the possibility that now with LCFF we can look at the whole child and not just bits and pieces of the child.
State Superintendent.
Well, thank you. And my comments are just along the lines of Bruce's reflections on the enormous opportunity here. And I'm going to ask Melissa in a moment if you could just share a little bit about what you're doing with Create California and the process where, while you were chair of the State Arts Commission, teaming up with CDE and looking at a roadmap to more involvement for all the reasons that Bruce mentioned, where the Sylvan District showed us in very good detail the creative opportunity for engaging parents and community. Your point about engaging students is powerful. Well-rounded, arts-rich. Everywhere I go in the state, when we talk about what's happening in the schools and what we need more of, and I mentioned the arts, people cheer, they stand up, they clap, they shout, they're gleeful. So anyway, it's a great set of goals. Could you discuss a little bit the Create California and how that will have an impact on helping a renaissance of the arts in our schools?
Sure, thank you. We decided that we thought collective impact or radical collaboration, or however you would like to look at it, is the best way, or we felt, to address these complex, wicked problems that we're facing in public health, education, many other subjects. And so we decided that instead of working in silos like it had been the case for many years, that the California Arts Council with the California Department of Education, with SECESA, with the Alliance, with the state PTA, with parent groups, student groups, corporations, Boeing, Sony Pictures, and also major philanthropies like the Hewlett Foundation and others would all come together and drill down on this, and we would come up with a multifaceted action plan, and we would work everywhere from advocacy to implementation of programs and delegation and kind of shared ownership. So it's not really, there's nobody really running CREATE. We're all doing it together. And I should mention, too, that I think the unions in the state should be a part of that as well, because it's all of our collaboration that will move the dial on this. One of the things that came out of that is the President's Committee on Arts and Humanities, which is President Obama's commission, which is chaired by the First Lady. They have a turnaround schools initiative that's national. They have 8 schools where they took low-performing schools and made them not just discrete arts education, but they did a lot of arts integration. And they have a 3-year study, which we could provide you with a link to, very, very successful, so much so that it impressed the Secretary of Education and the U.S. DOE to fund that program now out of turnaround, which, as you know, is a much larger budget than the smaller arts ed line item. That program was so successful, we decided we would like to try it in California, and with the support of the CDE and the Arts Council, we have done that. And we are going to announce it at the White House in May, and we're going to launch 10 schools in California this year, 10 schools next year, and 10 schools the third year. Many of the studies I've seen that show the dropouts in California, I think the last percentage I saw was 40% of the dropouts in California are coming from less than 100 schools. So we feel that this is we have a lot of schools in California, but I think this is something we could actively work to achieve. So we're very, very excited.
Let me point to one other CREATE connection, and that is, I think you will see, I'm not sure how much, but you will see some behavior that goes, how do I get this right? What are they looking for? I don't want this to bounce. I want to go on next year and just do what I want to do. But how do I get this process right? Another choice is to put a vision out there for what you want to do and with whom and how, and let the State Department of Ed or the State Board of Education say that's not right or you can't do it. I think putting your own values and priorities forward through this process would be much more creative and much more positive and productive than chasing the game.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I also want to thank you for your comments today. Probably the greatest takeaway I'm getting from this is it's not necessarily to test arts in the way we test English language arts and math, but it is important to integrate it. So I really appreciate that very clear signal that you're giving. Not only that it's a foundational part, but it's also very important because it creates a type of engagement that we take for granted among students. When I was a first grade teacher, my anticipatory set was, okay, we're going to have fun learning, and then fill in that blank. I had a little girl named Evelyn at the end of the lesson. She would look at me very seriously and say, Ms. Rucker, I didn't have fun. So not only did my anticipatory set not work, it also meant my lesson didn't work. But whenever I gave her an assignment that had pictures or illustrations on the handout, the first words out of her mouth was not excitement about the assignment, but can I color that? And she would get the work done so she could color it, but she would pay attention to the work because she knew if she did a good job coloring it, I would post it on the board. So you are correct. It does create a type of engagement that we don't remember, but I need to remind the adults in the room, whenever you think about a training or a workshop or a session you went to, you usually say, oh, I learned so much from that person, or I enjoyed that session because I had so much fun. And so everybody talks about how reading is fundamental, but reading also needs to be fun. And making the assumption that art is just important because it's fun, what I really appreciate about what you said is art is fundamental because it is what creates, or it's that link or that on-ramp for engagement for students. So I really do appreciate you being here and making those statements today. And then I just want to ask you a personal favor, if you would sign my books before you leave.
Sure.
Oh my God.
I had that request in a class a few months ago. I visited a class. So the student brings the book up. It's already signed to somebody else. Got it on Amazon, used.
Oh.
So now her book's signed to 2 people, which is pretty rare.
I have a request that isn't in your materials. I get asked, and I do a lot of speaking on Common Core, how to relate Common Core to the arts, and I really need something succinct, almost of a, summary, maybe PowerPoint kind of thing.
Sure.
Usually I call for reinforcements to help me with this, but I don't see in this stuff anything that
Right.
links it over. It's
Right.
there. I know how to say
Yeah.
it, but I don't
Well,
quite have the depth of it. I
can speak
I
to
know how to
that.
say it superficially.
I can also send you a PowerPoint, but I'll speak to it briefly. And that is, when you look at the assessment requirements or mandates under Common Core, they don't map onto some of the comments about what the core is and what it's supposed to be doing. And take creativity, for example. I'm not sure where the Common Core test will end up in terms of a balance between short answer questions and open response items for kids. When I directed the technical panel in Kentucky for 10 years for testing, when we had open response items across 7 areas of the curriculum every year that contributed to API. Well, our readers, who are actually teachers off duty in southern Minnesota during the summer, thousands of them, had criteria for reading those open response items to provide some readings on how they were solving problems. Well, there are open response types of items that can very readily get at creative thinking and creative behavior. So my thought about it is, if I were putting the blueprint for the Common Core test together, that I would say, perhaps in English language arts, doesn't matter where you put it, perhaps in math, perhaps in science, or perhaps in all of them, that you have a couple of open response items in each of those areas where kids are prompted to be creative, to think of something new, to speculate, to what if the world were different, what if something condition prevailed and how would the world be different? Kids speculate and do it. People will say, oh, that's subjective, but perhaps creativity is always subjective. It doesn't submit to a checklist, let's say, but you can look at creative behavior in that type of test without very many items and sort of stretch the Common Core test a little bit to get at some of that. That doesn't get at arts education. That's a whole nother animal, because what are there? 19 goals in the arts and the standards, federal standards, state standards, of 19 things you're supposed to do. You're not going to get a test to judge one of them, or you're lucky if you do two. You're not going to get tests that cover or sample the whole domain in the arts. So, well, I'm just focused on creativity in my work now, so maybe that's why it comes up. There are ways to assess artistic development, but it's hard to cover the subject comprehensively. It's hard for the test designers to sample the domain and say, now, yes, you know art because you drew something or because you sang a tune to the tester or that sort of thing. It's a very difficult area.
Oh, yes. Nikki.
Thank you very much for these resources. They're wonderful to have and really help us. I work with indigenous populations in California, and I agree that arts are fundamental. They're not extracurricular, and they're certainly not in our cultures and our everyday lives. And I just wanted to address engagement as it relates to families. And there's such a power in the arts, especially with Native populations, because a big criticism that we have in our communities about curriculum in California is that we're invisible. Mm-hmm. But I think that the arts are clearly an entry point for community members, family members, elders to share expressive cultures, ways of knowing, and that isn't just artistic. It's a way of life, and it actually translates on an interdisciplinary scale. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and it's just inspiring to hear others talking about the meaningful connections between arts and our various disciplines and these outcomes that we're working on in the state. So, thank you.
One of our projects is it's a Musicals in the Schools program, which is in New York, Nashville, and Las Vegas. Las Vegas ended their program in January this year. 150 kids from 5 schools, all 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. They do the final show out, which is songs from each of their productions, in the Las Vegas Performing Arts Center. 2,700 people show up, practically every parent in all the schools to see that. Brings parents.
I would also say to Ms. Rucker, who I'm a big fan of, I just want to say that last week I went and saw a Title I school in Pasadena, and it was a third grade math class, and they were studying fractions, but they were doing it in an arts integrated way. So the kids had started their own business called the Super Readers, and they get paid to read to the kindergartners, and they market themselves with these posters all over the school, and they sing about it, and they understood fractions because they're earning currency, and they had Excel spreadsheets posted up on the wall, and they understood that, a quarter is a quarter of a dollar, and they were learning it, and they were so engaged, and they were so proud, and these kids were from every kind of background, and I was just thrilled. I kind of cried a little when I got in my car to leave because I thought, what a beautiful thing. And then right after that, I saw an AP biology class, juniors in Pasadena at John Muir High School, doing the very same thing. They were studying evolution, but they had created never-before creatures and environments. One day they came in, the teacher had made all of the species extinct except 2. They had to figure out how they were extinct. They were discussing alleles and fragrances and mating and passing on of genes. And these kids, they all raised their hands. We questioned them, and they said it was their single favorite class they'd ever taken in high school. And I have a junior taking AP biology at a much fancier school, and she's having a terrible time with it and actually hates it. And I thought, there you go. It's the way it's taught. It's engaging the students. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Board Member Williams is next. Yeah.
Listening to your presentation made me think of a couple of things. One is I really, probably the point you made that had the biggest impression on me is that the student engagement piece in the LCAP should be about engaging students all year long in the material, not just getting them to not cut class and getting them to graduate. And I think that's a really powerful statement for us to keep in mind. Eileen Strauss and I are, Member Strauss and I are liaisons to Next Generation Science Standards. And I think while I was listening to you talk about art, and I totally agree with you, I also think that a radically improved science education is going to be engaging for students, and think that that works well with art. I was visiting a school in February that were using digital media to study animals, and then to morph those animals into a new animal to come up with a different kind of creative process. And it was technology, science, and art all in one project for second graders. And they were so excited. It was a lot of fun. So I think there's a lot of potential for crosswalking the different areas. I also just want to point out that in my own experience, and I don't have an art background, but you're right, the teaching of art, the art education, to me is different from creative thinking. So when you were talking about assessment items, you were talking about coming up with solutions or looking at something in a new way. And that's also something that I'm personally very interested in. When my own 2 sons were growing up, for 10 years I was a coach for their Odyssey of the Mind competitive creative problem-solving teams in California. And that's another very engaging process that that goes across technology and art and performing arts and verbal arts and visual arts and all kinds of things like that. I'm just glad you raised all this today. I think it's really interesting and important.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Board Member.
Yeah. First of all, let me thank you both for your comments. As a student, I can kind of resonate with everything that you said. In elementary school, I did something called Adventures in Art, and it was funded by our elementary school's PTSO, and it kind of integrated art into the curriculum. So we'd study a poem, and we'd talk about imagery in the poem, and then they'd give us paintbrushes, and they'd have us paint the imagery from the poem. And they also had us do social dance classes, so different forms of art, and that's something that's really enriched me through my public school years. And another point that you made regarding student engagement, redefining student engagement in the LCAP, instead of just looking at graduation rates, the voices that students have, what they have to say, their perspective, because honestly, student perspective is extremely unique. And last month, I was able to talk to some students at a local community retreat, and a lot of them were really excited at the prospect of getting involved, of bringing decision-making closer to classrooms, but they didn't know how, and they weren't being reached out to by the superintendents, by the county offices, and so that's a comment that I'd like to extend to the department. Redefining student engagement and actually showing what it is and how regulations can define how districts can satisfy this definition of student engagement and gathering student voice. That's something that you guys brought up that I think will be extremely essential to the success of LCFF.
Good. I broaden the notion just a little bit. Psychologists who study motivation have a term called cognitive engagement, and cognitive engagement is, actually engaging with ideas and thinking about them. So being engaged and on task and purposeful in school in general would be called general engagement. Cognitive engagement would be taking an idea that's brought up in a class and really engaging it and questioning it and those kinds of behaviors. So that's kind of a microcosm of engagement in school that's very important.
Board Member Holliday.
I would like to see the PowerPoint that you requested as well, President. But I think we have to be careful to avoid oversimplifying the relationship of the arts to a particular discipline, English or math. And as Member Sandoval pointed out, it can be so important to children to be able to celebrate their culture via the arts and to have fun with the arts, as Member Rucker said, and engage in science in a fresh way, as Member Williams said. There are all sorts of overlapping reasons for the success of the arts in school, and not necessarily aligned standards between art standards and Common Core standards. And I just think we have to be careful about going down that path. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready for the next presentation. Thank you very much for coming.
The final presentation this morning is by Oscar Cruz, President and CEO of Families in Schools, which is a statewide organization founded in 2000. And, thank you. And as he comes up here, he'll explain more about his organization and their role in the state.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity of addressing you today. I'm a president of Families in Schools, a nonprofit organization based in Los Angeles that focuses on parental engagement. I'm also a father of a 6-month-old, so that means that I'm not getting very much sleep at all. I think last night was the best sleep I've had at the hotel prepping for this event. And I think, after hearing a lot of the presentations, this is so critical talking about parental engagement, because how we see it is that the actual long-term accountability of local control funding is when parents will keep their schools and the districts accountable. So it's something close to my heart and to the work that we do. And what I wanted to do was give you a brief overview of what we do, and then give you some reflections of what we're seeing at the state level in relation to parental engagement, both in the LCAP development and the process of soliciting input. Let me start just by highlighting very quickly what we already know about parent engagement. We know student achievement increases. We know that teacher satisfaction increases. They feel supported. We know that attendance increases. We know that homework completion increases. In fact, one of the latest research from Chicago Chicago Public Schools shows that when schools are engaging families effectively, students are 10 times more likely to increase their math scores and 4 times more likely to increase their literacy scores. So the question of parental engagement is not so much debatable. I think that I don't come across anybody who's saying it's not important. I think for the perspective of public policymakers, the question should be shifted more from, the question shouldn't be how can parents do more? The question is, what do schools and districts have the power to do to eliminate the obstacles parents face to getting engaged? translation, the complexity of the educational system. At what time can parents come in? So I want to frame my comments around that piece, which is what can districts and schools do to eliminate the obstacles that parents face, especially for low-income communities, EL communities who face a lot additional obstacles than everybody else. So, as they mentioned, we run a nonprofit organization created since 2000, and we recognize the importance of parental engagement. We do training of school staff. We also work directly with parents, and we also advocate. We've trained more than 3,000 school staff members in parental engagement practices and reach almost 200,000 families on an annual basis at the state level in one way or the other through collateral material, through workshops, and other campaigns. Some of the research, external research about our work shows that, for example, people who participate in our literacy campaigns are reading 20 minutes more per day to their children. We know that there's significant increases in confidence level, how parents can approach the school and the teachers to talk about academic issues, which we know is critical. And this summer program that we have done, we know that 78% of parents stated that their child felt better prepared to start the next school year after participating in our programs. So let me now get a little bit more into the parent engagement piece of local control funding. And what we have seen, and as many the other speakers mentioned, is during the last couple of months, we have seen tremendous amount of work that has been done in engaging families, from surveys, community meetings, community forums, and the advisory committees. I think my observations are going to be more like trends of what we've seen throughout the district, not necessarily an evaluation or an assessment of one specific district. What we have seen overall has been somewhat of inconsistency, so even how, for example, the parent advisors are being selected. In some school districts, it could be identified by the school board member, and in others, they're being selected and elected by their peers. Sometimes this level of inconsistency creates doubt between the parents on whether someone is actually manipulating this from behind or whether there's some kind of guidelines that are being given to districts. So moving forward, creating one recommendation we'd have is that the parent engagement plan of the district should be a plan voted by the board. So that is a public process of saying we all understand the rules of the game on how we're going to collect input from the families. So that's a piece of advice that we have. The other piece has been critical, has been the training component. We haven't seen much training given to parents when they're being invited to take a part of the advisory committees. And to us, this is a critical component. I work on this, I do this 24 hours a day, it feels like, and I just still feel so so complex that having advisory parents come into a room and be given an LCAP just by itself is not going to do the job. So there's a lot of background information that needs to be provided that needs to empower the parents to be able to give informed decisions to their district. So I really caution, that it is important to be able to provide the capacity building to the families so that they can give informed decisions. But the big, I think, learning that we've seen through the what I call stakeholder engagement has been this parallel between budget process and community engagement process. What I believe local control funding is asking districts to do is to better align the budgeting piece to the community engagement piece. And we haven't seen that. Some districts are doing a better job than others, but on the one hand, we can have a department who's talking to parents and saying, what do you need in your community? How is budget information provided to that community to understand what are the priorities already in place and how we would need to reshift that? But at the end of the day, how is that input from the community shaping the budget process? The biggest, I think, learning from this process has been how do we better match those two things? I would say that in the feedback loop, someone spoke about the importance of the feedback loop. Parents are coming to be able to share, and let me make a note, when I say parents, I also mean referring to caregivers, because foster care, it's a student population we need to target. But what does it mean coming to a meeting and being able to share comments? When do you get the feedback loop where we know whether my comments influenced the plan and the budget? I think that's critical. And if not done right, it could actually decrease the trust of the community in terms of whether this process is a fair process. Because if they just call me to provide some input, but I don't know whether it got incorporated or not, it could be a point of discussion. The second piece, and believe me, the soliciting input is critical for our local control funding, but what is even more critical, I think, was the foresight of local control funding of making parental engagement a statewide priority, which are two different things. On the one hand, you have a process of soliciting input, but on the other hand, what you're saying by establishing parental engagement as a statewide priority is we care about parent engagement enough that the functioning of the school on a day-to-day level should change to ensure that parents and caregivers are being brought in. We recognized that very soon on when LCFF was passed, and we began having conversations with stakeholders throughout California. We convened with them. We talked to experts. We looked at the research, and we came out with an infographic that I believe is in your documents. It's a printed infographic and as well on the screen on the 6 components of authentic parental engagement. I won't go through all of them, but I will highlight very specifically a couple of them. One of them is the welcoming environment. The number one feedback we get from families is that they don't see themselves welcome in their own schools, especially low-income communities and EL communities, where many times they're made to feel that they're the obstacle for the student achievement rather than an asset or a part of the solution. But how do we get to creating the welcoming environment? One of the items we're recommending as part of this component is the need for strong professional development of staff, ranging from the front office staff to the principal of that school, to understand that they have a responsibility to engage with families. Home visitations are another great way for there to be communication among the school. The other component I wanted to highlight is the meaningful resources for families. We see a lot of programming being provided to parents. What we don't know is what quality and how wide or in scope that programming is. It's not that the parent engagement is not being done in the schools throughout California. What I think it is done is that we don't know whether it's a good quality parental engagement. That parent engagement workshop that was given about, how to support your child's English language learner, did that have impact on the parent? The districts don't have sometimes right now the mechanism to actually try quality. And so that's an area where we're very strongly advocating that there has to be better mechanisms of tracking from how many parents. Was it 10 parents who came 10 times to meetings, or was it 100 parents who came? And whether those parents learned something from that interaction. Shared leadership is another one. There's such a great demand for wanting to be part of decision-making. Very little capacity given to parent leaders on how they can do it effectively. And many times, unfortunately, not in all locations, but it becomes an issue of rubber stamping up budgets and plans. And the last one, which I think is critical again, is the adequate financial resources. When I look at a district's plans ranging from their mission statement to their strategic plans and to their vision statement, parent engagement is always incorporated in them. It's not that they don't see the importance, but once you start looking at their practices and maybe the budgeting, you may not see how actually funds are being implemented to support that parental engagement. Many times the funds, Title I funds for parent engagement, may be the only funds that they may be using for parent engagement. And I think with local control funding, they'll have to put that aside and see how much actually are we getting from the state and how much are we investing in parent. Otherwise, it becomes an unfunded mandate where staff are told you have to do parent engagement, but I'm not going to give you training, nor am I going to give you any tools on how to do it. And so we're very looking very closely at that. So the infographic or framing of authentic parent engagement has garnered the support of more than 48 organizations across the state, and you can see some of those practices in the document. Now to conclude, I wanted to highlight a little bit of the work that we've been doing with local control funding and informing families directly about it. We've informed and engaged more than 1,000 families throughout LA County about the issue, and believe me, the demand is tremendous. people are hungry for information. But what we have seen very critical is that once parents are informed that their child will be generating money for the district because there may be EL, low income, the next question they have for me is, how do I know that the money will be used for these children? So that's a broader question just in general about local control funding, but the more families are learning about this, the more they themselves are going to want to know that that money is being used for the purposes that is being given to them. And I think that that's the long-term, the challenge is really creating that communication back and forth between the families to have a trust between the districts. And we know that more outreach is needed, more information is needed. In a district like LAUSD, even if you reach 5,000 families in community sessions, you're talking about it's in very small percentage of the student population, but that may be across the district, across other districts. How do we know the engagement is quality enough? How do we know it's good enough for our communities? Is it 100 parents or is it a percentage of the parents? I think that there's a bigger question about the quality and scope. And so I would leave you just with the notion that there's been a lot of organizations working with us around the state on parent engagement because we support local control funding and we want to make sure we make it successful. There's been organizations like ETRAS West, the PICO Network, Public Advocates, Children Now, MALDEF, ACLU, who all recognize the parental engagement, and we're working together to make sure that there's support to the parents, equally support as the support that districts are getting from maybe their associations, which the parents don't have an association who can come to them, and that's where nonprofits come in to be able to play that role. So just having said that, thank you so much for your time, and I truly believe that the future and success of local control funding is going to end up being on how well we can engage families to be part of the accountability process. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes, let me just comment that I think your summary of priority indicators, which you briefly covered, is it's the longest list I've ever seen of parental indicators, and quite creative. And it might, I would suggest to the staff and the members, it would be useful to look at these, not just for LCFF, but for our future thinking about accountability, where we would have maybe some of these might be state indicators, but some of them could also be local indicators. We're talking about perhaps in accountability having local indicators that supplement state indicators.
Sure.
So I think the list is not only relevant to local control funding, but also to our thinking about accountability with both state and local indicators. It's, as I say,
And we're more than happy to be able to work with the state on making sure that this is done right. And in fact, one of the reasons why we created the infographic with the indicators was because many times we would talk about parent engagement in meetings, but we wouldn't know what it really meant.
Yeah, right.
And this is, you're right, this is one of the longest. I think we have to reduce it. Maybe there's there's areas we can reduce. But our goal was to create a level of support and resources to school districts to understand what does parent engagement look like, authentic parent engagement.
Yeah, Mike.
Okay, Superintendent.
Following the President's comments, fabulous. Oscar Cruz, great overview, key to making the accountability work, to bring it alive, and the stress on training, on shared decision-making, training both on staff side and on parent side, so they have a way of talking and analyzing the idea of authentic versus token, parent engagement at all these levels.
Yeah.
Wanted to share with the board that I've appointed Jasmine Ortega to be my parent engagement coordinator, and just inside of our own department, we have Title I, we have, some special needs kids, parent involvement groups that haven't really been talking to each other. We're talking to PICO, Californians Together, PK, and others. So there's a need to get best practices sorted out and sort of the easy reference, so the parents can connect in the way that you do so wonderfully with the parents you engage with.
And I would also just mention that because of the where we saw the need for capacity building for parents, FIS is conducting a training on March 21st and 22nd only for parents who have been selected as part of advisory committee groups. And we're bringing parents from LAUSD. We already have 100 parents signed up from throughout the state, from Fresno, from Riverside and LAUSD to give them some level of capacity so that when they come back to their districts, they have more informed discussions. So I would also make that, invitation available to you in case you know anybody who would be interested, any parent part of an advisory committee who would want to be interested in participating in the event.
Okay. Board members Strauss.
Thank you. So much appreciate the role that you play and the outreach to parents and the training that you're providing. I just wonder if you're beginning to see some models that of districts that have done a good job of rolling out the parent engagement that would be worth reinforcing as far as, I know everyone we talk to is working so hard on this, and I think you play an important role on it. I just wonder if there's some models that you're beginning to see.
For example, what I heard today in the morning about the various, it has to be a not one-shot deal. It has to be surveys, it has to be meetings. I think the key piece is how do you know whether it was quality? What is the feedback loop that in case a parent went to that meeting, was there any kind of surveys done so that the parent could say, well, this was valuable? The one question you could always ask a parent is, would you come back to the meeting like this? If they'd say no, well, you know that there was something lacking. But that is what I would recommend that I haven't seen much yet, is that the districts are doing a lot, but they may not be quantifying or creating evaluations, assessments to make sure that they're quality.
Board Member Burr.
I also want to thank you. This is very helpful, and I think the level of depth that you've provided is really astounding. I guess the question I had was, because, again, we talked about this earlier, this is really a sea change. The greatest level of change and sort of different perspective must occur locally. Yeah. So I'm curious to know what kinds of activities you might be engaged in with other statewide organizations that work locally. Right. The California School Boards Association. When you were listing off the groups, I might have missed this, but I didn't hear you talk about the PTA, which is kind of the long-standing, what we think of as the kind of mothership, if you will, of parent involvement. So I'm just curious about that, because I think it's really important that all of these activities be integrated across the groups that have a deep interest in schools.
I'm actually meeting with them tomorrow, and we're trying to figure out the ways to work with PTA and others. It's been an evolution. The first groups that came together to discuss this were organizations that could say 90% of the families that I work with are EL students, or 90% are low income. And from there, it started to evolve, and we're getting more and more organizations to get engaged. So we'll work with the Latino and African American School Board Associations as well, and we provided webinars for their board members on how they can incorporate authentic parent engagement within their LCAPs. So we're doing those webinars on a regular basis so that interested parties can join. But yes, an effort is my job is to be here in Sacramento and try to expand those networks as much as I can.
Yeah. Okay. Board Member Holliday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. When we had 500 speakers here at the past meeting, too, there was any number of parents had a tremendous depth of anger and frustration to the point where trust had been lost. And I want to see which dollar goes where, and does that reach my child, and that sort of thing. I think one of the greatest outcomes of your work and this effort on parent engagement will be, once again, the building of trust. Yeah. Where parents will have an opportunity to really see clearly that the educators in their community have the best interest of their children in their hearts. And we have to emphasize that this is a trust-building process, not just a evaluation process.
I completely agree, and I see two key components to trust building. One is that trust is not built over a meeting over LCAP. The trust is built on a day-to-day level when parents come walking into that office and says, in Spanish, I want to help my child. Can you have a resource for me? When that school responds to that parent's demand or ask, that's where trust is being built. The second piece around the LCAP piece, I think that trust is going to be built when parents can see that their recommendations have been reflected. Otherwise, they'll feel it's another process of getting my input, but I don't see how it connects to my child. So I would say those two would be very critical components on how trust is built.
Board Member Williams.
I too want to compliment you on your presentation. It's very cogent and content-rich, and your infographics are dynamite.
Thank you.
They really are. They're very good. A couple of points. One is that, as we went through the adoption process of the regulations and had all of the commenters, that, and I'm not an expert on this, and I hope I don't stick my foot in my mouth on it because it's sensitive, but there was tension between the extent with regard to the amount of money generated in supplemental and concentration funding and how much local flexibility there was with that in terms of how it would get used and what that might look like to benefit the students that generated the money. And it's kind of nuanced. Some of that is kind of nuanced. And so I guess one of the things that I would hope your organization is able to do is convey fairly and accurately what all things have to be considered by districts as they do this, not in a way that takes away the legitimate requests by parents to make sure that their children are benefiting by this, but in a way that kind of calibrates the expectations realistically. And I'm just sitting here thinking, I sit in a lot of groups and give my feedback, and it doesn't always show up in the way that I said it, in the way that I'd like it to, because districts have to pull everything together and then come up and sell a plan that hopefully reflects the core of what's been requested of them. And I think, and I'm going to ask Sue Burr, Member Burr, I think I remember that districts are supposed to come back and report to parents how they have taken that into consideration and what they're recommending based upon what they've heard. So it may not be, I guess part of what I'm saying is, it may not be exactly a specific thing that a parent asks for. The question is, does it address the needs that they are expressing, that they have?
And I think we're talking two levels, right, of work. There's the level at the school level on whether the school is addressing the needs of their students' parents, and then how organized groups like FIS works with others, because our responsibility is to also have some consensus building with other community groups to say this is the items that we care about. So part of that is responsibility for nonprofits, for us to be able to have consensus building and work together. So it's pushed us as well as nonprofits to have consensus around what are the priorities for us. But there's also that school level where the more schools have autonomy over their budget, they can react very quickly to the needs of the parents in their community.
And I just make one more point, and that is from a recent personal experience I have. This past year, I've been serving as an education advisor and advocate for a person that I've become friends with that is a father, grew up in Mexico, went through 8th grade, lives in San Diego, has two young sons, or sons in middle grades in high school, and he expressed to me that he wished that he could do more to help his sons, but he doesn't know how to communicate school, and so I have been the mediator since last year for him. And one of the things that I realized from that experience, which I'm sure you're well aware of, but it was eye-opening for me, was that it wasn't just a matter of advocacy, but also even if the school communicated with him in Spanish, they were educators intended to talk education-ese and in Spanish. And so the language needed to be, kind of simplified and more time spent making sure that they understood what was happening and not talking at this level, but in Spanish. That wasn't working. And so I'm wondering, do you see that a lot with?
Exactly. Some of the comments about the needs from the districts are very similar to what the parents want. They want to see it in black and white. They want to do it in plain language. And, they don't want the link to the statute, in LCFF. You know, and they want someone, a person from the school to sit with them and talk to them about it.
Right.
That's the relationship building I'm talking about that is harder to do through just LCAP meetings.
Yes.
But there has to be very conscious about making parent engagement a day-to-day thing of school culture and not just the once a year LCAP meeting.
Thank you.
Molina.
Actually, I was going to mention what Board Member Williams shared, and that is that it is required of us to go back to the schools and to our parent groups and not only hear their message and their concerns and their wants, but to provide it back in writing. And you're right, it's not a one-time meeting, and I think that's the most important message that we give to parents, that it's this continuous communication and partnership between parent, student, and the district, and even our community. So I think this has heightened the level of awareness, and it has brought it to the surface about how we must include our parents in the decisions that we make, because we can't do this work alone. It is a partnership, and I appreciate your organization. We've in fact talked before, and you provide a great service for parents. Most important, I want to say, is that it's about really developing the relationship and giving parents the opportunity to voice, because you're absolutely right. They want the same things we want, and we need to do it together. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your time, and look forward to working together.
All right. Okay, do you have any concluding comments, or we have some public comment? I know.
We do. I have only the final thing I want to draw your attention to is attachment 4 listed some possible future presentations, and that was just there for your reference. So thank you.
Okay. So I think we need to take a break here. We're running a little behind, so let's try and get back in 7 minutes, and then we'll take the public comment on this item.
7 minutes?
Yeah.
I know. It's just
Okay, the board will reconvene. Board will reconvene. And Nancy, we're now ready for public comment on item 1. And I understand you have 7 speakers, is that 10? 8, okay. So we have public comment on item 1. And let's have the first speaker called, please.
There are 8 speakers signed up for item 1. Kimberly Rodriguez, Dave Sapp, Roberta Ferger, Liz Guillen, Deborah Brown, Lynn Folks, Cecilia Mansfield, Terry Burns, and Sarah Lillis. If you could please come forward to the podium, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, good morning, late morning. Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA. We represent over 15,000 school leaders in the state, and I just wanted to give you some information about what AXA is doing to support the implementation of LCFF. Particularly on the collaborative, our members are very excited about what that could be and what that would mean. They're very excited about moving from a punitive, sanction-based accountability system to one more of collaboration and practitioner-driven is what they really want to see it as, and providing support and technical assistance and sharing best practices. So with that, we have partnered with SECESA to establish a mock collaborative where we're going to bring up a small number of county superintendents and district superintendents, and we've asked them to bring their teams, a curriculum and instructional staff, a business staff, and then a third staff, which at their choosing. We'd like them to bring the person who's dealing with their community and parents in their LCAP discussions, but that third person can be also a federal Title I for more compliance and more looking at it holistically. So we're going to conduct this process beginning in the spring, and it's going to be a series of meetings where we'd first like them to bring their LCAP at whatever stage it is in and conduct a peer review. And with that, it's more about not just if you filled everything out, but looking at your needs, your goals, your services, and your outcomes. And from that, if those goals aren't being met, hypothetically, then what would be helpful in terms of technical assistance to you as a district, and getting the county perspective, the county superintendent's perspective as they're reviewing the LCAP as well. So we're going to conduct that process. It's going to start, like I said, in the spring and be over a series of meetings. And we hope this process will inform this board regarding the evaluation rubric and what the collaborative can ultimately look like. So we look forward to that. The second thing, very quickly, is we're establishing some training and looking at the holistic version of the LCAP with the titles and federal. That's how you should be looking at your process.
Right. Could you identify yourself again? I missed it.
Kimberly Rodriguez with AXA.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dave Sapp with the ACLU of California. We're proud to be part of a broad coalition of parent, student, community organizing, policy, and legal advocacy organizations that have been working on the regulations as well as local implementation. The last 2 meetings, hundreds of parents and students from our organizations in our coalition were here. You may have noticed there are fewer folks from the coalition here today. I think there was a reference to that. But there are representatives, staff from organizations in the coalition who are here that we want to relay some key points. The first thing is that we are communicating regularly with your staff. We have a monthly meeting set up where we've relayed some of the issues that we're seeing with implementation. We will continue to do so. We've also developed guidance materials that we're sharing and that are being added to the materials that staff are compiling. But we also are going to continue to be here because we want to communicate directly to you so that you have the benefit of what we are seeing in communities across the state, what parents and students are experiencing from this process. On that point, I just want to flag one thing that jumped out at me about the first part of today's meeting. The presentation by staff as well as the colloquy back and forth among board members focused on what was working and not working for LEAs. That's a really important consideration. It's appropriate. Districts are the ones who are developing the plans. They're the ones who actually have a date certain, but that's not 100% of the conversation. I think an important part, and we believe an important part, is what's working for parents and students. because the premise of LCFF is that this is going to improve equity, and also there's going to be a greater say in the decision-making locally, and that this process is, for it to work, we have to keep the concerns of parents and students in the community about what's working in implementation on equal footing with the concerns from LEAs about what isn't and isn't working. My colleagues are going to be providing some comment, go into a little more detail, but there are 5 general categories of what we've observed that I want to just briefly touch on. The first has to do with parent, student, and community engagement in the LCAP development. There's some serious issues. I think Oscar did a wonderful job of identifying some of the promising practices, but there's some less promising. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. Roberta Ferger. I'm here representing Pico, California. We're a statewide community organizing effort representing 450,000 families around the state. And right now we're working what I would call deep work in 12 districts around the state related to implementation of local control funding formula. We have parents, students, community members, many of whom have been at meetings here and in their meetings throughout the state, and who are deeply committed to the successful implementation of this reform. And for us, the successful implementation is really predicated on the authentic partnership of parents, students, community members with their districts. So in that spirit, I want to share some of what we're seeing, and I want to put it into 3 sort of categories. We'll provide some more written detail and would look forward to the opportunity to discuss it further. One is around parent advisory councils. As Oscar indicated, there's a tremendous amount of confusion in districts around the state around 3 areas. What is the role of advisory councils? What should the composition be? Is it only parents? How much should parents of the directly impacted students be on the council? And then what is the selection process? And as you already heard, the selection process especially is so critical that people understand that. We have parents and students who are deeply involved and still don't understand what the process was in their district. The second is around access to data, and that's budget data, and it's data about students. So we know that data supported by training, so folks understand it, is going to be critical to being an authentic partner, because if you're not informed, you can't be an authentic partner. We're particularly concerned about the lack of data that connects budget to LCAP priorities. In districts, we've asked for that, and we're still not getting it, and that's a deep concern of ours. Those processes need to be connected, and the information needs to be connected if parents are going to, and students and community members, hold districts accountable and really understand how supplemental and concentration funds are being spent. The last area I want to lift up is the role of students. It's really critical that students are part of this process, and in many cases they're really having to fight for a seat at that table. So thank you very much. We really look forward to the conversation.
Good morning. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates. I thought the presentations were great to hear. And as Dave spoke about earlier, we're working with organizations who are deeply involved in the work, and some of what they're experiencing doesn't exactly mirror some of the good news that you've heard today. I want to lift up the idea that students that we work with, low-income students, English learners, and foster youth, they're not in here when you have the statewide student associations, right? They're not in those organizations. They're struggling. Lifting up student voice and getting their engagement has to look different than simply relying on the existing structures that you have. In that regard, we're working with Californians for Justice and other students' organizations who would like to be more engaged in this process. They would like to see more formal structures, and we encourage you to guide districts more directly about how they can include student input to the same level that parents are included. So, for example, there's no student advisory committee or student advisory council. Even in school site councils where students are allowed to participate in middle school and high school, it would be important to encourage districts to make sure that the students on those councils are speaking for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth, so that their needs can be shared. Finally, in this quest for greater trust between the community and the district, we believe strongly that transparency will be key, and you'll hear more from our colleagues about that. Thank you.
Subject change. Good afternoon. Good morning. My name is Lynn Fox. I'm here representing the California Music Educators Association. And I want to reflect back to an earlier presentation by Ms. Shriver and Dr. Catterall and thank them for their presentation on the importance of arts in a well-rounded education. We know that the students who are targeted by the funding formula are the least likely to have access to an arts education and the most likely to benefit. CMEA strongly believes that all students deserve access to a robust and sequential arts curriculum reflective of California's rich diversity. So what are CMEA members doing statewide under the new paradigm? We're educating our community, both parents and our membership, about the impact of the LCFF. We're doing some local organizing. We've utilized a toolkit to help people get involved in local LCAP creation and to advocate for the arts locally. And then at the statewide level, we're working with the PSAA committee as they explore accountability under the LCFF, along with the implementation of the SB 1458, which adds API indicators, which we would hope might be reflective of some arts education. So we're looking forward to the continued engagement with the State Board, members and staff, along with the staff of the California Department of Education, and we thank you for your time and your interest.
Good afternoon, almost. Samantha Tran with Children Now, and I actually want to start by thanking the speakers. I think it really demonstrated what we had been talking about during the campaign, laser-like focus on student outcomes, looking at information, hopefully in new ways, and sharing it with the community, broad outreach to parents and students and community groups, and really thinking about how to engage them differently. I also appreciated the conversations about linking LCAPs to the budget process and thinking about this as an ongoing iterative approach, and I'm really pleased just to hear all of that and hoping that it's flourishing across the state as people are really diving in and thinking about this work. I also want to flag for the board that we would like to work with you and the CD on an issue that's bubbled up in recent weeks around some of the rollout on the regulations and tracking the use of dollars related to the regulations. Some key building blocks around transparency may not be put in place, and so we want to have that conversation with you. And I want to be very clear, we're not talking about site-level expenditures and some of that conversation that happened before, but really just some very basic elements related to our account code system. So we look forward to continuing to work with you and have that conversation. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Mansfield, representing the California State PTA. I want to share with you that the successful implementation of LCFF is the highest organizational priority for the California State PTA. We are working hard to inform and educate parents about the opportunity that LCFF offers. Many resources are available on our website. We hope that you'll check them out. They are translated at least in Spanish, and I think one or two other languages, and we're moving forward on getting other translations up as well. We are excited about the new updated National PTA standards for developing parent-family school partnerships. We believe that it provides a framework for how families and schools and communities can work together to support student success, and I look forward to sharing that with you when it's off the press. We are holding regional trainings throughout the state. People are hungry for the information. They want assurance that this effort is going to be different than some of the efforts in the past, that it's going to make a difference. They want to be involved in the development of the LCAP as well as approving it when it's a finished product. We believe that LCFF offers an historic opportunity to usher in a new era of parent and family engagement in our schools, and we look forward to working with you and with the department as we move forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association. I'll let you know that we're just finishing our second round of statewide regional trainings. We've gone from Wairika to San Diego, so we've covered a lot of territory and several hundred people attending. Some of them have attended multiple sessions. Others, this is their first session, so we really get a cross-section of board members and other folks who are coming to these. We are developing multiple resources that we share on our toolkit, continue to update with best practice information, and all of the good information that West Ed and the department are putting out. So we're really trying to stress that. We appreciate the online template. I think we've heard a lot of calls for that, and that's going to really help. We very much appreciate the clarification that county offices can include some of those services that are paid for by districts, but that the county is providing, because the counties take that work very seriously. I want to thank you, Ms. Williams, for your clarification that boards can address priorities without doing exactly what one individual says. And anything you can do to make that clear to the public will be important, because we'll have folks who say, you know, I asked for a pool and there's no pool. And, you know, boards have to factor in all of the comments, not just one. So we really do appreciate that. As far, the other point that is important to remember is that districts really are very diverse. One of the districts I talked to is, for their parent engagement, is going to sit down with each of their parents for half an hour and talk about the needs of their kids. They have 11 sets of parents for 17 kids. They can do that. I asked that of Steve Ladd in Elk Grove, and he thought he wasn't going to be able to get that accomplished this year. So really very different things. But when you think about those small districts, remember that there is a privacy issue that comes up there as addressing those kids, and that's an important consideration. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice, and we're very appreciative of the thoughtful conversation that you all have had today, and the clear commitment that this is an iterative process, and it's about continuous improvement. And just a few thoughts that we've had about how you can better equip yourselves in this continuous improvement process. And Children Now mentioned it, the need for some fundamental updates to the SAC system in order for you to have better data about what's happening. And the other piece that we've been thinking about is pushing on the online template. So it's more than we're very encouraged that it's not just an online version of the form, but it's about an online process for integrating with other planning requirements. I think that's great. That's a great improvement. But we hope that it would also be a repository for you for information on goals and metrics of the LCAP. So I think there's a real opportunity there to learn from what's happening if at the state level you're actually gathering that information. So I think that that's something that Ed Voice would be happy to work with you on as you think about tools at the state level to continue to improve the LCFF and the LCAP process. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes testimony and public comment. So now we're ready for item 2, and then we'll have item 30 as well later. So we have 2 separate areas. Tom Torlakson and I are going to address the African American administrator, so I will at some point turn the gavel over to Vice President Strauss. So item 2 now, I want to make clear to the audience, this item does not specifically address the LCFF regulations adopted in January, and so public comment will not be part of the official rulemaking record on the LCFF permanent regulations on items 2 and 30. So you also have the right to make comments on these regulations as part of the formal rulemaking process on the CDE website. So without further ado, why don't you proceed?
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Peter Fajato, and I'm the Director of the School Fiscal Services Division here at the department, here to present item 2, emergency regulations related to the kindergarten and grades 1 through 3 grade span adjustment. As you know, each local educational agency has a local control funding formula target, which represents what the LEA would receive if LCFF were fully funded. That target has three main components: the base, the supplemental grant, and the concentration grant. But in addition, school districts and charter schools get a 10.4% increase to the base grant for the kindergarten through grade 3 grade span. But as a condition of receiving the grade span adjustment, school districts must meet one of the following conditions. If the school sites, they have to do this by school site. If a school site's average class enrollment in 12-13 was 24 or less, they must maintain at that school site an average class enrollment of 23 or less, or 24 or less. If the school site's average class enrollment in K3 was more than 24 pupils in the prior year, the district must make progress at that school site towards reaching 24, and the statute defines a formula for how you demonstrate progress. And eventually, at full implementation, everyone will be held to the standard of maintaining 24 at each school site. Districts may agree to a collectively bargained alternative to the statutory grade span adjustment requirements, but they may not be waived by the state board or the superintendent. These conditions are in addition to other statutory requirements related to K3 class sizes that have been in existence since the late 1960s, referred to as K3 class size penalties, and you're familiar with these because they've been the subject of waivers since 2009. There's a table in page 3 of the item that compares the two different requirements, but the key difference is that the class size penalty calculation provides a disincentive for exceeding certain class sizes, while the grade span adjustment provides an incentive to maintain an average below 24 at each school site. The rules and requirements for calculating the class size penalty requirements are in Title V of the Code of Regulations. Since LCFF was enacted, the department has received numerous questions related to the conditions, such as how and when districts should calculate the averages. The regulations before you today define the terms used in the LCFF statute, establish the methodology for calculating the average K3 class enrollment at each school site, and are necessary to ensure that the CDE can carry out its responsibilities related to apportionment of funds. Attachment 4 is a crosswalk of the desired outcomes and the regulations that are before you. To minimize administrative burden, the proposed regulations model as closely as possible the Title V regulations related to class size penalties. This allows districts to use the same counts that they use for class size penalties for purposes of calculating the averages at the school sites. There have been additional questions related to grade span adjustment that aren't specifically addressed in the regs, and the department, in collaboration with your staff and the Department of Finance, has created frequently asked questions that were mentioned earlier today that are now on our website. I also, as you know, wanted to point out that item 30, which I will present next, is commencing the regular rulemaking process. It is related. The CDE is recommending that the board take the action noted on the item, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any board questions on this item? No. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, there are two speakers signed up, Mel Asagi and Kevin Tromer. Please step forward to the podium.
Lacking either of them. Terry Burns from California School Boards Association. I would make two requests. First, there are schools that have, under the current class size reduction policy, been allowed to have 16 students in the morning, have another 16 come in midday with another teacher, and then that's the first 16 go out, so they've got 16, 16, and 32 in the middle, and that has qualified in the past for class size reduction. We're advised that that may not qualify in the future, and we would like to be clear that it can, that whatever qualifies now still allows you to move forth. The second class size reduction issue that we have is that we believe under local control funding formula, it makes sense that you be allowed to reduce your average, district average, by reducing class size at one school at a time, not all schools similarly. The perfect example is a district that has a very low poverty group and a very high poverty group. We've only got a little bit of money. We'd like to bring these class sizes down now. The idea that we have to do them all equally may be cost prohibitive. So it makes sense if we can justify doing one school at a time instead of everything proportionally across the board. Thank you.
Okay, some staff will take cognizant of that. You have comments on that, or you want to work on that in the upcoming process?
Unless you want me to elaborate, I don't have any comments.
Okay.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, go ahead. Come on, that's right. Yeah, if you're ready to speak, you want to speak on this item?
No, I'm waiting for my Kai Ali.
Oh. Okay, well, we can go to item 30. He can speak on that. Yeah, so we'll allow, the item 30 is related, but you want to speak to this item?
No, the next item.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so is there any further board comment on this item? If not, have a motion?
I'd like to move the department's recommendation on the item.
The second was? Rucker. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, we're now down for, ready for item 30. Peter?
Item 30, as I mentioned, is commencing the regular rulemaking process, and related to the regulations and the K-3 grade span adjustment, the department is recommending that the board take the action noted on item 30.
Board discussion on item 30? Board Member Byrd.
I know, Peter, I think you and I talked about this, that part of the reason we have to do this is because we have a statute that is on the books from the mid-1960s that predated revenue limits. And we got rid of essentially the K-3 class size program that most of us are familiar with in LCFF, but we're still living with the statute and trying to help auditors figure out what we're doing. So I would just like to say, I would hope that there would be some serious consideration given as we clean up the statutes going forward and continue with our goal of flexibility to repealing the class size penalty statute that to me seems to be kind of a geologic artifact.
Okay, any other board discussion? How you doing?
I have a minor one, but it bothers me. On the attachment 3, page 2 of 4, number 5. Can we remove the language some? I would like it to say planned instruction is given rather than some. Is that possible? Go to
It's the
attachment
actual regulations.
3. Well, on mine, I guess it's 897 or 900. Yeah. Attachment 3, page 2 of 4. It talks about the definitions, and the definition.
And I probably wouldn't have wrote it this way, but as I mentioned, I tried to be consistent with the exact Title V regs for class size penalty, and this is exactly the language.
Yeah, but I think it gives a miss. I know it seems minor, but you don't want to go into a classroom with some planned instruction. The line number is 30, well, no, it's 2.
It's
line item
page 2 of
Number 5.
attachment 3.
If it could just say planned instruction is given, it should be some.
If that's what the board chooses to do, we can. The language is in the same in the emergency regs. We can.
Okay.
So that's a suggestion for change then, all right. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, I believe I understand why board member
Melina wants to make that particular change. But could I ask you to articulate the rationale behind that particular revision?
I believe it misleads, right? It's really not about, I think we want to make it really clear. These are definitions, right? So I'm trying to simplify the definition. And the definition would be that, let me see, I got to go back up.
It's to define homeroom.
Maybe that's what I missed. Then I apologize.
So we're talking about not the self-contained class, but maybe the class where students, depending on their classroom setting, begin, in probably the example we heard from CSBA, they begin with a teacher and then they're clustered or collected with another teacher for some reason. We're talking about that class where they begin with some teacher.
If that's the intent, then I misread it.
Okay. And it doesn't directly address CSBA's concern. I mean, this is when they're going to math for an hour in a different class, or they're being grouped for those reasons. I understand CSBA's concern related to the early bird, late bird, and the option 2, and we'll take that into consideration in the regular rulemaking process. I think that was those classes in the example, for purposes of class size penalties, they would have been calculated as a class of 32. That's my understanding of how it was implemented, and that's how it would be here. So it is in conflict with what CSBA wants, but we can kind of work through that in the regular rulemaking process.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
Makai Ali.
Morning, Mr. Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson and Board. My name is Mel Asaga. I'm speaking on behalf of Makai Ali, who was delayed in his arrival here. We want to support the board's recommendation and thank the board for making this an accessible process. We are looking forward to working with you as you figure how we implement these changes, and our teachers and board will be more than willing to work with you on this. And Mr. Ali asked me to make one additional comment to Superintendent Torlakson to thank him for SB 837 on transitional kindergarten. We think that's a really critical issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Any further board discussion on this item? Notion?
The department's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, second by Alina. Any further board discussion? If not, all board members raise your hands. All right, that's approved. All right, the board will adjourn for lunch, and we'll return. What time are we coming back? We'll come back around 12:45. You got an hour. It's the only way, yeah, just celebrate it, you know.
Thank you. but leave your worries, leave 'em on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop of a newton that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all reet if you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a track, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Move it on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version
of a really solid Tennessee excursion.
Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo.
I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling. Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin lace
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga, Chattanooga, get aboard, Chattanooga, Chattanooga, all aboard. Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Chattanooga choo-choo.
But leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop, hop, a newton that, pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all right.
Welcome to the Quality Schooling Framework website. The California Department of Education developed the Quality Schooling Framework to assist educators as they work to ensure that the students in their schools are learning and thriving. The Quality Schooling Framework reflects a change in the way we look at schooling in California. In the past, schooling was based on a compliance model. As you can see,
Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
So the board, I don't have the hand. The board meeting is now back in session. We're going to move to item 3 until President Kearse returns. We're going to do this one, and so we thank Deputy Superintendent Sigmund to talk to us about a demonstration of a quality schooling framework. Thank you for being flexible.
Thank you, Vice Chair Strauss. So this is, we're very excited to share this with you today. Just as a way of background, you did have an information memorandum that came to you. So hopefully that provided you with some necessary background. What I want to tell you is this is a project that it's been in the making for about 2.5 years. So on the downside, that kind of demonstrates how a bureaucracy works. But, but on the upside, it represents a really rather broad and comprehensive engagement of people across the agency. I would say that it's crossed probably 3 different branches. Many people in the curricular and instructional and assessment areas and the Title I areas have been engaged in this work. And we started out on this work because we were frustrated, as were our LEAs, with our instruments that we were using to talk about school improvement. And you guys had a great conversation this morning about the evolving accountability system and the changing landscape. And the nice thing is that this comes, we think, just at the right time. Because this is really about talking about at the front end, not waiting until you're in program improvement, not waiting until someone tells you you should be doing something, but really about how we can plan for quality schools, which look different depending on where you are, right? I mean, and by that I mean that that quality is quality, but how you get there and how you serve the needs of your students may look different depending on the kind of school that you happen to reside in. So we think this is going to be very helpful to LEAs as they think about their LCAP. But we want to be clear here that we are not connecting the quality schooling framework to a particular program. So this work began in the Title I office, and the work began in response to very restrictive federal AYP Title I requirements. But it doesn't need to stay there, and it really can be used in a much more broad context. That when people are thinking about their planning, that we think this will be a proactive tool for them to use as they're thinking about any of their plans. So we think this is a timely demonstration for you. I want you to know it's still evolving. It's still a work in progress. We have a schedule that's slated to take us through June, actually. But we wanted to share it with you because we know that people know about the work, and they're anxious for us to release the work. So I want to introduce Bob Storelli. Bob is our interim director of our Improvement and Accountability Division, and he's going to walk you through this demonstration with Emma, and you'll meet Emma soon here.
Thank you, Deb. I think Deb summarized very well where we're at with the Quality Schooling Framework program. We're excited to demonstrate it for you today. And if all of our technology does what it's supposed to do, you'll be seeing it in just a second here.
Welcome to the Quality Schooling Framework website. The California Department of Education developed the Quality Schooling Framework to assist educators as they work to ensure that the students in their schools are learning and thriving. The Quality Schooling Framework reflects a change in the way we look at schooling in California. In the past, schooling was based on a compliance model. As you can see in this diagram, schools and districts were required to respond to a set of performance requirements for funding. Today, the California Department of Education is committed to a model in which schools and districts are empowered to adopt and enact policies and programs that best suit their local needs to support student success in their local communities. Unlike past supports, the Quality Schooling Framework, or QSF, is not a checklist of requirements or mandated activities. Instead, you can think of it as a map and a compass to help you focus on your destination and plan your route to student success. It is a resource for all schools. The QSF identifies 10 elements that, when integrated, support students' learning and thriving. These elements are drawn from extensive research on the characteristics of effective schooling. They represent the what of quality schooling. The QSF website describes each of the elements and includes supportive resources such as tools for planning and measuring QSF elements. The QSF also includes a series of application videos and other resources to help you determine how you will integrate these elements in your school. On the QSF website, all students are at the center of all discussions about quality schooling. To support all students, the QSF recommends that 10 elements be addressed in an integrated way. These elements include curriculum, instruction, assessment, equity, teachers, family and community engagement, leaders, professional learning, culture and climate, and resource alignment. As you consider these elements in your own schools, we encourage you to start with students at the center of your discussions. As you use the QSF as a resource, begin by reviewing the Students Learning and Thriving section on this website and collaborating with your stakeholders to define more specifically what Students Learning and Thriving means to your community. Ultimately, your school's planning activities should be based on this definition. Next, look to the characteristics section of elements on this site as you work to identify pressing needs and determine which elements matter most in your local context. Then, work to identify and prioritize specific outcomes and indicators for success in your school or district. Even though all of the QSF elements are important, students will be poorly served if too many initiatives lead to incomplete or fragmented implementation or to change fatigue. Determine and sustain your focus and remember the QSF elements should be viewed as a general roadmap. To help you in your planning and implementation process and practices, this next section of the QSF site includes several videos with resources. These videos provide practical strategies for strengthening elements of the QSF in your local context. For example, our next video in this series focuses on concrete leadership practices that support effective planning and implementation. You'll also find videos on topics such as organizational assessments, planning, stakeholder engagement, and implementation models and practices. Each video is accompanied by relevant resources to help you explore these topics in more depth. Thank you for viewing this introduction to the Quality Schooling Framework. We encourage you to apply and share these resources with your school and district stakeholders as you work to ensure that all students in your community learn and thrive. Welcome to the Quality Schooling Framework website.
Let's stop that. Okay, that was our demonstration, and I'm glad you got a chance to view it. I think a couple of things that Deb had said in her opening remarks I'd like to reiterate, and I think as the program, the demonstration had showed, this isn't necessarily responsive to any specific program or initiative. The intent is it's a planning tool for schools and covers a broad spectrum of topics. The program has been in the works for over 2 years, and it's been really interesting and helpful working with the cross branches and divisions and to understand a little better what they're doing, what we're doing to produce a better product. So next steps in this are, it's still under development in a lot of aspects. We're working diligently to bring more of the narratives and videos up that we can bring online. Our goal is to make this come online live in June. We plan to demonstrate this video at our California Title I conference, which is in 2 weeks. And we're trying to get the word out there and let everybody know what's under development and what's soon to be released. So at this time, we weren't asking any specific action from the board. This was just an information item for to let you know what we've been working on.
So thank you for the presentation. I do have a question, since we spent this morning looking at coordinating resources around LCFF and LCAP, and how is the department going to connect this so it's useful as people are, because they're doing a lot of the things. I mean, LCAP addresses many of the issues that are addressed in Quality School Framework. So what's the efforts to try to connect it?
I think the point that we're trying to make is it will help in the development of the LCAPs. It's a planning tool that a school can use.
Any other board members? Ms. Rucker?
Well, thank you, first of all, for the presentation, and I'm very glad to know that we are repurposing what has proven to be actually some very good practices for the schools that have implemented these ideas with fidelity. But my question goes back to what Board Member Strauss asked about. As schools and districts begin doing this work to create their plan and submit this template draft in the summer, I begin to wonder why all these resources exist as things that can be considered, and yet at the same time, we seem to be uncomfortable to give them guidance to suggest these would be the types of ideals that we would look for, or the kinds of operations that we would expect would be a norm. I think that's, again, it goes back to the conversation we had earlier today about issues about evaluation. What are the guiding principles, or what are the ideals that the state believes districts need to make sure they articulate, consider, or address? So we're providing all of these resources, yet at the same time, we're not telling people, well, here are the norms that we're looking for, here are the guiding principles or core values of the state that we believe these plans will ultimately be evaluated against. So I'm very happy to see very good resources. I'm very happy to see research-based ideas that have been implemented with fidelity and have netted some good results. But at some moment in time, when you get done creating all these resources, it would be nice to know where they're going to fit in the framework of all the things we're ultimately asking districts to do or to consider, or against which will be the standard or the norm or our core values. So I'm hoping in some way we'll get a chance to define that.
So I don't know that there was a question, but if I could comment on that. You're right. I mean, I think that what we had hoped, or what we hope Quality Schooling Framework will be, is that place, kind of that framework for folks. And again, this issue of not wanting it to be particularly responsive to LCAP or Title I or Title III, but really about what are the elements that you need to consider when you're talking about your school, your district. And so while this began before LCFF, you can easily fit the 8 priorities into each of those things that we talk about, right? And as we do this work, we think that there's probably an opportunity for us to bring that in a little bit more definitively, which I think is people are asking for that, right? The other thing, the department has had a number of what we call needs assessment tools that have been out in the LEAs, and those of you that have been in districts or recently came from districts know that those tools have been out for about a decade. And part of this was in response to districts telling us that those tools, while nice, were not really reflective of what they saw happening in their schools, 10 years later. And so this was an effort to try to think more broadly about what it meant to plan and so forth. And our next step, staff, Bob, and certainly Chris, this started under Chris' stewardship when she was director, and Laura Wagner, and many folks have worked on this, the West Ed Comprehensive Center. Our next step is really going to be to look at those tools and to make them more responsive in today's world in terms of all of the things that we're asking. While we want folks to not have conflicting plans, and we'd love for there to be one plan that everyone could look at. I mean, I think that's the ideal. But there's also, and you guys spoke about it this morning, this issue of Title I still has those federal requirements that schools have to meet and so forth. And so I think what we're trying to do is provide this framework that gives people that guidance. And it is evolving. I know that in some respects that's frustrating, but it's also an exciting place to be, because we want the tool to be flexible enough and nimble enough that when regulations get solidified, when criteria get solidified, then we can add that into the program itself.
So any other further comments from board members? Member Williams?
One of the things I noticed that stood out for me really quickly was the 10 things. So, and it stood out for me because I thought of the 8 new state priorities, and I thought we need to be careful about lists of numbers of things that it might get confusing for people who still haven't figured all this out.
Right, and absolutely. But again, we're not trying to make it specific, but rather thinking about your ultimate kind of planning tool. How we fold in those 8 priorities, I think, is something we're going to have to deal with coming up. Remember, this was built, quite frankly, as a Title I tool, and so we're having to adjust, shall we say. So.
Any further board comments? Well, thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to turn back to the waiver section of the agenda, and I'm going to turn the agenda back to President Kirst.
Okay. Thank you. We ran a little long there. So what I'd like to do is turn now to the waivers. And we need to go through, before I can get to the ones that we're going to hear, I need to go through the waiver consent calendar. So first would be the waiver consent calendar for waiver items 1 to 17. We don't need any recusals of board members on these. Do I have a motion for these?
I move approval.
Okay, is there any board discussion? Is there any speakers on these waivers? If not, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, so the second item is action on waiver that waivers, again, with no board recusal, and this one we need to hear is waiver 18. So the department ready to present that?
Good afternoon, Larry Shirey, School Fiscal Services Division. Number 18 is a request to eliminate an election to establish a by-trustee area method of election. You've heard a number of these over the past few years, and they're typically brought to you by school districts who want to decrease their liability under the California Voting Rights Act. However, in this instance, it's being brought forward by a county board of education. San Joaquin County Office of Education is making the request for the Ripon Unified School District in San Joaquin County. And the Ripon District is opposed to the action to waive the election. You might ask why a county board of education is interested in how a district governing board chooses its members. Well, there are at least 2 reasons. One is that the county office is concerned about the financial liability of all districts in the county. And as I just mentioned, liability under the California Voting Rights Act can be a significant financial obligation. But secondly, what we haven't discussed in these before is that the county office itself can be and has been a defendant in litigation over California Voting Rights Act and lawsuits like that. That's because the county has the authority to approve, before it goes to election, any method to establish trustee area elections, and it also has the authority to initiate this process in case the districts don't do that. So a county office could increase its potential liability under CVRA if it's not seen as doing everything in its authority to further the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act. Now, one point I want to make clear before I go on is that there are really two steps to establishing a by-trustee area method of election. The first is drawing the boundaries for the trustee areas in which the trustees will actually have to reside and be elected from. The second is establishing a method by which only the voters in each trustee area can vote for the trustee, the board member from that area. The Ripon Unified School District currently has trustee areas. It just does not have a method by which only the voters in the trustee area elect that particular trustee. All voters in the district vote on each of the trustees, regardless of the trustee area they're in. In the district's recent public hearings to redraw its trustee area boundaries, it's heard that the voters, the people in its community, want to retain that method of election. Also, the district's English Language Advisory Committee is opposed to this waiver. It also would like to have voters weigh in on any decision to change how trustees are elected. So in this waiver, we have two positions. On one hand, you have the County Office of Education, who is concerned about the potential liability to both the district and itself under CVRA, so it wants to eliminate the election to help reduce that liability. And you also have, on the other hand, the Ripon Unified School District, who thinks that the voters in its district should have that say, based on what it's heard from its community. As you know, the department has recommended approval for quite a few of these eliminations of elections over the past few years. But in each of the cases, the district governing board, as elected representatives of the community, have supported the waiver. And also, there's been no significant public opposition to the waiver at the district level. That's not the case here. So the department is recommending denial of the waiver based on its determination that it would jeopardize the involvement of parents, in this case, involvement of parents as voters in the district. I believe we have representatives from the districts and the county office here. I'm happy to answer questions, and I think that if they're not going to speak in public session, that the representatives would probably be happy to answer questions too.
Board member questions. Board member Cohen.
How diverse is the Ripon board?
You know, we don't have the capabilities to go into the board to determine, you know, just by surnames, and that's over the past years or even currently to determine what the ethnicity or racial status of any particular board member is. I will say that the Ripon Unified School District is about a third Hispanic, I think a little over 55% white, so about 45% minority.
Okay, I'm sure we have some speakers, so you can hear those now.
Dr. Kirsten, members of the board. My name is Kit Oas, and I am a citizen and a member of the Ripon Unified School District Governing Board. Our district feels very, very strongly in the one person, one vote principle. We went ahead of our county office when they appeared to be dragging their heels in working towards equal representation on our board. In 2010, we began the process. Here we are almost 4 years later. And what comes from this is, number one, here we are, a small district, 17,000 people, 3,000 students. About 20% are of groups other than white. We are a district that feels very, very strongly that all persons should be represented. And as a result of that, we went through an extensive process, 5 public hearings, meetings, newspaper articles, website things, and we were asking, what are the criteria that you want as we reapportion? We talked about not only the legal requirements of equal representation, compactness of territory, contiguity of territory, but we talked too about maintaining neighborhoods of interest. That's important in our community, in representation. We talked too about having growth corridors so that as our district grows, we have a way that we can still balance our boundaries. We didn't do this willy-nilly. We had two members of our board. One had served 18 years as the city planner, director of planning. Another member with a doctorate in political science whose master's thesis is on reapportionment in California public schools. And so we wanted to be ahead of the game. We made sure that in our meetings we talked a little bit about the history behind reapportionment. We talked about the criteria that we would use to draw those lines, and we talked too about the methods of election, advantages and disadvantages. Throughout that entire process, 0 persons came forth and said they wanted a change. In the public hearings, no letters to the editor, and so we went ahead and moved for a report. Our ELAC committee, and I'll quote this just briefly, Mrs. Lydia Reynosa stated that she did not have a problem with how the school board members were currently elected in Ripon. Mrs. Adriana Ponce stated that there is no need to change as it is working in our town. Mr. Jose Martinez stated, if it is not broken, why fix it? The general consensus of the group was that the way Ripon elects its board members is working for Ripon and there is no need to change it. Our feeling is this: we recognize that the county board has the opportunity to say, you're going to change your method of election. Our belief is, based on the consent of the governed, that it ought to be presented to the voters, since nobody in our school district came forth and said they wanted to change. So that's all we're asking, is that you deny the waiver request, we put it to a vote of the voters, and then we move ahead. That's basically what the issue is.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
Thank you. Any questions you might have?
Okay, so thank you very much for making this presentation and sharing the information you gave. My question is, looking at the information and the study that you did, if you had gone to trustee area elections, would you not be able to draw trustee maps that would preserve neighborhoods?
Oh, there is absolutely no disagreement between the boundaries that have been done. They apply whether it's buy-in from trustee area or from trustee area and election at large. There's no problem at all with those boundaries. In fact, the county office was slow to implement them, and we had to go back to the county board and said, this needs to be in place for the 2012 elections, regardless of our debate over the method of election, because otherwise our community had grown by 4,000 people. We would be disenfranchising folks who live 1,600 in one district and 4,500 in another. So there's no disagreement with the boundaries as they are driven. The only disagreement is the method of election, and we're saying in a full process, we believe the citizens should have a right to cast their vote.
Okay, so then in the boundaries that were created, is there a difference in the concentration of the diversity of the residents in each of those trustee areas?
Two of those boundaries reflect, I'll say, social economic differences that would allow persons to have a fair shot to serve on the board.
Okay, you didn't answer my question. Okay. So let me ask. I probably didn't ask the question correctly. And so the demographic information I heard is that roughly 20% of the families who live in Ripon are Hispanic. And so here's my question. Okay. Among the trustee area, inside of the trustee area boundaries that have been drawn, and I understand there's no disagreement about the boundaries. So let's say that there's 5 areas. Would you say inside any one of those 5 areas that the concentration of Hispanic residents is higher than 20%?
Yes.
How much higher?
I would say 30 to 35%.
30 to 35%, so there's a greater density.
And it's not just Hispanic. We also have a fairly sizable Asian population as well.
Okay, and so again, so among those areas, and again, I'm just using 5 as a number, so among those 5 areas, it's possible that you have a greater density of diversity in some of those areas than you do in others?
Yes.
And so for those areas, is there a majority representation of voters?
I don't understand your question.
Are there more voters of color in those trustee areas than non-vote?
No.
Than voters not of color?
No.
Okay, and so this last question, I apologize to my board members if this is controversial. Are there any members on your board who look like me?
No.
Okay. Do all the members on your board look like you?
No.
Okay. Could you describe the diversity among your board members if you know it?
One member of Hispanic background and 4 like me.
And then finally, for those people who sit on the board, based on the trustee areas, if you were to hold the election based on those trustee areas, would they be returned to their seats or would there be somebody else sitting there?
Could very well change. One of the members that helped draft this plan is stepping off the board. They come from one of the 2 areas. I hope that we will have some good candidates there for people to consider.
All right. Thank you.
Are there other witnesses? Nobody from the county? Thank you. Okay, board member discussion. Maybe we ought to restate if we approve the waiver, what would happen?
If you approve the waiver, then for the 2014 governing board elections, only people in a given trustee area will be able to vote for the trustee from that area. If you don't approve it, I'll go beyond it. If you don't approve it, then I believe they're trying to get the matter on the June election, this June election, whether or not to go to that by trustee area method of vote. And if it's approved by the voters, it will then be in place for the 2014 November election. If it's not approved by the voters, then the election for governing board members will stay as it is right now.
Board Member Cohn.
Overall minority student population, did you say is about 45%?
Well, right. There's 30. I know that the board member mentioned 20% of the community, but that's when they draw trustee areas. They don't use student population. They use community population. So, the last for 12-13, I believe was about 33% Hispanic, about 56% white, and then the rest, everyone else.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I'll say, I just don't feel like I have the deep information to ride in and intrude in this community by approving this waiver. I mean, I'm uneasy that I'm sure of myself and know enough about what's going on in Ripon and San Joaquin County.
And the county was invited to participate here if they so chose.
Right. It was my understanding one of the county board members was going to be here, but I don't know if some scheduling problems came up or not.
Oh, okay. The interim superintendent is? Regular superintendent.
I failed retirement. I'm sorry. Interim for a few months, regular. I just wanted to add one point.
You are. Please identify yourself.
My name is William Dre, and I am the superintendent of the Ripon Unified School District since last July. I've been involved with this process for years in another school district in San Joaquin. An important point is that what is germane for Ripon is that we have open enrollment as well. And I think that's a key element before you take this in. So that's why our DLAC and ELAC committees are so supportive, because just because you're from a trustee area, you are representing all the schools no matter what. And I think that was just a point that I wanted to make to this board.
Thank you.
Okay?
Any questions? Board Member Ruck.
I think what's actually germane for me on this point, and I'm looking at Judy and Amy to make sure I'm not misstating this, is basically what the district is asking over what the county is asking for is an opportunity to operate what the law gives them an option to do, which is to approve whether or not there would be a change from at-large election to trustee area elections. They're asking to allow that process to go forward and to be able to put it to a vote as the law allows them to do, rather than to ask the state, as the county is asking, for us to impose a change in the process. Have I misstated that? Okay, so I think that is what with great respect to the superintendent, but I think that's the germane issue that's actually in front of us as board members. Do we allow the local process to go forward as the options are provided for under the law, or do we step in and make an imposition at the request of the county office. So I don't need to know any more about the local conditions. I do, I will say, look at me, and I think I have greater ownership of the one vote, one representative issue than anybody else who may weigh in on this. But let me just say, I think that the operation of the law is what is being requested here, and that's the point that's most germane for us to look at in making the decision to approve or deny the waiver. So I have great comfort with the staff's recommendation to deny the waiver for that particular reason.
Okay.
I hadn't made the motion yet because I knew there were other people who were wanting to comment.
Okay, seeing no other people, we will entertain a motion.
I would move the staff recommendation.
Any public comment on the motion? No. Okay. Board members in favor of the motion, raise your hands, please. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Now we will do waiver consent items with recusal by Member Rucker. So we'll wait. Okay, so I'm asking for consideration of the consent items, waiver 20 through 23.
I move that we accept 20 to 23.
Is there a second to that? Second, all right. Any speakers on those waivers?
Isn't it?
Go ahead. Any speakers on these items? No. Any board discussion? If not, all those raise your hands. Okay, now we are ready for waiver 19, and the department will present.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, board members. As my last official CDE position, I am pleased to present to you W-17, which concerns the San Jose Unified School District's request to the State Board of Education seeking authorization to waive Ed Code Section 44929.21B, which allows an employee who has completed 2 consecutive years of employment in a position requiring certification who has been reelected for the succeeding year to be granted permanent status. In short, what this waiver allows is the Unified School District to grant permanent status after 1 year of successful employment, or to allow a 3rd-year probationary status if further evaluation and support is needed by an employee. The waiver request states that through a collective process, including the latest round of bargaining of the contract, the district and the San Jose Teachers Association have developed and implemented a teacher evaluation and support system. Each party determined that the Ed Code governing when a probationary teacher becomes a permanent employee would need to be waived. Additionally, this is the first time that the board has heard the request from an LEA for entire district versus a specific teacher. Past action, this SBE allowed provisions for an individual teacher, citing the responsible opportunity for resolution of a dispute between the teacher and the district. This waiver is also in conflict with 2 other provisions of Ed Code, which the board cannot waive. Ed Code Section 44948.3, which is not subject to board waiver, provides that 1st and 2nd year probationary employees may be subject to dismissal for unsatisfactory performance or for cause. The requested waiver would, if in effect, result in being a 3rd-year probationary employee. It is not clear how the San Jose Unified could dismiss a 3rd-year probationary employee as requested in waivers. Section 44948.3 only provides for dismissal of a 1st or a 2nd-year probationary employee. Similarly, Education Code 44932, which is also not subject to board waiver, provides for dismissal of an employee that has achieved permanent status and would not cover these 3rd probationary employees. The major concern with the waiver is that it eliminates the statutory requirements of the 2-year period for determining when a probationary teacher becomes permanent in the entire district and not just for individuals. This waiver request, if approved, would impact major public policies in California K-12 education. Without statute in place, the time period for achieving permanent status could be as short as 1 year or as long as 3 years. The school district and the teacher, with exclusive representation, agreeing to what the time period would be for each teacher, or if there was no agreement, whenever the district determined it would be necessary. The waiver would create uncertainty for teachers and students because it's not clear how probationary teachers would be treated at the end of the waiver period. The CDE staff believes that the abrogation of this provision of Ed Code would result in uncertain, unequal, and potential contentious treatment of probationary teachers, since the granting of this waiver would result in some teachers having longer or shorter probationary periods than others, thus jeopardizing personnel protections. All teachers should have the equal access and opportunities and outcomes for employment. Therefore, for the stated reasons, the CDE recommends that the State Board deny this request and issue a finding that the request waived would jeopardize pupil and school personnel protections pursuant to Ed Code Section 33051A4, and recommend that the requesters seek legislative solution to this issue.
Thank you. Board member questions? Go ahead.
Is this in what way is this related to a current lawsuit that's going on?
I think I'm going to, do you mind, Amy?
In subject matter, if not in an actual legal connection?
Well, this statute is part of that litigation. Yes. The Vergara litigation.
And we are defendants in that suit.
Correct. We are defendants in that suit. It's in trial right now.
Okay, other questions? We'll have some speakers, I know, so. Okay, thank you, Phil, and we'll have some. So let's have the speakers, and this is complex, so I'm going to let you go for whatever time you need to express your views. Please identify who you are.
Yeah, Dr. Matthews, we can talk as long as we want. Are you ready?
Hi. Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, State Board members of the community, CDE staff. I'm Vincent Matthews. I'm the Superintendent of the San Jose Unified School District, and I have with me...
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Thomas. I'm President of the San Jose Teachers Association.
The San Jose Teachers Association and the San Jose Unified School District have requested a waiver of Ed Code by the California State Board of Education. Specifically, this waiver would grant the ability for the San Jose Unified School District to offer permanent status to teachers after 1 year, or have the option to extend the probationary period to 3 years in lieu of non-reelection warranted by specific and unusual circumstances. This request is part, and only a part, of the implementation of the Teachers Association and the district's groundbreaking new teacher evaluation system. Our long-standing positive relationship is a solid foundation upon which to create and implement transformational change in how we support and evaluate our teachers. Our elected school board voted unanimously to support this. The teachers union membership also voted to support this, and our staff is eager to begin implementing. We're not seeking a statewide solution because this request is driven by our own circumstances in San Jose Unified and our own local express needs. I urge you to vote in support of this waiver, and now I'll have my colleague Jennifer Thomas give you more details in regards to our request.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. President, board members. It's a pleasure to be here as kind of a member of the rank and file of the California Teachers Association, to speak to my boss's boss. I want to take a moment to say thank you for the work that you do. I'm a product of great public education in California, both in the San Joaquin and Silicon Valleys, a product of the junior college system and the public universities. So while I'm not trying to curry any favor, my mother would want me to tell you thank you because she's pleased with the education that I received, and so am I. More importantly, the 1,700 members of the San Jose Teachers Association whom I represent here today are pleased with the work that I and the bargaining team have done on their behalf. Our members last spring ratified an extraordinary collaborative, thoughtful, and progressive contract that supports public education and public educators in new ways. And in support of that, we have come to the board for a request for a waiver from the Ed Code that has been previously described. But to understand how this waiver actually strengthens personnel protections and empowers great public education, the relationship between the Teachers Association and the district is of paramount importance. Over the past 70 years, it has run the gamut, like most relationships between labor and management do, from contentious to collaborative. But the last decade has really been a period of putting aside those differences, nurturing relationships, and earning trust. Those efforts culminate in what the union and the district enjoy today, a circumstance unique in San Jose and to San Jose educators. The unified focus, the shared commitments, and the aligned priorities all demonstrate how significant this idea of local control and the subsidiarity that Governor Brown praises so frequently has made our relationship in the work we do on behalf of public education. What's really important about our waiver request is, as Dr. Matthews says, the impact of the evaluation system that we ratified last spring and which our publicly and democratically elected trustees endorsed wholeheartedly. We ratified an evaluation system that gives unprecedented protections to all members of the bargaining unit. These protections include an oversight process unlike any in the state of California, one that puts teachers and administrators on equal footing in a collaborative process to make the best decisions on behalf of both employees and students in San Jose Unified. The discussion about improving the evaluation process, though, also included a very real problem. Non-reelecting teachers in their second year who had encountered unforeseen difficulties in the evaluation process or who had unfortunate turns of events in their career that had disproportionately impacted their performance. We were concerned about very specific scenarios and our ability to do right by these employees. These scenarios may hamper our ability to make evidence-based recommendations that accounted for the entire context of these employees' important employment decisions. For example, what if the first-year evaluations of the employee were stellar, but the second year they struggled? What if the employee had been out ill or on family medical leave and multiple rounds of evaluations could not be completed in accordance with the timelines? What if the employee changed sites, job classifications, or principals during their second year, and as a result, their evaluations were inconsistent? What if the employee has shown significant improvement, but the supports provided were not fully executed through no fault of their own? The idea of a third year of probationary status exclusively in lieu of non-reelection was our effort to address disparities in an unfair set of circumstances. But the idea that somehow denies a fundamental aspect of due process, as my colleagues at CTA will share with you in a moment, is actually completely wrong. Probationary teachers, as you know, have no due process rights. Right or wrong, for better or worse, it was bartered away 30 years ago. And now second-year educators have one choice by March 15th, become permanent or be fired. Rather than dismissal, SJTA negotiated with our district a due process consideration that is stronger than Ed Code, and we could save people's jobs and preserve their livelihoods only when the outcome of that decision process is unclear, not create a slower path to permanent status for people who otherwise would have earned it in 2 years. That is a substantive difference between the lawsuit that the California State Board and Department of Education are defendants in today, because we believe in San Jose, both the district and the association, that 2 years for 99% of our employees is more than enough to determine permanent status. What we want to be able to do is to account for unjust circumstances and situations where it's not, and support high-quality employees in the advancement of student learning. SJTA and the district do not simply wish for high-quality teachers in every classroom. We wish to ensure that no employee loses their job because there are no due process rights for them, and any exigent circumstances in the second year of an employee's probationary status almost automatically means their dismissal. It's not fair. It's not right. And if this waiver is denied on the ground of the complex tangle of the relationships that is Ed Code, or because some district out there will willfully misinterpret our intent, or because of refusal to see that this is an extension of rights which we have heretofore been unable to grant to second-year employees, we'll just continue to fight. My job is to ensure that every child has a great teacher in front of them, and that every great teacher in the making is not harmed by the unintended consequences of 30-year-old legislation for which the board, in its wisdom has already recognized that some waivers must be granted. We will continue to do our work to ensure that this issue of equity, justice, and fairness becomes the reality in San Jose. We'd really like your support to make that possible today. Thank you.
Okay, ready? We're ready for questions from board members. I'm ready. Well, I think we have them here. We can question them, and then we'll do public comment. Okay.
So I appreciate your passion, and I appreciate the innovation that you're trying to attempt here. But I sort of have two process questions.
Sure.
Because if I heard you say that you think 99% of your teachers would fall within the 2-year time frame, if I heard that correctly.
Of those teachers who would be recommended for permanent status, yes.
Okay. So as I understand it, based on what the department staff has shared with us and has written up in the item, prior boards have approved individual waivers, I think for the circumstances that you're describing. If a teacher finds themselves in an unfortunate circumstance, they're on maternity leave or whatever the circumstance might be, and you came to the board and made a case for that particular waiver, we would consider it on an individual basis. So I have two parts to my question. One, did you consider that as an option when you were negotiating the agreement, that we would, that would be something that we could take up on an individual basis? And if not, have you considered going to the legislature and seeking legislative change to this law?
Do you want me to start? Okay.
The second part.
Okay, so we did not consider going on a case-by-case basis, despite the fact we think that the Probe 3 status would be fairly limited to a few number of employees. Number one, we thought that the teacher quality panel that oversees the recommendations made by our board is comprised of both teachers and administrators. And it made sense if we had this really strong joint oversight authority to empower that group of individuals to make a recommendation. Additionally, I only know of one, this is, I'm sure, my ignorance, but I am only aware of one waiver from San Francisco in the past 20 years or so I'm not actually familiar with that process, and I was worried that it might become unduly burdensome for the teachers who are attempting to determine their status for the following year. Getting enough data to determine whether or not we should make the waiver request in time to get it to the board, in time to have our board notified by March 15th. We thought if we could request some flexibility and some support, we can show you that we can do right by these employees.
And we didn't go through the legislative route. We're not seeking a statewide solution. We absolutely believe this is a local issue. Just thinking about our governor and thinking about what he's constantly talking about in terms of local issues, local control, this is why we came this route. We believe that the opportunity here to waive this section of Ed Code is an opportunity here, and it's specific to San Jose and not specific to any other district throughout the state.
And we understand, too, we could have requested a specific piece of legislation for our district, but it seemed, number one, appropriate to go to our nearest governance body for that support. It was our understanding that this section of the Ed Code was waivable, and our research showed a little piece of writing that President Kirst wrote talking about the importance of the capacity to waive pieces of the Ed Code when it was necessary for a district to grapple with circumstances that need to be handled at the local level. It seemed like a great nexus of support for this route so that it was as narrowly construed as possible in support of the very specific context we have in San Jose. We were concerned about the argument that this would open a floodgate and other districts would come marching to the Capitol asking for the right to make employees 3-year probationary status in defiance of the Ed Code whenever they felt like it without the support of their associations. But we know, and what we appreciate the chance to share with you today, is that this balance of power is not going to permit that to happen in San Jose. It's just why it works for us, because there's no way, because of the relationship and the shared commitments that we have, that will happen.
I'd also comment on that when you just spoke about this balance of power, I know of no other district that's even close to in the pipeline where we are, which is you have a governing board unanimously moving towards and a staff along with the Teachers Association, all saying this is right for our context.
And we don't always agree, just want to be really clear. There is no.
So I just want to follow up because I guess what I'm concerned by the issues that have been raised by the department staff that while, and I think it actually shows the sort of complication of the personnel statutes. And we probably also have to be clear that in the LCFF conversations, and I'm sure you heard a lot of it this morning, we didn't deal with personnel protections for a variety of reasons, most of which because they've been negotiated very carefully in the legislature and they all work together. And as the department has pointed out here, is that once you sort of pull the thread on one of them, potentially you unravel the whole rug, some of which we can't deal with. So that's the struggle, and that's really why I asked the question about the legislature, because I just wonder whether your appropriate recourse here is with the legislature to deal with them, whether it's as an individual district, and again, to be applauded based on the kinds of, fantastic relationship that you have and the support you have of your local board. But they do have some serious implications, and the fact that we are a defendant in a lawsuit makes me pause around this issue in front of us. So I don't know what kind of legal advice you've gotten about the other interactions that exist here.
And wouldn't mind, we can ask the district's attorney, Greg Danis, to come up.
Yes.
He just recently won an award for California Lawyer of the Century, the Planet, for education. So I'm definitely of the year. So I'm definitely going to defer to his genius in this. Greg, make the member feel happy.
No pressure. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Danis of Danis Oliver Kelly. I'm legal counsel for San Jose, have been for 30-some years, and co-chairperson of their negotiations team. To address some of the legal issues raised, 44948.23, which is a for-cause probationary dismissal process, there is no conflict between what we're asking and that statute. It says you can pursue a for-cause probationary dismissal. We call it mid-year dismissal because probationaries generally are non-reelected at the end of the year. That statute is very rarely used because of the non-reelection process at the end of the year. Simply put, if the parties involved here through the TQP, Teacher Quality Panel, elected to grant a third year, we could not dismiss that person for cause under 448.23. They are a third-year probationary employee. Our only option would be to non-reelect at the end of the third year. So it's not unraveling that statute. We in effect, are exempting those third-year probes from the purview of that statute. The other point that was raised about would there be confusion at the end of the waiver period of someone in probationary status. Well, the legislature has confronted this many times, and we're doing it through the waiver process when they changed the probationary period in 1983-84. It's very simple that those who came before have a certain process and those who came after have a certain process. The fact of the matter is probationary employees hired during the purview of the waiver would be under that, and if and when the waiver expired, the former law would apply. Of course, if the waiver were granted several years in a row, that waiver might not be subject to expiration, and we wouldn't have this confusion. The other thing that we noted is, the articles of the Education Code, they're right next to each other. Article 27, I think it is, and the next one starts with 44930, which is the for-cause statute. And the waiver law specifically exempted the entire article of classification, one section of which is the section we're pursuing a waiver for. The legislature could very easily have said we're making that non-waivable also. It does not conflict with 44932 because we're talking about probationary non-reelection, and that's for cause for permanent teacher dismissal. And the other thing is we didn't go to the legislature to sort of restate what Dr. Matthews says, precisely because the waiver process is intended to provide a local exception based on local needs to what was originally called the prescriptive nature of California's voluminous education code, such that the waiver process provides districts an alternative without the legislature repealing an entire section of the law. This is from a 1985 paper by the Policy Analysis for California Education on the intent of the waiver process. That's exactly what we are doing here.
Yes.
So I know that the waiver is got two parts to it. One is to extend for special circumstances, as you described, a third-year probation. But I believe there's also a one-year granting of tenure for those. Could you just describe sort of what, because I understand the 3-year, you were very clear and articulate about that. I'm just interested in the articulation on the when circumstances would allow tenure under your request to be given for a teacher after 1 year.
And before the district's folks explain the rationale behind that, I do want to point out that already in the Ed Code, a district has the authority to hire in as a permanent teacher anybody who's already achieved permanency in another district. We can hire them right now as a permanent teacher. So whatever arguments or rationale or concerns that the department might have to disparate treatment, and you might get permanency and you might not, that ability already exists for already permanent teachers from other districts.
I just wanted to say, as Greg said, the Ed Code in the most generous reading already permits us to grant permanent status after 1 year. The minimum requirement is that by March 15th of the second probationary year, the employee will or will not be granted permanent status. It was a commitment, it was the district's commitment to really empowering great teachers with this privilege of permanent status for them to spell out in writing, okay, we can talk about this. And I just reminded the superintendent today that in all the discussion on the third years, he was going to have to start granting me some 1-year permanent statuses.
And we actually wanted to be very explicit about that, and that's why that's there.
May I go back really briefly to the lawsuit, the capital L lawsuit that I think a lot about this, that either way, the people who are opposed to collective bargaining and the will of the board and the will of the people in the state of California will use whatever decision is made here today against us. If you grant the waiver, they'll say, see, we told you. They will ignore the context. They will ignore the specifics. They will ignore the fact that this is labor and management working together in collective bargaining approved by Governor Brown, God bless him, 100 years ago, to protect people and their rights. If you deny the waiver, they'll say, see, we told you so. The state board doesn't care about change. They don't care about individual circumstances. That's why when we talk about this, when we said, oh my God, this could not be worse timing to ask this from these people, we said we have to set aside their arguments. This is about San Jose. This is about teachers. This is about the fact that every time I have to look at a non-reelected teacher who had some really difficult circumstances, it's a nightmare, and we need some support to make it end because it's not right. Thank you.
Okay. Other board member questions? Board member Cohn.
How long have you been working on this as a collective?
2.5 years.
Well, I'm only 22.
So we started, the negotiation process took 18 months, but we actually, the conversation started, I would say, a year before that, so
Well,
2.5.
One of my first committee assignments from our prior president and our previous superintendent was to get in there and figure out how to improve the evaluation process. It took us 2 years to get to something radically different that put teacher growth and teacher-driven professional development at the center of it in a collaborative relationship, and then it was time to bargain again. So it's been at least since 2009 concept.
As the most senior person in San Jose, when people ask me that question and they say, how long did it take you to bargain this? And it's about 2 years. I always say, but it really took us about 20 years to get here, because the evolution of this relationship is unique. And we've come from, a typical long time ago confrontational, fact-finding, impasse, strike every other year, to the last, I want to say, 10, 15 years of incredible collaboration, and this is just part of that evolution.
Congratulations on building a level of trust that you rarely see in a large urban school district, and I, for one, believe that we're a big state and we ought to be able to afford a pilot or two that really moves the agenda in this area.
Thank you. We do too.
Okay, if no further board member questions, then we're ready for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sandra Thornton, Ken Burt, and Gary Ravini, please come forward to the podium.
Okay, and since we allowed San Jose unlimited time, you all may talk for whatever you want to.
Every one of them, or just the cons?
Just the the people opposed.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, board members, and Superintendent Torkelson. We believe that this waiver would take away the due process for probationary teachers.
Could you identify yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry, you don't know me yet? Sandy Thornton, representing California Teachers Association. Okay. We believe that this waiver would take away the due process for probationary teachers. It could result in unequal treatment for some of these teachers. There also is language that gives the school board the final decision related to due process for these teachers, even though there is a teacher quality panel. We support the superintendent's recommendation and hope that you will pass that. Thank you.
Ken Burt on behalf of the California Teachers Association. Vigaris really has nothing to do with this case. The issue, the thrust of Vigaris is the impact of these laws unconstitutional. And we're specifying that unconstitutionality is not an issue here today. The issue really is there's been a delicate legislative balance struck over time. And actually, I think the department's analysis is, I'm always critical, but it's about as precise as I've seen over time.
That's high praise, yeah.
In the great state of Michigan, we were tempted to allow districts to have the discretion of a third-year probation. And as it will be, the great city of Flint, Michigan, decided they never saw a third-year probationary teacher they didn't like. So subsequently, the legislature did away with that. I have to assume that the legislature of the great state of California also had the benefit of that. And so what I really have to say is it's a legislative issue. It's been balanced before. As unbelievable as it is, I used to put together Oldsmobiles, and I got tenure after 30 days. And so we looked at a period of the liberal time of saying the greatest right, the greatest property right anyone has in America is their job, and that they all should have due process to protect that rather than be thrown out like a piece of garbage should political forces or someone's brother-in-law need a job. And so we had these laws that come about that aren't tenure. They merely give you the right to contest something, to say, is it fair? Is there evidence to support the decision? So again, this should be something that's in the legislature. The other issue is I remember the waiver from San Francisco. The President, Dennis Kelly, and he and I talked, and they had an exceptional set of circumstances. But the board would do it on a case-by-case basis. One of the things we talk about, what does a waiver do? A waiver is a narrow exception. A waiver is not something that swallows the rule. It's an exception to a rule. It doesn't swallow the rule. And in this case, and if you go back to the letter that we submitted, we quoted what they have in their collective bargaining agreement. If you'll note in there, first of all, it's all well-intended. They took a long time. But as my mother said to me, if it's not there in writing, it's not there in writing. And so there's two major issues. Number one, what they do over there, they're asking you to waive the law, and what they do is not subject to the grievance procedure. And number three, the board retains all other statutory rights that they have. It's a one-way deal. And so, as Board Member Burr pointed out, which we're having a love fest of agreement today, there is a way for them to come in here on a case-by-case basis, and that's really what the law intended for you to do, not to strike out across the board something that is an exception that swallows the rule. If you grant this, we might as well just exempt the Los Angeles area from any rules whatsoever. I mean, that'd give them a lot of local flexibility. We have a statewide scheme with a narrow exception, and the narrow exception is not here. And the other thing we discussed quite at length is they're to be commended for what they're doing, but we think that they can do 99.9% of what they wish to do without getting this very broad waiver.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. I'm Gary Ravani from the California Federation of Teachers. San Jose plan has a number of very interesting ideas that probably should be explored, but CFT believes that the district-wide waiver is not the way to proceed appropriately with this kind of reform effort. Therefore, CFT supports the staff recommendation to deny the waiver request. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're ready for more board member questions or pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see any more speakers. Okay. So, yeah, more board member discussion. You can ask for the various speakers that we've heard to come back if you want to question them. Board Member Williams.
I guess I'll just make a statement, and that is that I feel really conflicted about this because I'm so impressed with that level of trust and cooperation in an area that doesn't often see it, and with the innovation of it. And I feel like the case made for the way in which it was intended to actually extend due process rights in limited circumstances was a good one. I think this group did their homework on all the things Mike Kirst has said for the past 20 years.
I've got to, get those things off Google. Right?
And yet I'm concerned about the current litigation that's related to this and the fact that we're a defendant in it, and so I find it perplexing for me to think about in terms of the best way to go.
Board Member Burr.
I guess I'm sort of in the same place as Board Member Williams. Again, as I said earlier, I think the district and the local teachers association is to be commended for working diligently over an extended period of time, trying to find a solution that will work locally. But I am concerned about the broader implications that I think have been raised by CTA and CFT as well. And that fundamentally, as someone who worked for the legislature for 20 years, I do believe this belongs in the legislature. It is a fundamental change to a long-held personnel principle. But I want to give the district a chance to kind of think about the issues that have been raised by the department. And I think that fundamentally what I worry the most about is because we are plaintiffs to a lawsuit that is going on as we speak, the trial is going on, that I think it would be premature for us to act on this at the time. And I'd like to suggest that we put the item over until, or we continue it until May. We take no action at this meeting and hear back from some of the issues that have been raised. We find out what happens in the trial, and then we take action in May one way or the other.
Was that a motion?
There's no motion.
There's no motion needed. We can rehear a waiver in a future meeting, and if we do not take action in May, the waiver automatically is approved, but we don't have to take action now. And we don't need a motion not to take action. We just don't take action. Board Member Holliday.
Is there a sense of how long, Judy, the trial is going to last? Do you have any idea?
Well, the latest word we have is the trial is scheduled to end of March.
And there's no, because we can wait until May, there's really no harm caused by choosing to wait until May. it doesn't prevent us from being able to take action in May should we want to do so. And it buys us time to think about this as well as them time to think through their response to some of the questions that we've raised. And I would support your recommendation on that.
Okay, if I don't hear any motion, then, or any comment, we will rehear this then in May.
Thank you very much.
Is this your final appearance before us?
This is my final official.
But we're going to talk about.
Retire. I don't know how many people know this.
You have to come back in May, don't you?
Mikey's going to come back for agenda item 11 and get a few. Yeah, he is. We're going to talk to him then. He gets his kudos then.
Thank you very much.
And I'll just mention we should do some further kudos, I think, in some appropriate way. But Phil's been driving force, a visionary on our STEM and the national science standards, and bringing together experts from around the country, bringing Californians from north, south, east, and west together. We tackled the algebra issues, we've tackled the science issues, these issues. So just a champion educator, and came here to do more and bigger things for more kids from the field and the front line, and has done admirably well, terrifically well.
So Mike and I
Okay, we're now ready for item 4, approval of consolidated applications, and we have some local districts here that we requested to come, so maybe you could explain the item and also the reason for the local districts.
Sure. I'm Cindy Kazanas, Director for Educational Data Management Division. And at the January board meeting, you took action on the approval of the 2013-14 consolidated applications. As part of that item, there were several districts, 4 to be exact, who had items from a previous federal program monitoring visit that were unresolved. And while you approved their consolidated application on a conditional basis, you asked that we invite them back, or rather invite the districts to come and discuss with the board why they still have remaining unresolved items. Since the January board meeting, 2 of those districts, Soledad and Brawley, have resolved all their items, and so we have only 2 districts today that will present before you. So I'm going to take it in alphabetical order, and the first district is Ravendale Thermal, and we actually have the superintendent from Susanville come to speak because he is also acting superintendent for this district, and so that is Superintendent Jason Waddell, and the item that he has outstanding is related to English learners. I do have Karen Cadero-Kaplan here from the English Learner Division in case you have programmatic questions related to the unresolved items.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Jason Waddell, I am the superintendent of the Susanville School District. We also act as the administrative unit for Ravendale-Turnmo Elementary School District. In 2011-12, the board felt like their superintendent they had at the time, who was a retiree, was not fulfilling their duties, and so they removed that superintendent. So right after the FPM review in that year, the superintendent was removed. So he had been working on that item to get it resolved. It was their school site plan was not formally approved in the audit. And shortly thereafter, the county superintendent for Lassen County stepped in and took over for the school district, and he served in that capacity for a little bit over a year. I just came on board with Susanville School District for Ravendale in July, and the first time I heard about this item was just recently. So we have been in a current FPM review. We just finished last Friday, actually, and in that process, I've learned a little bit about what the outstanding item was before. It was unclear to me exactly what had caused that item to be rejected. After discussions with CDE, it sounds like the CONAP numbers on the funding did not match the numbers in the school site plan from 11-12. So at this point in time, our current review is pending. We have our current site plan that has to be finalized. Once it is finalized, it should take care of the problem from the 11-12 review as well. And we have 45 days from last Friday to complete that. And I do not see a problem getting that done.
Okay, and you're really in charge of getting this done now.
Absolutely.
Okay. And the district is very rural and spread out. Can you describe it a little bit?
Yes, it's in the northeast corner of California. It's actually a single school site with 10 students, one teacher. Can't really afford to have their own administration, so they had contracted with us, a neighboring district out of Susanville. 60 miles from anywhere, North Alturas on down to Susanville, Reno area. We have just a handful of kids from just a few families, and so what you see are some farming communities and a lot of people that like to live far away from everyone else, which represents some challenges for having parent involvement and running a school. But nevertheless, 3 employees, and it's a great little school. And when you go there, you get a taste of that old time single school building, K-8, and there's kids from all grade levels, and a nice mixture of some EL students, some Hispanic students. So definitely in the middle of nowhere, though.
Well, thank you for coming all the way from Susanville. We were perplexed by what was going on here, so you
I have 8 hours. 8 hours in the car for 3 minutes at the podium. So.
Wow.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So my understanding from districts who've gotten themselves off this list is that the district posts when they deal, or the supervising agencies posts on the CD information in case what they're doing, and then the CD gives you back direction. Have you been able to get direction on how it is to resolve? And is the problem just that it's rural, or is it the process of updating to make sure you meet the requirements?
From my standpoint, just coming in July and not really finding out what the problem was until last week, that definitely, timeline-wise, poses some issues. At this point in time, I think it's clear what we need to do, but it wasn't until we had that communication on the phone that I was fully aware of the problem and what needed to happen.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you again.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
So from Northern California, we're going to shift down to Southern California to Victorville and Victor Valley Union High School District. And Superintendent Elvin Moman is here with several employees. From their list of over 20 non-compliant items when they originally were visited 2 years ago, they have reduced that down to 2. They are both compensatory education items relating to school site council. So again, Bob Starelli is here for any programmatic questions you may have following the overview by the superintendent.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. Thank you for having us here today. This is my team. They're here for my backup just in case. So I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and then Dr. Yee will then present.
Hi, my name is Jean Aldretti. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Yes, my name is Dr. Ron Williams. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services.
How to pull it down a little bit. My name is Dr. Ramona Yee, and I am the Director of School Reform, Categorical Programs, and Other Projects. Since I've been part of this process, I was hired new in July. So we still, like she had mentioned, we still have 2 items unresolved. CE8 deals with your joint development of your SIPSA, and your site council has to approve it. And then CE28 involves the site council annual evaluation of the site council being approved at the site and also at the board. We anticipate both items to be resolved next Thursday at our March 20th board meeting, as they are the items to be approved, so it should be done next week on Thursday. The items that were out of compliance, let me give you a little history of the district. When we had our online review in June 2012, our district had 2 vacant positions: Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, which was Dr. Williams, new to the district, and also in my position as Categorical Program Director. We were able to fill the Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services position within a few months, and while we understood the importance of the outstanding findings, 22 total, we chose to concentrate on solving our fiscal issues during the 2012 and 13 school year with a significantly reduced staff. We were heading towards a fiscal insolvency. It was only after July 1st, 2013 that we were able to fill the second position, which was mine, the Director of School Reform, Categorical and Special Projects. And my immediate task was also to prepare for the on-site FPM review that we had in October 2014. And we had 5 programs that were being monitored. And during that time, while we had 22 unresolved findings from 11-12, we had 12 unresolved findings for this year. And we currently have 3 left, which will also be resolved next week on the board agenda item for March 20th. Both of the current unresolved findings from 2011 to 12 were from Silverado High School. Let me give you a little history of Silverado High School. They have had 8 principals in the last 6 years. And during the time that they were reviewed, the school had a lot of challenges. They did not have a functioning site council. The teachers' union was impeding their progress, and more importantly, they had a principal who was absent. I remember speaking with the current principal when I went to visit her on her first day of work, and she told me that people are so shocked that her window was open, because apparently the former principal kind of just lived in his office and didn't do anything. They were shocked that she was attending events, that she was visiting classrooms. So when you don't have a leader at the school, it becomes very problematic. At the end of that school year, the principal did resign. Our district went through a long process because we knew how important it was to get the right person on board to hire our current principal. She came in October of this year. And when you're looking at having to work with a challenging staff, situations that were out of your control because you hadn't been there, it was very, very difficult. But she managed to get site council going. She built those trusting relationships with her staff. She became a leader that they've been looking for. So, in my opinion, she has been the best thing that's happened to Silverado. And as we, as a district, put things in place, having school plan workshops, having categorical institutes, and making sure that these procedures were in place and the support and having the district guidance, it has been extremely beneficial. And I'm excited that we are going to be able to resolve these items from this year and also from last year next week. So thank you for your time.
Okay, any other comments or board member questions? Okay.
So what we're hearing, and I know of some other districts that were on the list, where there's been leadership changes and communication and new principal, new assistant soup, new coordinator, and we know that that happens in districts around. And so my wondering is really for Cindy and for the Department of Ed is that I know there's an electronic communication following that, and I'm just wondering because we've had some districts where the leader actually changed, so the new leader came in and maybe didn't know about it, and we just heard from the last superintendent that he just found out about it a week ago. Is there a way to add a phone call communication directly to the superintendent? Because my understanding is a lot of times it goes to the categorical person because it's categorical review. And just trying to add an extra glue connection so there's communication. Because I know there's steps that districts have to go through, but we've seen lots of changes in different places where principals have changed, district level have changed. So I'm just wondering, I know the CD reaches out a lot, and I wonder if it's besides written, or we could have that we could call when it gets that out that
Sure.
late.
And we definitely do that. And what you would see if you had a look at the online system is the whole history of the dialogue between the district and staff here at the Department of Education. What I think, just to clarify, what I think the previous superintendent said was that he just barely understood as a result of last week's visit what the issue was. We have been in contact with him since he took on this responsibility last September. So it's not for lack of trying to get resolution for this. I think it was just a lack of understanding, and sometimes an in-person visit is what's needed, and that's what ended up happening. I know for a fact that Victor Valley has received very more probably on-site visits or on-site help, compliance assistance to resolve these items than a normal district would. I think I heard upwards of 5 times that the program staff has been out there to assist them. So, so just because leadership changes at a district doesn't mean that there's always going to be ongoing help. But I think you bring up a point that it sounds like at a top level we should make sure that we engage with whoever is new as we become aware of those changes. And superintendents sometimes do change more often than we think, especially in these areas that are, challenging to staff. But we will take that suggestion back as well.
Okay, any other board comments? If not, thank you for coming. This explains it.
Thank you. This is an action item. You do have two.
Yes, right. I know we need to
districts.
approve the consolidated applications.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So do I have a motion for that?
Motion that we move that,
Go ahead.
a motion that we accept CDE's recommendation.
All right. Any speakers on this item? No. Okay. Any board member discussion? If not, I'll raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. So now we'll go on to the public hearing. We're on item 5, the Pioneer Union Elementary School District. Julie Russell is here.
Good afternoon, Board President Kurz, Chief Deputy Superintendent Zeiger, and members of the board. I'm Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division here at the California Department of Education. Item 5 is a renewal petition for Pioneer Union Elementary School District, which is a district-wide charter located in Hanford, California. The district consists of 3 schools: Pioneer Elementary, Frontier Elementary, and Pioneer Middle. They serve 1,617 students in kindergarten through grade 8 district-wide. CDE is recommending that the State Board approve the renewal of the Pioneer district-wide charter for a 5-year period, which would be July 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2019. Gosh. Pioneer was the first district-wide charter authorized. It was authorized in 1993 and has subsequently been renewed 3 additional 5-year terms. The current charter term expires June 30th, 2014. A district-wide charter petition requires joint action by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction and the State Board of Education. This item was discussed at the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, the ACCS, at the February 7th, 2014 meeting. The ACCS voted unanimously to recommend approval for the charter renewal. CDE staff has reviewed all the documents that were presented by Pioneer for the renewal, which are included in your document as a link back to the ACCS agenda. CDE finds that the Pioneer petition presents a sound educational program and exceeds the requirement pursuant to Ed Codes 47607 that a school meet at least one of 4 criteria for renewal. Pioneer has met all 4 of the criteria. The criteria is in your item on page 3. Pioneer has, so they met all 4. They have a 2013 Growth Academic Performance Index, API, of 865. The charter petition does address the new requirements in Ed Code 47605, which were added in July 2013, the state priorities. So they have included in their description of the petition the goals that are aligned to those 8 priorities. Additionally, the financial plan of the charter is fiscally sustainable with multi-year plan that provides for projected operating surpluses, increasing positive fund balances, and they have an adequate reserve. Therefore, we recommend approval. The petitioner is here to address the board, and staff is also available if you have questions.
Thank you. So this is a public hearing, so I'm going to run the public hearing, then we'll have liaison comments. So I'm going to open the public hearing. Are there any speakers in favor of the department's recommendation? Yeah, charter, yeah, superintendent.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Van Loon. I'm Superintendent of Pioneer Union Elementary School District, and Pioneer has the distinction of being the first charter school district in the state of California. We are celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. We pride ourselves in a long history of high academic achievement and developing the whole child through music, art, and access to technology, and we look forward to the board's consideration of this item, approval, so that we can continue offering choice to parents who wish to send their child to Pioneer Union Elementary School District. So thank you for your consideration, and I'll be available for any questions if you have any.
Okay, we have another speaker in favor of the CDE recommendation.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center. In the interest of brevity, we support the staff and ACCS recommendation on all 5 of these. Thank you.
Okay. No further speakers on that, so I now open it to 10 minutes for speakers that are opposed to the CDE recommendation. Seeing no speakers, I declare the public hearing closed and would ask our liaisons if they want to comment on this.
I attended the ACCS meeting. It was a unanimous agreement to support the CDE's recommendation. I think the ACCS was pleased with the thorough evaluation that the CDE had done of the petition. As Julie said, they met all 4 criteria for renewal. There just seemed to be no doubt in anyone's mind that we should approve the CDE's recommendation and have this district-wide charter renewed for another 5 years.
I was not able to attend that ACCS meeting. That's the second one since I've been on the board that I haven't been able to attend. And so I'm really happy that Bruce is my partner in this, and he was there. And I did read the agenda item. It felt really thorough to me, and I do understand from him and from Mark Ryan, who chaired the meeting, that it was a good discussion about this, but didn't take long because the evidence was compelling enough and there were no concerns that they did vote unanimously to approve.
Okay, are we ready for a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Board Member Strauss. Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. Now we're on to another public hearing and charter renewal, which is Kings River.
Okay. Again, Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division here at the California Department of Education. Item 6 is another renewal of a petition for a district-wide charter. The Kings River Hardwick Union Elementary School District is located in Hanford, California. The district has one elementary school, Kings River Hardwick Elementary School, that serves 744 students in kindergarten through grade 8 district-wide. CD is recommending that the State Board approve the renewal of Kings River Hardwick district-wide charter for a 5-year period, July 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2019. The charter was first authorized in 2001 and has subsequently been renewed 2 additional 5-year terms. The current charter term expires June 30th, 2014. Again, a district-wide charter petition requires joint action between the State Superintendent of Public Instruction and the State Board of Education. The item was discussed at the Advisory Commission meeting, ACCS, February 7th. There was a unanimous recommendation to approve the renewal. CD staff have reviewed all the documents submitted for the renewal package, which are included as a link in your item. CD finds that the petition presents a sound educational program. Again, it exceeds the requirements pursuant to 47607, which the school is required to meet at least one of the 4. They met all 4 of the renewal criteria. Their 2013 growth API is 874. Charter petition does address the new requirements of Ed Code 47605. They've included a description of their annual goals, school-wide and for each subgroup of pupils that are identified to be aligned with the state priorities. Additionally, the financial plan for the charter is fiscally sustainable with multi-year plan that provides for projected operating surpluses, increased positive fund balance, and adequate reserves. Therefore, again, we recommend approval of this charter renewal, and there is staff from Kings River Hardwick here to address the board.
Okay, thank you. Any board questions of Julie? If not, we'll run the public hearing. I now declare the public hearing open. Those who want to speak in favor of the CDE recommendation, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Kathleen Anderson, the superintendent of the Kings River Hardwick Union Elementary School District, and I'm honored to be here today on behalf of our district and our community to request your approval of our charter renewal. Our district is extremely fortunate, actually, to have a very strong and supportive parent, staff, and community partnership. And this partnership helps enable us to provide high-quality educational opportunities for our children that are enriching and engaging, including art, music, and technology programs for all of our students beginning in kindergarten all the way through 8th grade. Our entire team is very dedicated to the success and high level of achievement of all of our children, and we're eagerly awaiting your approval so that we may continue our mission of teaching children to lead the way. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I would also like to take a moment to thank the CDE staff, especially working with Judy Hall and Sarah Curtis during this process. It is very involved, and we wanted to make sure that we presented a high-level charter, an exceptional charter, and they made that possible with their help and support. And I'm available for questions if you have any.
Okay, we may do that after the public hearing. Okay, are there any more speakers for the case for that we're doing the charter? Hearing none. I now call for speakers opposed to the CDE recommendation. Hearing none, I declare the public hearing closed. So we are now ready for board member and liaison comments. Liaison.
Very much the same as the previous one. A high-performing charter, excellent test scores, sound educational practice, financial stability, dedication to the children. The ACCS met and took the CDE's recommendation and voted unanimously. I do as well. And if there are no comments, I will make a motion.
Seeing no board member comments, we're ready for your motion.
So move.
Second by board member Williams. Is there any public comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, we're now ready for the third public hearing, which is on the Ridgecrest Charter School.
Ridgecrest. Okay. Again, Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division, California Department of Education. Item 7 is a charter renewal, not district-wide. Now, this is standalone charter. They are currently a state board authorized charter school located in Ridgecrest. They serve 385 students, traditional kindergarten through grade 8. Charter school was originally approved by the state board in 2001. The current term expires June 30th, 2014. CDE recommends that the State Board of Education approve the renewal of Ridgecrest Charter School under the oversight of the State Board of Education for a 5-year term effective July 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2019. Pursuant to Education Code Section 605, State Board authorized charter that is requesting to renew its petition must first submit its petition renewal to the school district that originally denied the petition. Ridgecrest submitted the renewal petition to Sierra Sands Unified School District, and the petition was denied by a vote of 6-0. This item was discussed at the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools at their February 7, 2014 meeting. ACCS voted unanimously to recommend approval of the charter renewal. CDE has reviewed Ridgecrest renewal documents, which are included as part of your packet. CDE analysis does not concur with the findings presented by Sierra Sands Unified School District. The CDE finds that Ridgecrest petition provides a description of all the required elements of a charter petition and describes a sound educational program. CDE staff report is provided as attachment 1. There's a link and gets you to attachment 1 from the ACCS meeting. Pursuant to Ed Code 47607, a charter school must meet at least one of the 4 criteria. It's listed on page 3 of your item. Ridgecrest exceeds the requirement and met all 4 of the criteria for renewal. Ridgecrest has a 2013 growth API of 864. They actually meet the criteria to file for a distinguished school. The charter petition does address the new requirements of Ed Code 47605 and includes a description of the school's annual goals school-wide and for subgroup pupils identified for each applicable state priority, which is identified in 52060. CDE staff reviewed the financial plan and finds the charter school is fiscally sustainable with multi-year plan that provides for projected operating surpluses excluding any capital outlays, increasing positive fund balance, and they have an adequate reserve. Therefore, CDE recommends that the State Board approve the renewal to continue with them being a State Board oversight school. The petitioner is here to address the board, and staff are also available.
So I'll now open the public hearing and take witnesses in favor of the CDE recommendation.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kirst and board members. My name is Christine Laird, Assistant Director at Ridgecrest Charter School. Also here with me today, in case you have some questions that I might not be able to answer because I'm new in my position, is Mr. Donald Baker, our Chief Operations Officer. Mrs. Tina Ellingsworth is our director, and she had planned to be here. She had her presentation ready, but due to an unforeseen family medical emergency, we had to have a change in plans. I am honored to be here representing our school, our staff, our board members, our parents, and our students. I am also very proud that we are here with recommendations from both the California Department of Education and from the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. Our school board members, our administrators, our staff, our parents, and our students urge you to please accept those recommendations and approve our charter renewal. 5 years ago, Ridgecrest Charter School presented a very different academic picture than it does now. In 2008, our similar schools ranking was a 1, our statewide ranking was a 3, and our API score was a 736. The ACCS and State Board took a leap of faith, and they believed that our school had improvements on the horizon. I point these numbers out not to dwell on the past, but just to show you how far we've come over this past 5 years. RCS now has an API score of 864, representing a 128-point growth over the past charter term. Our statewide rank is now 7, and our similar schools rank is 10. This growth is a result of years of collaboration and cooperation between our staff, our student, and our parents. RCS, or Ridgecrest Charter School, has also outperformed nearly all of the district schools academically. In comparing API results from all grades to all of the district schools, our school ranks number 3 overall. But if we separate that data, our elementary school ranks second among the elementary schools, and our middle school population ranks first. Ridgecrest Charter School met all of the student outcomes specified in its charter last term, except for one exception. Our charter school did not make AYP, but it does have plans in place to meet those targets. The number of students scoring proficient and advanced on the CST test has grown markedly over the past charter term. Ridgecrest Charter School provides a rigorous standards-based curriculum, individualized and differentiated instruction, positive behavioral supports and interventions, and staff development, which are constantly monitored and adjusted to maximize our effectiveness. Our charter school offers a balanced program that includes but is not limited to a health and physical education program, technology education, character counts, second step, and targeted counseling services. In addition, every teacher provides after-school tutoring 2 nights per week. Every Tuesday and Thursdays, our teachers stay, and they work with students who have been identified through various assessments as needing help. Every teacher at our school sponsors a club that meets once to twice a month. They are truly dedicated, hardworking, and devoted to the progress of our students. With small class sizes, a rigorous curriculum, intensive instruction, and a variety of other supports, our students have demonstrated their capacity to excel. I am proud to share a few other highlights with you from this past term. These include, but are not limited to, full accreditation from WASC, a nomination to apply to be a California Distinguished School, clean financial audits for every year of operation, implementation of a nutritious breakfast and lunch program, local area volleyball and basketball competitions with schools that are much larger than ours, and we are winning games periodically. We have, I mentioned earlier that our teachers all sponsor clubs. Some of our clubs that we have are art club, chess club. We have chess club for kindergartners that actually go to county-wide competitions. We have Global Cultures Club. We have a running club. We have Zumba, and we had to have the teacher volunteered to go get certified to teach the Zumba class, and it had to be specific to children. We have a yearbook. We have an Odyssey of the Mind. We have 2 teachers that sponsor Odyssey of the Mind, and our little school won in our area and actually went to regional competitions last year. We have K-Kids, and we have a student council. Our PTO is very active. They have sponsored a Grandparents' Day, a Heroes' Day, a Harvest Festival, McTeacher's Night, and they get all of the teachers to participate. We work very well together, and we have a spring fling coming up. We have students who participate actively in science fairs, spelling bees, geography bees, and math field days, and not just within our school. They compete within our district, and some have even gone on down to Bakersfield with their projects. In closing, I just want to say once again how glad we are to be before you, showing off our tremendous school and the success of our last charter term. I have no doubt that we will continue to make the state proud of us. So we ask you once more to please sponsor Ridgecrest Charter School. And I and Mr. Baker are both available for any questions you might have.
I do have one question. Is there more to the PowerPoint than just the picture? In case we missed it.
There was.
Okay. All right, that's fine. It's a great backdrop to what you had to say. I just didn't want to, if you really had other material, I want to make sure that,
There were graphs that went along with some of those demographics that I gave you, but again, this was a very sudden change of plans, and we had to be very flexible. I'm very fortunate to work with a team of administrators that we were able to pull this together very quickly and support each other in a time that it needed to be done. We do take this very seriously, and I know that our director very much wanted to be here and was a little bit probably better prepared than I am, but I hope I represented her and our school well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
more speakers in favor? Okay. Now, the opposition to the CDE recommendation, 10 minutes. Speakers? No opposition? Liaison?
I think the ACCS spent probably more time talking about why the district wouldn't authorize this school than they did about whether or not the school deserves to be renewed. The ACCS was very, very happy with the presentation that they saw. They thought that the improvements that the school has made over the past 5 years are dramatic and powerful, and just shows what can be done when a community comes together to work hard for children. The ACCS had absolutely no doubt in their minds, voted unanimously to agree with the CDE recommendation. But it is a bit embarrassing to think about a district that would vote 6-0 in opposition of the school. And that did cause some conversation. I think it's a shame that the school administration had to not only present at the district level, but then also take the time to come to the ACCS, and then now, today, when it probably could have been handled a little bit more efficiently early on. Anyway, I certainly do recommend the CDE's approval of this charter renewal.
Board Member Williams.
And that just goes to the really high value of the state board as a backstop when local districts or county offices do not approve what are especially clearly high-performing schools. Although this one, as she mentioned, started out, we took a little bit of a leap of faith, and they jumped and met the standard and exceeded it. And if everything else she said about the school wasn't impressive, the fact that they have Odyssey of the Mind teams, that does it for me.
Okay, Board Member Cohn.
What do we do to remind lower levels of government about their responsibility to go ahead and improve things?
Well, California, local authorized state, we just started doing some trainings out of the charter division. So we've done 2 so far, one in Northern and one in Southern California in January. We have another training that's going to be Northern and Southern California in April. We invite developers and operators on the first day, and then the second day is devoted to authorizers. And we've partnered with NACSA, and they come and present on some of their promising practices that they have public and share information with some of the authorizers.
Do the authorizers who reject these good schools, do they show up for this?
I don't believe Sierra Sands was at our training. So.
Okay.
Probably not. Board Member Burr.
Just a question for Board Member Holliday. Did Sierra Sands come to ACCS?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we're ready
So
for
moved.
motion. So moved by Board Member Holliday. Second. Board Member Zhang. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Now we're up to item 8. This is the last of our public hearings on charters, the Barack Obama Charter.
So again, Julie Russell, Director of Charter Schools Division at the California Department of Education. Item 8 is a charter renewal for Barack Obama Charter School that is currently a state board authorized charter school located in Compton. They serve 333 students, kindergarten through grade 6. The charter school was originally approved by the state board November 2008. The current term expires June 30th, 2014. CDE recommends that the state board approve the renewal of Barack Obama Charter School under the oversight of the state board for a 5-year term, July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2019. Pursuant to Ed Code, state board authorized charter that is requesting a renewal is required to first submit its petition to the district that originally denied the petition. They submitted their renewal to Compton Unified School District, and the petition was denied 5-1. This petition was actually originally submitted in June of 2013. The first time it went to Compton, they didn't feel they needed to hear it since it was a state board authorized school. We had some conversations. They did agendize it, and then at the second meeting, they denied it 5-1. This item was discussed at the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, ACCS, at the February 7, 2014 meeting. ACCS voted unanimously to recommend the approval of the charter renewal. CDE has reviewed all the documents submitted in the renewal package, which is included as a link to your item. The CDE analysis does not concur with the findings presented by Compton Unified School District. CDE finds that the petition presents a sound educational program and is likely to continue to successfully implement the program as described in the petition. CDE also finds that the charter provides a description of all the required elements for a charter petition. The full staff analysis is provided as attachment 1 in the link to the ACCS item. Pursuant to 47607, the charter school must first meet at least one of the 4 criteria for renewal. Barack Obama exceeded that. They met 3 of the 4 criteria for renewal. Their growth academic performance index 755. Staff reviewed the financial plan and finds that the charter school is financially sustainable with a multi-year plan that provides projected operating surpluses, increasing positive fund balance, and they have an adequate reserve. This petition did not include goals that were aligned to the 8 priorities because it was submitted before July 1 when that actually went into effect. So the petitioners are here to present to the board.
All right. Public hearing, so I would declare the public hearing open. Supporters of the CDE recommendation have 10 minutes.
Yeah, she'll be using it. So in a minute, we'll be, sorry. Good afternoon, Dr. Kurse, members of the State Board. My name is Glenn Noreen. I'm the president of Ingenium Schools, which is a charter management organization that operates Barack Obama Charter School. And I'm just going to say a few words about the CMO and give you a little bit of context. We actually operate 2 state charters. The other state charter is Ingenium Charter School in Los Angeles Unified School District in Canoga Park. We also have gotten an LA Unified charter for a middle school in Canoga Park, which is now in operations. And we got another LA Unified charter for a school in Maywood that will be opening in the fall. So we hopefully will not be coming back to you for more charters, but and it's highly likely that Ingenium Charter School will be renewed by LA Unified next year. Our charter management organization and our schools are based on the Baldrige program. The Baldrige Award is the nation's highest award for organizational performance excellence. And what we did was we searched for a high-performing school district that had won the Baldrige Award and replicate their model. That was the basic idea behind what we did. We chose Chugat School District, which was one of the first 2 school districts to win the Baldrige Award in 2001, and we're partnered with the Reinventing Schools Coalition, which is made up of the people who were at Chugat when it won the Baldrige Award. And we actually have a fairly advanced implementation of that risk model now. I don't know if the board members are aware that Lindsay School District near Fresno is also deploying this risk model and has a $10 million Race to the Top innovation grant to deploy it. And there was a nice Wall Street Journal article on that yesterday, if you're interested in looking up more on that. The Reinventing Schools Coalition model is a personal mastery-based system. Marzano has called it the best standards-based reform approach in the country, and actually last month he acquired RISC. So RISC is now part of RISC is the Reinventing Schools Coalition. That's now part of Marzano Laboratories. We used this approach to achieve a 176-point increase in our API from our second to third year. Typically, with deployment of the risk model, you go down your first year when you first start deploying it. It is so different. And then you go up. And in our case, we went up very, very dramatically. So again, we're very, very pleased with our deployment. I also just want to give you a little bit of background about the name. Where does that name come? When this board first approved it, the name was QUED, which fell flat with everybody. It meant quality education. But in true Baldrige fashion, we wanted the stakeholders to name the school. QUED was only a placeholder. And category 3 of the Baldrige criteria has to do with stakeholder satisfaction and engagement. So the idea was after the charter was approved by the state board, we would name the school. It was mentioned that we were approved in November 2008. The date was November 6, 2008, which was election date. So our stakeholders decided to give the school its name. So I'd now like to introduce Charlize Norman, the school principal.
Good afternoon. My name is Shady Snowman, as he stated, and it's an honor to present before you today on behalf of our students, our families, our staff members, and the community members that support our school. At Barack Obama, we are nestled in the heart of Los Angeles. We are between Watts and Compton, and we happen to be an anomaly in our area because we serve 80% African American students and 20% Hispanic. Yet in our community, we realize that there are a number of different things that require us to serve not just our students, but their families as well, to assure that we have a culture of achievement and that our students reach a successful point in their academics. As you can see here, we have a school shared mission that we've created with our team, and this embodies the 8 state priorities. We value a welcoming environment, respect, integrity, and involvement. We're student-centered. Staff, students, and families are held accountable, and we also have high expectations for behavior and for performance. We once heard something great, and it talked about culture before curriculum. And what we realized is that at our school, it was very important that we created a culture of achievement. And it did take us some time to do that, but we were able to accomplish this using programs such as Character Counts. We have a mentor program called Box Cares. We partner with local community agencies to bring in outside counseling services to our students so that they can overcome their own individual obstacles that would allow them to focus on their academics. As you can see, from 2011 to 2013, we've had a dramatic decrease in referrals by using these different services. One that the students would be remiss if I did not tell you about is that we also have what we call community points, where they rally together with their classes to earn points for academic achievement, for meeting behavioral goals, and for also being caring and helpful citizens throughout our campus. In addition, we would like to share that we definitely want our parents to be a part of what's going on, and we do that through having clear communication. Of course, we have a PTA. We also have what we call Parents on Patrol. Parents on Patrol is where we usually turn over the keys to our families, and they come in and do different service projects for us. One of the messages that we gave parents when we first began to implement this program, they said, "Ms. Norman, you're going to give us the keys." I said, "If I can't trust you, who can I trust?" And our families really took ownership over this, and now they do come in and do a number of different service projects for us. Our parents also are serviced because we do Spanish and English translations, even though we're not required to, but we recognize that we have to communicate with all of our families. It's very important. Our families give us quarterly surveys, and we also do two parent focus groups each year to get their input on how the school is performing and what else they would like to see for their students. In addition, we have partnered with community agencies such as World Vision and NBA player Jamal Crawford to service the needs of our students that perhaps sometimes the families struggle with. Every year, for the last 2 years, all of our students have received a free backpack. They've also received hygiene kits and family emergency food kits that we keep on campus as needed to help service our families. More than anything, you'll see here that a culture of achievement is what's the best and the most important thing for our school and our students. We believe we can do this through a positive climate, through active parent and community engagement. If the students aren't learning, then we're not meeting our goals. As you can see here, the proficiency growth for math from 18% to 56% in just 3 years. We have done this through implementation of rigorous goal setting, making sure we do small group differentiation. We also tutor 2 times a week. We do peer workshops where students who are experts lead workshops for their colleagues so they can learn from somebody besides the teacher. In addition to this, you may notice that there are some opportunities of improvement for our ELA performance, and we openly recognize this. We sat down with our families, with our school site council, and with our students and said, what can we do to improve the results for our young people? We've done this through goal setting with the students, running other extra intervention programs for students outside of tutoring during lunchtime on Wednesdays, and also we've had outside agencies come in to help provide services. We've also partnered with the local university, Loyola Marymount, to provide tutors for us. Currently, we're on track to have a 15% increase in our ELA results this year, and we're very proud. The California Charter Schools Association also noted our achievement that we are average or above average for where they expect charters to be at this point. We are currently 100% Common Core, and my teachers, I'm not sure if they are excited yet or if they're realizing that it does take a lot more work. But we did convert this year from kinder all the way to 6th grade, and the students have really rallied behind it. When they asked us why we were doing this, they said, what is Common Core? A lot of students don't know what standards are. Our students do. They can tell you, I'm working on standard X, Y, or Z, and this is what I have to do to accomplish it. This is what our school is about. It's about our students owning their learning, because once they leave our community, they will have to take ownership over their own destinies. And so we want to start now at our schools. We're also focused on being college and career ready, having things such as Spanish for all of our students. We have leadership electives that our students participate in. They're also ambassadors on campus. They serve on our school site council, although they don't have to, but their voice is very important. They know things that we don't know. We also recognize that our students are excellent scholars and they want to be recognized for the excellent academics they're doing. So we do have an oratorical, we have a science fair, we have heritage fairs, and we do college Fridays where students come and represent the universities that they want to be a part of. Most importantly, today, I represent some very important groups that couldn't be here, so I asked for their permission to share their stories. I represent Ms. Cooper, who went to 2 schools before her child was helped or received service support. She said at both of these schools they denied her help. Her child's a 4th grader who's currently reading at a kindergarten level. Ms. Perez, who said she stayed at our school because she heard me speaking Spanglish at best. It was Spanglish on our school reach calls, and she said she knew she had a principal who was invested in the Hispanic community around and was willing to risk being made a fool of, that's what she said, in order to engage the families. For Jalen, who set a goal as a 2nd grader to come to the honor roll banquet, but not only did she meet that goal, she scored a perfect score in math, and she's one of our experts on campus. For Titus, who's a 6th grader who struggles at a 4th grade level, but every day he checks in with me asking me what can he do differently. For Aaliyah, one of our special needs students who has since matriculated, but who brought back an honor roll certificate and said she wanted to thank us for building her confidence. And she's now one of the most successful students at her current school site. So with your permission, via positive recommendation, we will continue to serve. We hope to sing the Ridgecrest song that you just heard. We will continue to improve. And as our mission says, we will rise. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm now ready for the opponents to the CDE recommendation. Hearing no opponents, liaison.
This is a school serving a really at-risk population in general, and there's a lot of catching up to be done, and I think that that is happening. I think that they've come together as a community in a really strong way. I think it's necessary. I mean, I think that's really clarified by the fact that you heard about all the efforts that the administration is doing to engage parents, to help families, and to make them really an important part of the community, and that's great. The Baldridge Award is a very prestigious and interesting award. I was involved in a school years ago that started down that path and decided it was just a little too tough to to actually pull it off and wanted to back out on it. So I give, I think that the model that the school is attempting to follow is no doubt a high and decent model. The ACCS didn't have any concerns about this school whatsoever. I did want to take just a moment to thank Julie Russell and the charter school office and staff. They do a very thorough job of evaluating petition renewals. They don't just look at dollar figures and numbers. They actually seek the input of other areas of the CDE office, whether it's EL learners or financial advice or whatever. They try to draw on all their resources to make sure that they are being precise and effective in their evaluation for charter renewal. And so, Julie, I thank you for your hard work in all of these. These were a lot simpler than some others, perhaps, but even so. But I also want to take a moment to thank the ACCS. I think potentially some people may have a feeling as though the ACCS is just sort of a rubber stamp kind of organization. I want to make sure that everyone understands that they are not that. In fact, they take their role very seriously. There's an interesting, diverse group of people on the ACCS. And as one just simple example, this school, Barack Obama, is located fairly close to where one of our commissioners lives. He took it upon himself to make special effort to investigate this school and to give his thorough support and recommendation for the renewal of this school. they take time and effort to read the documentation, to even do individual research as necessary in order to make sure that their votes are going to be helpful to this state board. So I thank the ACCS, I thank the department, and I will move it.
Okay. Is there a second? All right. Any public comment on the motion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, I think we could take a break here. We've been sitting a while, so let's take a 10-minute break.
Step aside, partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version of a really solid Tennessee excursion. Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo.
I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling. Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace.
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam.
So Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
get a boat,
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
all aboard.
Chattanooga choo-choo,
won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I don't, how could that be? I mean,
It's not on? Oh, there it is. It's on. Came on magic. I didn't touch it. Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division at the California Department of Education. Thank you again for your support, Bruce, and also Trish being on the ACCS. I really appreciate it, and also the board members. So thank you. Item 9, or shifting gears, is not a charter. This is a request to approve commencement of rulemaking process to repeal the California Code of Regulations, Section 11968.5. The CDE recommends that the State Board approve the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, the initial statement of reasons, the proposed regulations, and direct the CDE to commence the rulemaking process and authorize CDE to take any necessary action to respond to any direction or concern expressed by the Office of Administrative Law during the review of these documents. Each of these documents is provided as an attachment of your item. It's attachments 1, 2, and 3. These regulations were developed in 2011, probably started a little bit before, but they were actually became effective December 2011. Since that time, when they were approved, there's been several legislative changes here in California related to academic progress, which has resulted in inconsistencies with and also negating necessity for the current regulations. Senate Bill 1290, which was enacted January 1st, 2013, amended the Education Code 47607 to require each chartering authorizer to consider increases in public academic achievement for all groups and subgroups of pupils served by the charter school as the most important factor in determining whether to revoke a charter or grant the charter renewal. Approving the commencement of the rulemaking to repeal the regulation will not take away the State Board's option to take appropriate action as recommended for any charter school. Education Code 47604.5, which is provided as attachment 5 in this item, provides that the State Board, whether or not it is the chartering authorizer, may, based on a recommendation of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, take appropriate action when the State Board finds gross financial mismanagement, illegal or substantial improper use of funds, or substantial and sustained departure from measurable successful practices. Therefore, we feel that there's no longer a need for the regulations. So staff are available if you have any questions. This is an action item.
our conformance with federal rules about achievement being the most important criteria.
So
how can we change it if the federal doesn't change?
No, the federal requirement, since we received the public charter school grant, there was an assurance when California accepted that grant that you had to show that you, in your state law or through policy, authorizers considered the academics as the most important factor. So to comply with the federal assurances, we had to do the change in the education code. So now it is an education code. So this would not be a disconnect for the federal requirement. That's already in place in Ed Code.
Okay. Maybe the liaisons want to. That's still not clear to me.
Oh, let me see if I can
take a crack at
further explain it. So I was involved in some of the federal conversations or conversations CDE and State Board had. Excuse me, I've got something going on with my throat, just ignore it. With the Department of Ed. And we had committed in our grant, the public charter school grant, that we would make academic improvement and achievement a high priority on renewals. So we wound up, we couldn't convince them that we already had that in our current law, and so we supported SB 1290, which says that academic improvement for all subgroups and school-wide should be the most, I'm paraphrasing, so I'm sure Sue can, Member Burr will correct me if I'm wrong, should be the most important consideration or most significant or important, one of those words, for renewals and on revocation. So 2 points. One is that we feel like, and I agree when this was first brought to Member Holliday and I, we agree that now meets what we had assured in our grant program, that it meets it because it got into state law. In addition, we adopted this year the local control and accountability plan template, which moves the accountability to the local level, which therefore moves in my opinion, the assurance that we will base renewals on subgroup improvement, meeting 1290 down to the local level to be there first rather than up at the state level. In addition, I think it's important to note that SB 1290 does not say which academic measures will be used when evaluating a charter for renewal. So it doesn't say, it doesn't even mention it. It doesn't say API, doesn't say CST, doesn't say growth in API, which is helpful because now that is consistent with and supported by the local control funding formula and LCAP's approach in terms of having multiple measures of school quality. So for all of those reasons, because we now have 1290 in law, which says that academic achievement has to be the most important or significant factor, and because we now have LCAP and we've evolved our accountability structure, and because LCAP supports multiple measures and 1290 is flexible, at least it's silent on the measure, which allows any number of measures, then the staff and I and Member Holliday agreed that our current regulations for the state board to be identifying low-performing schools every year and asking the CDE to go through its analysis and reporting and then us deciding what we're going to do about it, that was no longer needed, relevant, and in some cases inconsistent with the laws that have been adopted this year. Is that correct? Does that get it?
Yes.
Okay. Other board member questions on this? Is there public comment?
Eric Premack.
We'll have our own Charter Love Fest today, Eric Premack Charter Schools Development Center. We support the recommendation on this one, and in the interest of brevity, again, also support the proposed regulatory change that will come up in the next item. Thank you.
Okay.
We've got to take those Charter Love Fests when we get them.
Okay, so is there any other discussion by the board? Hearing none?
To make a movement? Do you mean to
Go
make a
ahead.
movement? So I move the CDE recommendation to take the actions listed in the agenda.
All right, second. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that's approved. Okay, we're not ready for your next item on charters. So the public hearing, item 10.
So item 10, again, Julie Russell, Director of Charter School Division, California Department of Education. Item 10 is the recommendations regarding the revocation of charter schools. So this is the regulations we were just talking about. A little awkward here. Okay, so pursuant to the regulations, CDE is required to run a list annually based on the criteria and identify schools that meet that criteria, and then the state superintendent proposes recommendations. So the recommendations are in attachment 1 of your item. The recommendation basically is CDE will work with the authorizer as they continue to monitor the progress of the school and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. The item was discussed at the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools at the February 7, 2014 meeting. It was unanimous to recommend approval of the recommendations that CDE proposed. This is the third year that the regulations have been implemented. In fall 2013, there was 18 schools that were identified that met the criteria. When we looked at it, one school on the list had already closed. So again, as required, November 1st, CDE staff sent out letters to each of the remaining 17 schools and their authorizer, giving them notice that they were on the list and giving them the opportunity to provide additional documentation by December 2nd, 2013, that we could review before we developed our recommendation that would come to the state board. CDE did review, we received some documentation, we reviewed the documentation, and then the state superintendent delivered his recommendation to the executive director of the State Board of Education on January 15th. Each of these timelines are laid out in the regulations. So with that, the recommendation, attachment 1 for the 17 schools, and staff are available if you have any questions.
Okay, liaison comments are pretty clear. This. Okay. Any public comment on this item?
Eric Premack, are you going to do open the public hearing?
Yeah.
First. Okay.
Okay. Let's see, so this is a public hearing, right? Okay. Okay, so I now open the public hearing. 10 minutes for those in favor of the CDE recommendation. Anybody here in favor of the CDE recommendation to speak? No? Anybody opposed? Okay, I close the public hearing. Board member discussion? Public comment?
Eric Premack?
No, he's already passed, so, all right. Okay, board member discussion. Okay, hearing none, everybody.
So move.
Second. No, I was just going to make a motion.
So board member Holliday moved it, we need a second. You will second it?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by board member Molina. All right, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, well, now I'm told that we need to re-vote on item 2 and 30. There was something unclear on the tape. Those were the class size, grade span adjustments. So I need a motion for item 2 and on item 30. This we've already voted on, but. Yeah, okay. Okay, so board member Burr moves the motion, Rucker seconds. Okay, is there any public comment on this? Hearing none, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay, that's done. Now we're on to, I think I'll take, yeah. Item 30, okay? All right. Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Okay. Let's then have, we have SBE priorities, so, and then general public comment. We're going to take, yeah, that. Go ahead.
Since I've been talking a lot this afternoon, I'll get mine out of the way right now. I know that we are in a great deal of transition here about accountability and assessment, and that's going to be evolving over the next few years. And I just wanted to let all of you know that there's a conversation that's just barely begun, I think, having to do with an alternative accountability plan for, I should say that wrong. I said that wrong. An accountability plan for alternative schools, charter schools in particular, but I think that concept may be expanded. That has started with the State Board of Education staff, and in particular Carolyn Pfister, who received a grant from the National Governors Association, the NGA, and pulled together several people to begin this conversation about an alternative charter school accountability plan. In attendance on February 19th, I think it was Courtney Rowland, the administrator of the NGA grant, Amanda Fenton from NACSA, and Paul O'Neill, an education attorney. And I was on a conference call with them in the day, but then they continued to meet throughout the day with different parts of the CDE staff. And the situation as we move forward, in my mind, is that there are going to be increasing numbers of alternative types of schools as we go down the pike, and there are lots of problems with a one-size-fits-all accountability plan to begin with, but there are also lots of issues about what is an alternative school. I mean, defining what an alternative school is and whether or not it meets certain criteria in order to be considered an alternative school. I know that we already have an ASAM program in place. I think, though, that the variety of creative approaches to alternative education that we'll begin to see blossom in large part due to the use of technology, the integration of technology in these schools, will demand some creative thinking about how the statewide assessment and accountability program needs to be adjusted to suit the schools. I think that we should always have in mind the goal of encouraging creative thinking in education, as well as encouraging serving the most underserved students, which are often the focus of these alternative schools. So that conversation has just barely begun, but I would hope that that conversation could be integrated into the larger assessment conversation. Thanks.
I think Member Rucker has a question.
Board Member Rucker.
President Kirst and my fellow board members, I beg your indulgence. At each board meeting since I've been appointed to the board, one of the things that I have continued to have conversations about, or attempt at least to raise the consciousness of the board about, is issues that are related to the achievement of the expectations gap. And at every board meeting, I have talked about these issues with a particular perspective in mind. With the adoption of our 8 state priorities, with priority 5 concerning pupil engagement and priority 6 concerning school climate, I again want to remind the board that we do have in place an African American Advisory Committee. And I think that with the issues that are being presented to the board, not only from the special ed community about disproportionality on recommendations of African American students to special ed, but also on issues that relate to the engagement of students, chronic absenteeism, changes in school discipline, and school climate issues that relate to student connectedness. I think we need to relook at our decision about whether or not we will allow that advisory commission to remain dormant, or to raise again the active engagement of stakeholders through that particular advisory commission. And I do want to urge you to consider that again. It is definitely related not only to our board's priorities, as Board Member Holliday pointed out, as we go through and start looking at accountability, but those particular accountability issues are also where our goal to close the achievement gap also lives. So I hope that that reemerges again as a board's priority to look at the role of that particular advisory group as well again.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and so I think I'd like to have you look back at what the commission report was before, because we did have a group working, and how this would be different. You've already articulated, I think, some differences from that when that started, which these things were not state policy or state policy considered. So I think it'd be a good idea to look back. There's also the group was formed by the prior board. So, and it's the commission is still on our books as active, or yeah, I think we'd have to start over again. I think it lapsed, didn't it?
Yeah, just speaking in my prior role.
Yeah,
the commissions, both the African American and the Latino advisory commissions were established by the prior board. They were also funded separately via foundation grants. Those grants lapsed. We got recommendations from the African American Advisory Committee. I don't recall that we got specific recommendations from the other committee, but there's, at least as far as I know, there's not funding for this purpose. And we sent letters and thanked them for their service, but the committees were, their work concluded and they're not still standing.
Yeah, this was in the depth of the budget crisis, and the board had a even more limited budget, so I think we were looking for whatever we could do to keep the budget down. But that was the context that it was ended in, because it had to keep funding. We had expenses for flying them up here or wherever they met and so on. So I think we need to look at that as well as to what the funding would be. But I think carving out some new charge, as you alluded to, would be different, and how this would differ from what we had before. Because I think they made a report here maybe 18 months ago. Yeah, 18 months ago. I know they made a report. It's fairly recent. But times have changed and issues have changed, and that's right. I noticed the President's Summit was focused heavily on male African Americans. Yes. Which they actually graduate from college at less than half the female rate of African Americans. So that's a gap within a gap, if you will, I think. Go ahead, board member.
And I would like to see that raised. That's something that I would be very supportive of. I want to report on two things. I've been very busy the last couple of months, traveling a lot. The two things I want to report on are my two main areas of liaison responsibility. The first is charter schools. President Kirst and I attended the California Charter School Association meeting early in March. We were invited to meet with the board of directors at an invitation dinner and with some funders. And to talk broadly about state policy and how it was evolving, but also to focus on what was in the governor's budget on online learning and blended learning and virtual programs and that kind of combination. And then to the next day, the first day of the conference, we also attended an invitation-only meeting work group on blended learning issues, and then we gave a general conference presentation. So this was 3 opportunities we had to co-present together. I think we got our act pretty well together by the third one. But what President Kirst talked about in terms of blended learning was addressing what the governor had in his budget and hearing what his perspective was and hearing what some of the remaining concerns were. Knowing that he would do that, what I chose to do was visit 4 different blended learning models, 4 different schools that had different blending learning models in February, and I tacked those trips onto other trips I was making. So I could kind of shoehorn them in without costing the state board any money, and I was fascinated by what I saw. I came away with a much deeper, richer appreciation for the sophistication of what's being done in some of these charter schools, which is not to say that it's not also being done in any traditional schools, but the charters, I think, are on the cutting edge of this. It broadened my perspective on it, and I also read some materials by Clayton Christensen, who is the guy that did The Innovator's Dilemma. Disruptive technology has a focus in this area and has a framework for the kinds of models that are emerging in blended learning, and I use that as my framework for going and looking at these schools. And so it was just something that was really fun for me in terms of seeing the models and seeing how incredibly effective they are and sophisticated in what a sophisticated way they're being used. So that was some charter work that I did last month. I also have been, as one of the two NGSS liaisons, I have also been busy with that. After we adopted the NGSS in September and November, Member Strauss and I both attended last week the strategic leadership team to help begin the development of a statewide plan for long-range implementation on that. We will both continue, as I will be a science liaison, as will she, to the IQC. And I presented last month at the California STEM Learning Network and at the Bay Science Group on the adoption of NGSS and what it meant. But the thing that I'm most excited about that I want to report is when I was out last fall talking to different groups about the adoption of NGSS, I was surprised by how many district leaders told me that they were ready to start implementation, because the common conventional wisdom was, oh no, nobody's going to want to do this for a while because they're overwhelmed with Common Core and with the Smarter Balance test. And so some of us started thinking about the idea of an early implementers pilot for districts that might want to begin in 14-15, this coming fall, implementing a phase-in of NGSS. And I worked really closely. I have contacts from my previous life before the state board. I have contacts with quite a few education foundations. And so some of us started talking and meeting with them, offering to answer questions. I offered to broker some communication with one of them in particular that has a strong science interest. And I'm just really excited to report that last week, that foundation, the S.D. Bechtel Jr. Foundation, which has science as its main focus, they awarded a grant, it's called a planning grant. It's essentially a startup grant to the K-12 Alliance at West Ed, who are the premier professional development leaders in a nonprofit in California for science education. They awarded a startup grant so that they could begin the process for the next 4 months of putting together a plan, an advisory group, and selection criteria, nomination criteria to start an early implementers pilot of 5 to 7 districts in California that would start in August. It would kick off in August and it would last for 4 years. So this is the startup grant or planning grant, and then they are expected to award the implementation the implementation grant starting in September for 4 years. It'll be a 2-year and then a check-in and then a renewal for 2 more years. So there will be an early implementers pilot, which I'm very, very excited about. And in addition, I've been working off board as well with several groups that are considering some funding to achieve the national NGSS organization that can provide some customized technical assistance to California, both in the state policy, the remaining state policy implementation, as well as assistance to this particular pilot. And so I'm thrilled and I'm thankful to the Bechtel Foundation for their commitment and for working with this group. I worked with Phil LaFontaine as the CDE representative, of course, and with Stephen Pruitt from Achieve and with Kathy Durana at West Ed to put together a combined proposal to Bechtel that would help them understand how all the moving parts fit together and how it would work to advance NGSS. And so I want to take this opportunity while I'm talking about it to acknowledge Phil. If you will stand at least, if not come to the podium. I know half the room is empty, but still. Phil and I and Eileen have worked together since, Eileen maybe even earlier, but I started, I guess, in the fall of 2011 when I first went and heard Stephen Pruitt present on Achieve, present on NGSS. And then I attended some of the strategic leadership strategic, is that what they were called?
State leadership team.
Yeah, the ones that reviewed the first rounds of the drafts, and stayed in contact with Stephen and Phil, and then worked with Phil through the adoption process very, very closely, and have worked closely with him since then on putting together these proposals to see if we could get funding to really kick this off in California. And Phil is retiring April 11th. And I just want to tell everyone what a pleasure it has been to work with you, how wonderfully positive, helpful your facilitation of this whole process has been really, really strong. We're all really, those of us in the middle of the process are really sad to see you leave it at this point. I know you intend to stay on in another capacity, but I want to personally thank you for the way that you have worked with me on the state board and with Eileen, and the way that you facilitated this process and your commitment to science education.
Thank you. It's really my pleasure. As you start way back in the 74s, you start thinking about, why become a teacher? My dad was a teacher, my brother and my sisters, and, it's just in our family. And it was just kind of one of those things that we always wanted the best for our kids and all kids. And so that's what I went into the profession for. And really, when I started, I thought, well, 3 or 4 years, and then I'll go do something else. And here it is 40 years later. So it's been a long career, and I'm just glad that I could help out.
Well, we hope you don't disappear, right? Go ahead.
No, I'm not disappearing. I have a few other things that I'm going to do, but I have 5 grandkids that I'm going to be spending quite a bit of time with, too.
So Lupita Cortez Alcala, I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Instruction and Learning. And no one's more sad than the State Superintendent and the California Department of Education and me that Phil is leaving and retiring. But as he said, after 40 years in state service, as a teacher for 21 years. He's been a division director for about 7. He's been in our formerly known science and math, which is now the STEM office as well. He was an administrator. But I mean, dedication, that kind of dedication is incredibly, I've been incredibly honored, and I'm jealous. Of course, that's a long way away for me. But I just wanted to publicly thank you for all your work, his leadership on next generation science standards, not just the adoption, but the implementation, the Common Core professional development modules, the Greatness by Design, the Educator Excellence, the STEM Symposium, first ever, as well as a lot of the work, the STEM Task Force. We're about to come out with that report. And so not only his 40 years, but it seemed like this last year, all of this has been birthed, and you had a lot to do with that, Phil. And on behalf of the State Superintendent and the department, we wanted to publicly thank you and wish you well on your retirement.
Thank you. It's always a team effort, and it's nice to be, congratulated for some of the work. But my staff, I have a great staff that works very hard to make all of this occur, and so it's just been a real pleasure.
Board Member Rucker?
Well, Dr. LaFontaine, I do want to say, I also want to add my congratulations and express my jealousy also that you're leaving us. But I also want to acknowledge, beyond the time that we have spent together working on a number of projects since I've been appointed to the board, I have to tell you, I appreciate both your leadership and your engagement to reach out to stakeholders in all of the work you've done. You've always initiated phone calls and reached out to stakeholder groups, particularly CTA, to sit down and talk with us about the work you're doing, to have us take a look and have some very hard conversations about a number of very important topics. And so what I appreciated most is not only did you hear the concern, but you were willing and you braved going through and facilitating those very tough conversations. You've created a lot of very close personal relationships with a lot of my colleagues who appreciate you for that. But we also appreciate the very professional and collegial outreach that has been initiated by you. We've gotten to know more department members because of your leadership and the leadership of a number of other folks who've gotten involved in working with CTA. So I need to tell you, the stakeholder community has, particularly with CTA, has really appreciated the work we've been able to do with you. I can't imagine times going forward who is going to fill those shoes, because we're going to expect to be able to have those same kind of conversations. So I will miss you for that, but I just need to tell people, as perfect as you think Phil is, he can't play charades. So I just need that to be known. He spends too much time with his colleagues, and they all think this is a bumblebee instead of a mosquito. So I just want to let that be known. Yeah.
Ms. Sigmund can demonstrate that to you.
Well, Phil, want to follow up on what Member Williams said. We've been sharing the liaison for NGSS since it began, and I'm actually very excited for you on your next chapter. And for those of us who are in that third chapter, I think we know that it's just different. It's not that you stop doing your work. And I know I asked Phil, so when are you retiring? He said 5 weeks and 1 day, like he wasn't counting. But I think that not only grandkids, he said he's going to continue to consult and stay active. And I think that all of us really admire the long public service, but really the responsiveness and the connection. And I've watched you through the whole NGSS process and all the state teams that you did with the expert panel and the outreach. And it's just been a pleasure to see your enthusiasm. And I think how fortunate that this was your last 2 years of what great accomplishments. You can, they say you should go out at the top, and I think you did. And I think we know you're not done. You're just going to use your time a little differently. And we hope that we'll continue to stay connected with you and your commitment to science and STEM. Thank you so much.
So the grant, go ahead. Board Member Molina.
I have the pleasure of working with Phil very early on the board, and I have to tell you, there is no one more skillful in dealing with very difficult situations with difficult stakeholder groups. I watched him maneuver, facilitate, cajole. It was very impressive, and I just want to personally thank you. I was baby brand new, and you opened my eyes to many, many things, and more importantly, you truly, really show the importance of what's doing right for children, and you really exhibit that. And I just want to say thank you for that, and obviously you continue to do that, so
thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'll truly miss you.
Thank you.
Deputy Superintendent.
I mean, aside from the thank yous for the institution, Phil, I want to thank you on a personal level. I echo what Commissioner Molina said. As some of you may have noticed, I have a tendency to be really enthusiastic about my own ideas. And
just a little, just a teeny bit.
And just to try. And what I can always count on Phil doing is hauling me back from the edge. In his quiet, gentle little way, he would look at me. He wouldn't even look alarmed, frankly, when some of these things would pop out. And he would just quietly reel me back in. And on a very personal level, Phil, I want to say thank you for that. You can't begin to know how much I appreciate your skills and your advice. On a really personal kind of level. I'm sorry to see you go. And I hate it when anyone younger than me retires. You know that, don't you? I just want to be clear about that part too.
Well, actually, I want to thank all of you because, I've been through several boards, and some of them were not exactly the most fun boards to be working with. And, what's really appreciative in the field as well as, personally is the willingness to sit and think about those issues. I mean, even the issue today that we were dealing with, that's a real tough issue, but you've got to think about what are the ramifications. And I appreciate the board in really taking that opportunity to think through and do what's best for kids, because really that's what we're all here for. How do we help each and every kid reach their full potential? And that's what our whole job was about. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any other board member reports? It's a hard act to follow, but Nikki, okay.
Yeah, the California State Summer School for the Arts, the board met January 31st, and just a few weeks ago, the school received more than 1,600 applications for 525 slots. And so we have more than 1,600 young aspiring artists in our high schools who want to engage in this wonderful offering in the summer in Valencia at Cal Arts. And they will be each working closely with faculty members who are renowned artists, professional artists, who are recognized both nationally and internationally. And the California State Summer School for the Arts is the only public school of its kind in the United States, which is an amazing accomplishment. And the Child Nutrition Advisory Council met on February 10th, and the council submitted written comments regarding the English language arts and English language development frameworks, and the council would like to ensure that health and nutrition information has a prominent place in student learning throughout the disciplines. And the Child Nutrition Services Division of the CDE really did a superb job of reviewing the frameworks in detail and then working with members of the council on very specific examples that would support two very general recommendations. And one is to replace less healthy food and activity options that are in the frameworks with more healthy alternatives. So, for example, replacing candy with fruit. Another would be to develop examples that include nutrition and physical activity, content, and skills. And then the last item that I wanted to share is just an update regarding the National Governors Association grant, the state team. The goal of this project is to establish a structure and process for coordinating higher education's transition to the Common Core. And this effort is bringing together representatives of the Governor's Office, the Legislature, Department of Education, Commission on Teacher Credentialing, and our 4 higher education systems, the community colleges, the Cal States, the UCs, and the independents on the state team. And the team is focusing on 3 priorities. And the next meeting is this Friday here in Sacramento. And the focus is on, first, admissions and placement, examining options and making recommendations for ways that the Smarter Balanced Assessments can be used to inform and improve college admissions and placement practices. And the second is undergraduate education, proposing goals and a process for communicating with campus leaders and faculty about the Common Core, and spurring appropriate review and reform of undergraduate education programs to build on the students' K-12 Common Core experiences. And the final priority is teacher preparation and professional development, identifying ways that California's university-based teacher programs can expand or strengthen their efforts to assist our K-12 schools in the transition to Common Core. And so it's an exciting and unprecedented opportunity to engage our partners in higher education in this work that we have in front of us. It's a more integrated approach.
Okay, any further? Yes.
Just,
Go ahead. Yeah, you better go, Carl. Go ahead.
okay, thank you. Just briefly, the ACSE, we met here last week, and coming up on Monday, March 17, St. Patrick's Day, we have the second meeting of the Special Education Task Force, and that's from 9:30 to 4 at the California School for the Deaf in Riverside. And Martha Thurlow will be with us. Martha is a national expert on assessment of students with disabilities, so that should be very interesting. Following the meeting at 4 o'clock, we'll have a 90-minute public input session out there. So if anybody's in the Riverside area and looking for something to do on St. Patrick's, stop by. The most important thing I want to announce, I'm a huge fan of high school sports, and our California School for the Deaf in Fremont won its first North Coast Section CIF basketball title this last Friday night. They beat St. Elizabeth's of Oakland 55-47. Their overall record for the year is 25-3. So a huge accomplishment.
Board Member Strauss.
Okay, so I have several different things. One is I'm liaison to the Concurrence Commission, which is run through the University of California Office of the President, and it's all the subject matter projects. And so they've been focusing, they meet every 6 months, really to approve the budgets. But we've added on the looking at Common Core and how the subject matter projects train teachers who are in the profession now, not pre-service, and trying to link across the state. And so it's an extra resource as we look at the rollout. And there's some good things going on in the math subject matter project and several of the other ones, science project, which we have like on our science expert panel as the director of one of the science projects. So anyway, it's a good link, and I just wanted to bring that up. It's procedural for budget, but also to try to look at the Common Core support. And secondly, last Friday, the IQC met to look at the edits from the ELA ELD framework. They were out for public comment. And just a credit to the Department of Ed, they grouped all the comments into like 97 different areas. And then we have these 3 amazing writers that have really responded in a really open, gracious way of thoughtfully how they could integrate it. And the IQC worked really diligently all day under the chair of this subject matter is Joanne Iskin, and she was supported by Bill Honig, who is the chair of the IQC, and just did a really good job all day Friday trying to address all the public comments. So it's really moving along. It is 1,400 pages. It's a huge framework, and I think once it goes up, it'll come to us in a little while for adoption. We've got huge issues ahead of like how do we do the heavy lift of implementing this amazing document that we've put together. But what we've got is a lot of vignettes in it that have scenarios from lots of different subjects. So people are looking at English language arts, English language development as a tool to get to STEM, STEAM, to look at history. And so there's a lot of effort to try to have vignettes that link across different content areas. So I thought that was pretty effective. PSAA, Nikki Sandoval and I are liaison now to that group, and they are working very hard to look at college and career readiness indicators. So we had 2 really good presentations. Several of you have heard Dr. Neil Finkelstein from West Ed talk about math pathways in high school. And also we had Dr. Louise Jaffe, who's on the board at Santa Monica College and did research at UCLA on the issue of high school students not in senior year mathematics and the direct correlation to being not ready for college. So there were some interesting issues that PSA considered. And then EPIC, which is David Connolly's group, and I actually think Dr. Kirst, you're on that board, presented some information. And they're going to do 3 white papers for PSAA over the next couple of months to give us additional research information on areas that the committee is very interested in. So they are working on what are the indicators for college and career readiness, and then once we figure all the ones out, then how do we want to even consider weighting them? So there's some good ongoing thoughtful discussion, and all the information is posted on the CD website. And then Common Core is a really big area as well. Obviously, we're into pretty well full steam ahead. Last Friday, we had, on the 28th of February, we had the Common Core stakeholders group, of which many of us in the CD participate in, trying to coordinate what's going on around the state already and what are areas that we need additional resources in. CTA sits there, AXA. So one of the areas was the AXA talked about their coordination of an electronic template and some ongoing training. And I just wanted to share PACE, which is based at Stanford, came out with 2 publications done by Pivot. But one is called Designing, Leading, and Managing the Transition to Common Core, a Strategy Guidebook. And just having worked with districts on it, I think it's a great resource, and it's free on the PACE website. And for those of you who don't know, it's edpolicynca.org, but really a thoughtful. They also did Getting to the Core, how early implementers are approaching the Common Core. So they looked at a dozen districts that are doing early implementation, looked at each of them, and then some lessons being learned on Common Core. So both of those resources on PACE, I think, are really valuable to the field. They're free, and I think they do help inform the rollout of Common Core. And then West Ed, along with the California Collaborative and District Reform and California Ed Partners, did 2 conferences on Common Core, one in Oakland and one in Orange County. I went to the one in Oakland called Moving Forward with Common Core, Fostering a Learning Culture for English Learners and Their Teachers. It was excellent. Those resources are all available for free. And I think for our large English learner population and how you link Common Core to English learners, I think it was a great resource. It was free to people who attended. Each session had about 125 people from different districts. And it was for leadership teams, not teacher level, but district teacher leaders or coaches and district leaders to think about how to roll that out. So I do think there's a lot of coordination for Common Core out there that's really helping to inform as people get involved as well. And then the last thing is that several state organizations, as we know, and Dr. Kirst is probably our most, and Suber actually do a lot of the speaking on Common Core. And I was at the state PTA here in Sacramento at their Ledge Action to talk about Common LCAP and how that connects to the work. AXA in Escondido actually spent some time in Palomar looking at the issues of LCAP and Common Core and what the rollout is. And next week, PTA Sacramento Safari is going to be doing that as well, so I'll be part of that as well. So that ends my report. Thank you.
Quite an active report. Member Burr.
Just briefly, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing met February 13th and 14th. They had a very rich agenda, but a couple things I want to call to your attention. They adopted new standards for the called the Professional Standards for Educational Leaders. These are new standards for administrator credentials. They're known as the capsules. They also adopted program standards for administrative clear induction programs. So now there will be an induction program for new educational leaders, similar to what we have for teachers. They talked a lot about the teaching performance assessment. You may know that now all new teachers are required to take a teacher performance assessment before they obtain their preliminary credential. And there are a couple different models that are out there, and they're trying to sort through, do we keep all these different models? And we need to upgrade some of the models that are out there. So that's an ongoing conversation. They also had a long conversation about really truly integrating undergraduate preparation and the fifth year of preparation. That's been an ongoing struggle for many, many years. There was legislation passed this year that hopefully will remove any impediments, and CTC is working to make that happen going forward. And finally, they continue to wrestle with the idea of teacher induction programs, with the implementation of LCFF and the elimination of categorical funding for beginning teacher support, the assessment program, or BITSA. They're looking at how induction programs should be structured, who has to pay for them, what's the best model. So that's an ongoing conversation. They meet again in April.
Board Member Zhang.
Real quickly, last month I had the honor of delivering a keynote address at Building Healthy Communities retreat, and there was about 150 youth leaders, young adult leaders, and during my speech I touched on LCFF, the passage of LCFF, and immediately after my speech I was bombarded with questions about LCFF. And so for me it was a really positive experience, because there were students that were asking me these questions, and they were all very eager to get involved, and I think that's going to be an ongoing conversation about getting students involved and making sure that their voices are heard.
And I want to add to his comment that he has been very busy submitting college applications, and he's in that phase where he's checking his mailbox every day to see what is coming in, and I can't wait for the report at the May board meeting. Good luck.
All right, well, now we need to do our minutes, and then we have a final public comment. So do I have a motion on the minutes? All right, any public discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion? It's carried. Okay, now we're ready for public comment from items that are not, for issues that are not on our agenda. Would you come forward, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of the board. I'm not here to talk about my turban and my beard, which indicate that I am a Sikh. However, I am here to bring to your attention that a few months ago, a doctor could not save his 13-year-old daughter who suffered from anaphylexia, a kind of asthmatic reaction to peanut. So peanut allergy has been increasing greatly, rapidly, and at least 4% of the school children are likely to become victims of this. And we have 6.2 million students in our schools, and 4% of that comes to something like 248,000. That means 250,000 students are at risk. The treatment for this is a kind of a pen, which has the medicine epinephrine, and it is just to be poked down to the thigh. Training for identification of the disease and the method to apply this EpiPen injection can be given easily to volunteer teachers and other volunteer staff, for which we have in our education code the section 49414 already. It is, I must point out that Maryland, Nebraska, Nevada, and Virginia, 4 states have made it compulsory to for the schools to keep EpiPen. However, California only allows it, it does not require. And this...
Time, sir. Yeah, go ahead. Can you wrap up? Yeah.
I have given to the board copies of my presentation, and I will appreciate that the state board takes some action to ensure that every school in the state of California maintains the EpiPen injections or whatever else is available, and also try to get grant from the federal government, for which there is a Senate Bill 1503 right now in the federal government's Senate.
Okay, thank you.
And take other actions which are necessary and feel concerned about this very serious issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the board now is adjourned for the day, and we will resume tomorrow at 8:30.